Esteban Rey last year was the champion with the 10 Pi Dragon deck. He mastered that strategy so perfectly, but now it's all different. He is on the Ryziel deck, and he will go first here, as still, of course, our reigning European champion.
Chandra's strongest soldier.
Oh,
now,
yes. Oh, still a fire card there. The bonfire is still within him. Okay.
Works for me. I think that Julian actually drew triple copies of Jessica. If I'm looking at this, which is not the absolute worst, but it's also not really good, huh?
And I want to know how Julian right now feels, meaning that he entered the European Championship in the first round, he plays against the reigning European champion.
Yeah, that is definitely some news to wake up to in the morning, looking at the pairings. Oh, that name is familiar to me.
Yeah.
Well, that might be that.
I'm quite curious. We can see the... Okay, we're all still figuring out what happened there, but looking at Julian's hand, there was only Ash Blossom as interruption, and not the best kind of engine with triple Chassis Cat. If your opponent starts with Bonfire, which is not necessarily the best start because it just plays so heavily into Droll and Lockbird, don't you just Ash that?
I feel like that as well, for sure. I was surprised to see that Esteban was able to resolve that. I thought maybe one of his other cards in hand could be a Droll and Lockbird, which would make a lot more sense to just let the Bonfire resolve. But now, when you let someone resolve Bonfire in this current format, it basically means we're going to get, at the very least, I would say, a detonator, but probably more than that.
To be honest, at this point, a proper play would be to ask the Bonfire and hope that your opponent doesn't have any more follow-up. As you mentioned, Basti, right now, Rafflesia will come down, and probably we'll see us on Duo Drive, but a detonator will be summoned regardless.
I mean, we can't even Ash for Duo Drive anymore. I mean, we can, but then the Rafflesia is just going to take care of it and say, yeah, nice try, buddy, but I'm not going to let that slide, because there is Gravedigger's Trap Hole in my deck.
I mean, maybe it does. Because Ash is such a low impact hand trap sometimes that you might just go, alright, okay, yeah, I might have another extender in hand, so I can still play.
I mean, but we also have Cross. It just feels so free to negate those things, right?
Yeah, that is true.
And he played it very carefully by sending the Duo Drive to the graveyard in the beginning, meaning we even have one material left on the Duo Drive if it does resolve here, so we can in multiple ways now interact with any kind of interaction from Julian. So this is what this Ryziel deck's why this Ryziel deck is so strong at the moment. And you might be wondering, Rafflesia, that's not necessarily a card you see in Mitsurugi Ryziel or in Fiendsmith Ryziel or something like that, and that is because Esteban, as, for example, Tom Luca Menzel, who just barely yesterday missed out on the World Championship, is playing and packing those Onomart cards. And those Onomart cards, all of a sudden, this Rafflesia is a staple again in that deck, because most importantly, the Do Warrior is just able to get this card out before playing into Droll and Lockbird, which makes everything else so much safer.
That is also because this card is not even bad going second, because you are actually playing the Ryziel Plasma Hole in most of those decks. This card can be used offensively together with Crabtrix Rafflesia, just because Rafflesia lets you activate or send a whole card from your deck to the graveyard and activate it when it's appropriate, and you can always activate this card. There's no condition on it.
But we're searching for the Ryziel Plasma Hole, so we could have activated that from the deck, but we decide to just go ahead and search it to our hand. I mean, that gives us more accessibility by just setting it. Oh, and again, Leo, this is just the best feeling ever, right? Discarding a Molch Army, you going first, you won't need that, your field is full and you're very happy about that, so you may as well just discard it for the effect of Node there, and there is...
You attach it now.
The Detonator, and the Detonator still going strong. Limited since a while. It doesn't feel like its playability was any limited with that, right? Because you still see it everywhere.
You just summon it once and then you win with it. That's that is the game plan of Ryziel strategies. And with the hand that Julian has, I don't know if I would reveal my cards.
Ooh, and that is all we got. And Julian just picked up another Ash Blossom.
To be honest, Miles has very hard time playing against the Detonator. One solid play is activate her on your opponent's...
And there it is. Julian, like, very hardly tried to explain that he does not want to play this game anymore, and that he is saying that Esteban got this first one. Very impressive first turn after that Bonfire did resolve. Would have been interesting to see if it would have been so impressive if the Bonfire did not resolve, but here we have Esteban as our reigning champion, taking game number one as a true champion does.
I mean, he extended with nothing, right? He just played with the cards he got off of that bonfire.
Totally.
So maybe ashing that would have immediately ended that turn, but that is not what happened.
Julien, as a fellow Frenchman, of course, wants to follow the two players that made it yesterday. He wants to follow Damien and Matisse and also qualify with the same deck to the World Championship. But let's see whether he even is able to overcome Esteban here on the first round. And he again drew Chessy. And again, I'll stand by my call. Yeah, I think Chessy Cat is one of the best of the Melis monsters. But there is Molcharmi Fuvalos immediately from Esteban.
All right, that's a little bit early, I want to say.
Ooh, and we even Imperm. Ooh, that's very, very interesting.
Melis Underground is going to be activated as well. It's good to know that Fuvalos resolved. I can see the point because Chessy Cat doesn't play on its own. And if you are having Chessy Cat with no other Malice cards but a Bestial in hand, you want to just immediately go into Linguribo and then summon Magnamut or something from hand. So I can see why the Fuvalos was used there.
Totally.
Fuvalos was used there not only in order to play around the Link 1, but also Chessy Cat could potentially draw an out to Fuvalos like an Blossom or Cross Out or Call by the Grave.
But I mean, we activated the Infinite Permanence on it anyway, so that's never going to happen. But I think it was more so because of the Link 1 dangerous territory.
Yeah, you don't take the gamble if he has Brick, and he will go for Bestial plays to get an extra draw.
Yeah. It's a very smart choice there indeed. But also already down to 3 cards here, even if that is only a half field, as we call it here. Something that is really decimated to not give too many draws. Might be hard to play through that, especially since we've seen how many hand traps the Melis player are playing. Julien just immediately goes, hey, draw your card. Please, I want to proceed. I want to activate the Red Ransom.
And we do have the GWC set there as well, being another believer in that card. And yesterday has proven those believers that you should be deciding to run Melis GWC06 in your deck. And there's also Melis in the Mirror, which is now already a pretty good setup, even though we don't have that many monsters on our field.
Melis in the Mirror is also a debated card.
Yeah.
In Melis deck, Yuna, for example, didn't play it in her main deck yesterday. All right, we're setting 3 cards. I think that is basically the most normal start versus this deck there with the Red Ransom if the Fuvalos was activated before. Sometimes you really want to have access to your White Binder. I don't think that's the case for this one because, I mean, White Binder versus the Ryziel Onomat deck doesn't really do too much.
Rise Ryziel. Julien, any response? Probably immediately going with Melis in the Mirror there, yep. Making sure that that doesn't resolve. Also very, very smart play by Julien. Playing around Nibiru, the Primal Being there on his opening turn by just going for 4 summons. That was really, really smart. Still got his alright setup with only giving up 1 draw into the Fuvalos. I think that was very, very well done by Julien. And I mean, we knew the Melis in the Mirror, we know the GWC, so there's only 1 unknown set card left, and we know how well the Ryzie strategy can extend when there is only 1 Ryzie monster already on the field. This could mean Sword, Axed, all of them waiting, and then also the Ono mod cards. That could be wild.
But I don't think that the hand of Esteban looks too good. I think he really wanted this Ice Ryziel to resolve.
All right, there's Sword Ryziel though.
All right,
I think that will do.
Didn't see that one.
That's a sufficient one to follow it up with. And Julien, does he have another answer to this? We know they're now playing Infinite Permanences again, and he is as well. And that is stopping the Sword Ryziel. But still, you got to realize there is now 2 level 4 monsters on the field. And that is what... Ooh, okay. There's Bestial Brawl Drake now too. So before Esteban even has the chance to go into his extra deck, we want to have another answer ready with that Ball Drake.
Bestial combined with Malice have made such a good engine, meaning that they are not only extenders but also can trap with your opponent, and especially Ball Drake.
Yeah, that's true. Ball Drake is also like an extra interruption on the field. Wow, the White Ribbit gets banished. I thought I saw a Called by the Grave for Esteban there, but also the GWC setup already from Julien just prevents Called by the Grave. That would basically negate it here. I mean, you wouldn't summon the Bestial Ball Drake then, which can make a difference after all, but now we're gonna get access to MTP.
He knows GWC, that's why he didn't activate Call by the Grave, because Julien would just activate GWC, bringing back White Rabbit.
But then at least the Ball Drake is not on the field, because that's another interruption. You can just tribute the Red Ransom to banish a monster summoned from the extra deck. And the deck doesn't really have too many monsters that activate their effects on summon, so Baldrake is a huge interruption there. That one, however, is really, really strong here if you don't have a hard negate.
That's massive, and I mean, it has been like that since the beginning of days, where this rivalry between Ryziel and Melis came up, that this card into a full Melis field is massive.
Yeah.
And you can see Julian struggling, looking through his cards in the graveyard. Sure, you might activate the Bustio Baldrake as well, but the rest of the field will probably leave alongside this. We chain the GWC, okay, alright, we can protect some of our field now with that in the end, but this is still massive. Oh, wait.
Wait, we are resolving? I thought we were going to chain the MTP. That would give us a March Hare and follow-up, but that...
oh, wait, no. Oh, wait. I think
what?
we're protecting ourselves with the Dormouse now, because Dormouse says Melis Link monsters that point to this card cannot be destroyed by card effect. So this is kind of a smart move from Julian there, at least protecting the Red Ransom there.
But, I mean, the Red Ransom doesn't really do anything. MTP would have given us a March Hare, which is tremendous follow-up. And you can't lose this turn anymore since X-Titanite was activated. But Dormouse can still be attacked over.
Indeed. So Julian valued that Ransom very, very highly. He still has plenty of cards in hand, so, I mean, it will get back over to him, so the situation for Julian isn't horrible. And Esteban also, oh look, he doesn't have much left in his tank either, so he's setting one card, and he's probably going to pass it over back to Julian. Yes, that is what's going to happen. So, I mean, starting your turn with a Red Ransom, I can see it.
And he has also follow-up from the end of Red Ransom that added the Malice in Underground.
Indeed.
That is true.
Alright, draws another card.
Wow, this is a mistaken arrest. Or Shat, right? Can never tell these two apart.
He's taken a rest.
Yeah. Makes more sense. We have Malice in the Mirror in the graveyard as well. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's in the deck or if it's in the graveyard with Malice in the Mirror, but this is just even more follow-up here. And I think that Julian is very much looking forward to ending the game this turn. Doesn't want to waste any further time here as well.
And Esteban, of course, immediately forced to do something about this. Called by the Grave is being used on the Red Ransom. That's massive, because I think that's the only Link monster available in the graveyard right now, because on turn 1, Julian played through Full Velas, and now all of a sudden Access Code Talker there, but no monster to banish besides itself, but also no other card to destroy either. Yeah, exactly. So that is sort of funny. And I mean, that was summon number 2. One thing Julian will have to really pay attention to now is to, again, not play into Nibiru, the Primal Being, but he also doesn't need that much damage anymore, to be fair.
But I think that Access Code Talker doesn't gain the attack.
I mean, of course it did, because you can only activate the Called by the Grave on the resolution of the effect to gain attack points,
true.
But still, that means we need only 2,700 attack points now.
Very good point.
So you can easily do that by just going Dormouse. Dormouse bring out another Malice monster, and that's already enough, isn't it?
Yeah, you can just go Crypto.
I mean, when you go Crypto, you're already on to 5 summons then, though.
That is true.
So I feel like March Hare is decently big with also the boost of... Could that be enough? I think this, like all the small Malice monsters just together might be able to just strike this out. Because if you commit into Nibiru here, I am afraid our follow-up is not particularly good anymore, because usually the Malice deck can play through Nibiru really well, but here you really want to be careful about it.
I think that you, as you have the March Hare, I think there's a really good chance that you're trying to play. Otherwise, wait, how many summons are we on?
This is 4, Leo. We're going to summon 5 times.
I mean, this is not enough.
This is huge risk, Leo. We're summoning
because every Malice must gains 100 attack from...
This is 5 summons, and there is Nibiru, the Primal Being. He has it, and Julian has barely anything left after that. Wow, the European champion has that card that he needed exactly there.
I think he did have to go for a completely different route here. I think you have to go Access Code Talker into Splash Mage with the Dormouse and then try to play for some more resources like a White Binder and set up more cards just to play around the Nibiru.
To be honest, proper play might be actually normal summon the chess card and go not to Access Code, but to Splash Mage in order to go for White Binder and try to reset the trap cards. But obviously...
I mean, to be fair, the Access Code Talker was decent, though,
I liked it. The Call by the Grave was kind of a punish for it, to be honest, but you can't know that. Also, going second, Called by the Grave is not always a card that is being still in the deck after.
Yeah, but you know that it's not in an imperm, because it wouldn't be set.
That is true. But here, I think just summoning the March Hare and banishing something from the graveyard, that was not the correct play. I think he should have gone for some
Does
crypto route with
Esteban have
follow-up.
another starter? Is it finally time to reveal some of his own Omar cards? Maybe, oh, it's extra,
That's not
but
a
it
startup.
cannot search. It will not be able to search, but Valid is able to go after the set card. New card from Duelist Advance. But surely we do change something to that.
I mean,
Yes, it is the mistaken arrest.
it's a good force out here because you couldn't search anyways. I think that we still have the... is it the Zubababa Bancho Gagaga code, or is it the Go 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 Dwarf Dododo?
I mean, whatever it is, will be a sufficient
It's
level 4 monster to go into, right?
Level
Just
4.
need the normal.
Any level 4 monster will probably do here.
Does it? Because Mistaken Arrest has resolved now. You can't have 2 Ryzeals on the field right now, so you can go into Detonator.
I mean, still, you probably just go into something that deals with the token, and then you're already in a very good position because you need to deal with that token.
The token has barely any defense.
Does it? I mean, it was...
Access Code Talker plus 3 Malice names.
Yeah, 3 Malice names. You say that so lightly, but that's more than you would think, I believe, because Dormouse has a
There's
significant...
300
Oh, it
defense.
has 300 defense. Okay. Chassis Cat has 3... Okay, yeah, you're right. You're totally right. It's not that much, really. I thought it's more to worry about, but then it's actually okay.
But I think, what are you going into? Rafflesia might be a card that you want to summon here. Even though I also don't know if it does that much. That is the gloves.
I mean, you could go into...
Baguska.
You could go Baguska, but you could also, what's funny, a card we haven't seen much anymore, Dagusto Emerald, maybe?
Yeah, but you are Mistaken Arrest. Oh, you can draw under Mistaken Arrest, true.
Yeah, so that could be something funny. And I mean, you need to target 2 monsters in your graveyard. You do have 3 monsters in your graveyard, so I like that option, possibly. And look, Esteban had it on top of his extra deck there, was considering it, but no, Trap Tricks Rafflesia is the option instead. That one summon that Julian went into, that 5th summon that he needed to go for a game, was the one that punished him too much. Sets 1 card and passes it back over.
Now, the thing is, by Rafflesia, yes, you are playing around, I don't know, March Hare top deck. The other cards also doesn't do too much
You
against.
have Malice in the Mirror in the graveyard, so a potential banish from March Hare could be to banish Malice in the Mirror, so you can,
But you can
have
Rafflesia
an
that.
additional... Yeah, right now, of course, I was talking for the previous play.
Of course,
Passing it back.
Oh,
Okay.
that is Druiswurm. That is massive. But there, Traptrix Rafflesia is amazing against. But if we had gone for Dagusto Emerald before, do we even have Gravedigger's Trap Hole in our deck? I mean, I would assume so if we just go Rafflesia, because the Ryzeal hole, Plasma hole doesn't do anything.
Oh, did Esteban even allow that? Yeah, I was about to say, like, Julian immediately just made it happen, but Esteban is like, not so fast. Or do we just Plasma Hole this? No, there's no way. Yeah, we just say Grave Trigger's Trap Hole, and that is going to mean the... Oh, wait, yeah, the Dormouse will never be banished here, I would imagine.
I was going to say the same thing. Oh, it also negates banished monsters effects. So we let the Druiswurm resolve here.
Honestly, I did never know. It's called
same.
Gravedigger's Trap Hole, so I would imagine it's only the graveyard.
But then also hand, you know?
yeah, true, fair. You're making a point there, I will have to admit.
So the point that Esteban chose to activate it on the effect of the Dormouse is because Gravedigger's Trap Hole does only negate and does not destroy the monster. So Druiswurm will be still on the hand.
Yeah. That is
And there is the
smart.
Goblinberg now, Leo. I know you were really a fan of this card the first time you saw it. Of course, not the original one, but the Go Goblinberg. And that is just a lot of attack points now there, and enough of them to make sure that Esteban Rey is not only our reigning European champion, but also wins round number 1 to start comfortably into this year's tournament as well.
Nibiru.
And I gotta say, I have a little bit of a personal preference here as well in terms of decks, because Philip has brought one of my beloved decks of the last couple of weeks. He brought the Apophis strategy, but he is mixing it up with the Primite cards. And that is something you haven't really seen that much yet. As you said, he likes to cook things up, and that is certainly a well dish that he has put together here. And he starts off with normal summoning the Ether Barrel. And usually when you see that, you would expect, yeah, blue eyes probably, but no, there's some other stuff about to come here.
To be honest, I want to see how the two engines mixed with each other and what's the synergy behind this.
Oh, and look at that! We're not searching the most common card, but that is a new card from Duelist Advance. It is Primite Fusion, and Yoho, as experienced as he is, he still has to take a quick read on this one because that is not a particularly common card. And now I think we activate the other effect of Lordilo to special summon out a normal monster.
Oh, and that is so funny. Chains another one.
But wait, the driver's in hand, so that's 0 draws because the driver wasn't at the one moment you want to have the Cypher driver in hand. That's hilarious.
And that is just activate Primite Lordilo to discard 2 hands.
Yes!
2 cards from your opponent's hand. And at this point, I don't think you want to activate the Primite Fusion anymore.
And I mean, there's Apophis cards in your deck, so this may as well be very impactful trap cards that we have set there. So we're passing on this, and let's see whether it will be enough, because Yoho is on his recently most favorite strategy again, the Mitsurugi cards paired up with the Ryziels. And that is pre-preparation of rights. Is that a card you can let resolve? It's tough, but it will resolve in that instance here.
Yep. When it resolves, it's really hard. We were just saying, losing 2 cards in hand, that is of course a problem. But if you are starting with non-rolled Mitsurugi engine into a half field that Philip has put up, that's really, really tough because these cards tend to generate so much advantage.
I don't know if you even call this a half field, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, you have 2 trap cards maybe.
With only 4 cards remaining to start Yoho's turn, one of them being pre-preparation of rights is massive, really. That is one of the cards you would want there, one of the cards you need there, and Yoho is already resolving his combo here. He revealed the Habakiri, the Saji's in the graveyard, and that is prayers for him now as well.
I mean, the Fualos, they did the job, right? You discarded 2 of them, but then you let your opponent end on absolutely nothing, so that's huge.
The ritual also resolves. I'm wondering what the set cards are for Philip, because I feel like some of those things you really want to stop. Like if you had a Dominus Purge, you really immediately want to stop the pre-preparation of rights. If you had the Apophis trap card, somehow you also would like to interact with the ritual at the very least. But Philip is not doing anything about all of that, so maybe he doesn't have anything to stop him here.
Kusanagi adding back the ritual. I like the Mitsurugi main deck monsters so much. Just, either they're normal summon starters or they're just going to get you. We're adding Futsu here for Aramasa, so really, really big Ryziel package here, Mitsurugi package. I find it very interesting that you can play the deck 2 entirely different ways. They're either minimizing on this Ryziel engine, sometimes even just playing 4 cards of the Ryziel strategy in the main deck, or sometimes just going for all of the Ryziel cards you can find and then just play 1 Murakumo, triple Habakiri, and the main deck monsters, basically.
No, Yoho is definitely taking the Mitsurugi route. You can also tell by his free copies of Mitsurugi Ritual in the main deck, for example. That's the maximum you can get, so he's really valuing that. But there's Infinite Impermanence dodged by the prayers that was actually known, and that immediately makes Philip considering to pick up his... Oh no, wait, we're resolving the Murakumo. I was also too quick on that one.
That happened to me so many times already as well.
Prayers was very well known there in the hand. Destroyed both of these now. And also got to bring back something, maybe?
Philip doesn't look too happy. Basti, you have been very, very much eager to see the Primite Apophis deck. Why don't you tell us a little bit of what it's supposed to do?
I mean, you are supposed to end on multiple trap cards, as usually the Apophis deck already is doing. Like you have Statue of the Anguish pattern, which you usually are going to set through that, of course, so beloved Silhouette Rabbit, and then you have the Apophis traps being the Serpent and the Swamp Deity, and then you back it up even with those very, 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 very strong trap cards that you can play in this, because this is not only Purge anymore, but additionally to that, also Songs of the Dominators. And I mean, you can play Songs of the Dominators because the Primate engine is not really that impacted by it, and that card is bonkers, honestly.
Are those though the interruptions that you want to bring against Ryziel Mitsurugi deck? Meaning that I don't know if the Apophis cards are exactly what you want to bring against Mitsurugi engine.
Oh, and Philip is packing up his cards. He's seen enough. That is too much value, and also too much
judge. Maybe Anubis, the last judge, is going to be in his opening hand here. I'm calling for a judge in that opening hand, please.
I mean, it was there in the last hand, didn't get into play. Oh, this is looking like a hand already. Oh, wow. This is a hand.
Indeed it is, but let's see, maybe Yoho has things to counter it. We start off with Treasures of the Kings, and what a field spell that is. I really fell in love with that card, because just both effects of it are actually just crazy, because you get to immediately, on the activation, as we are now going to see, set one of your Apophis trap cards from the deck, and we do, of course, go for the more powerful one, Apophis the Serpent, because that then is also going to get us through this, to the Swamp Deity eventually. And now, if we get another set card there, we can also activate the Surge effect of the field spell too, to search for either the Man with the Mark, for the Scorpion, or for Anubis, the Last Judge.
No response to that on the side of you, so that's also quite interesting. Maybe we're going to respond to Man with the Mark. Added to the hand. There he is, the man, the myth, the legend,
the Mark.
And to be honest, you didn't know that Philip was in Apophis.
That's true.
Yeah, that's a shocker for sure. If you are not familiar with that strategy, Man with the Mark is being normal summoned. Ash Blossom there, so normal summon was committed. I see why you waited there. Also quite interesting, the Man with the Mark, it's a card, it's just a level 4 monster with 1000 attack points. Really hard to out.
It is, but that's all we got. Sets one more card, so we know about Apophis the Serpent. And then there's more, but we shall see whether it is enough to counter this. We activate Habakiri once more. That's so strong of a start for Yoho right away. Is there any way to counter this? We probably got to bring out the Saji again here.
And this just plays so well around Dominus Purge. It's incredible.
But it doesn't play around Mistaken Arrest. Ooh.
Yeah, but does your deck play around Mistaken Arrest?
That's what I'm also wondering.
You really have to rely on this card now. Hope that it carries you through the turn, that you doesn't do anything against it. And then Philip has the ability to go for Apophis the Serpent, set a Swamp Deity, special summon that out as well, and then go for the Deity.
I mean, what's also cool is the Man with the Mark, it's not that easy to clear, because clearly it cannot be destroyed by battle right now, because there is Treasures of the Kings on the field, so that makes it pretty tough to deal with. And I mean, we're cutting Philip's deck right now, so I feel like Yoho might have just passed it back over, and that is fantastic news for Philip, because that Mistaken Arrest really putting a mistake into Yoho's plan there, and there is now the Serpent, and that is not a small card in terms of attack points, because that is 1600 right away, and when the Swamp Deity, and there it is, comes joining it eventually, that's another 2000, so we're racking up attack points here quickly.
But I mean, you can't activate the effect of Temple of the Kings. Mistaken Arrest prohibits you from searching in your turn as well. But I think you can just play around Nibiru, just set up more of these cards. I think a Divine Serpent is worth it.
It's worth it. It's
100%.
You probably go into the battle phase first, just because it's more attack points, but I do agree with you that you probably just, for that one draw, want to go for it. Yep, we are in the battle phase. That is 4,600, so I think Yoho has more than half of his life points wiped out by that battle phase.
That would be crazy versus Malice, huh?
Yeah.
This would be substantial damage already. I mean, with 3,400, they can still play quite a bit, especially if
and Philip does agree, goes into his extra deck, and that is a Contact Fusion, as we like to call it, going into Divine Serpent Apophis without any kind of fusion spell, but just using 2 Apophis traps. And now, the cool thing about this card is it gets to set back up to 3 Apophis trap cards from the graveyard, and therefore we have them available again for the next turn. And that's so huge, because now you have the Swamp Deity, but the Apophis the Serpent ready to bring out another one again, and we give another draw going into the Silhouette Rabbit now as well.
That is quite interesting, but you gotta be honest, the Statue of Anguish Patterns is so good. If this card isn't outed, there's basically nothing that can play through it. I thought I could play through it with my...
Another set card! Trap cards are back, baby! 5 sets, and Philip ready to stop Yoho once more.
I mean, I thought I could play through it with my X-Ryziel, but it can just not be targeted once you have another face-up trap monster on the field, and that is insane.
The statue is really a statue, in the true meaning of the word.
I'm gonna be honest, you could have prevented this one by just summoning out the Apophis the Serpent immediately and then activating a Swamp Deity
you're fine. You can just activate... You have a Swamp Deity already.
At this point, Habakiri cannot activate again the effect, because it's one per duel.
So we have the Swamp Deity chain Oh, we chain the statue, all right.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah, absolutely, that works. Negates the pre-preparation, but still Yo has a decent amount of cards to work with here.
Yeah, but Habakiri doesn't do anything anymore.
But that doesn't work anymore, and Philip takes game number 2 with the Prime-Eye Apophis strategy.
Entering game 3 right now, and I want to see how Primate Apophis can manage to go second against Raziel Mitsurugi, because there is an issue with a lot of traps being drawn.
Yeah, and Raziel Mitsurugi, that is the deck that basically, if it combos off, it looks like it can't be beat. The full field of the deck is just absolutely insane. And now you starting with X-Send Aggregator. Philip just gives a thumbs up. That's, I don't think, what he feels in his heart, but he was just like, oh yeah, let's get the combos rolling.
All right, searches for Node Raziel, interestingly
Yeah,
enough.
might have a sword.
There is the sword already, indeed. So the good thing is when you start with your Raziel cards, there's an easy way to also get to your Mitsurugi cards, of course, with King of the Feral Imps, and therefore Yoho has everything he would ever need here to really go for as big of a combo as he would ever
And
imagine.
he starts checking for hand traps. For example, he checked for draw, and he can continue right now, and probably Fualos also.
Yeah, absolutely. There comes the Habakiri. He immediately went for the King of the Feral Imps, and you can really tell that Yoho is so experienced with the strategy.
Yeah.
He knows what he's doing. He knows every move, and it goes by quickly because he has been doing those combos for quite a while. As I was saying, he was actually on this deck, but not a lot of people were on it. Before actually Habakiri was even released, he was already summoning Murakumo at YCSs and doing well with it. So he was really on there on the first wave immediately, and he's riding that wave since then.
And at this point, a lot of Mitsurugi cards have resolved, which gives a lot of advantage to you.
Yeah.
And I think it also gives him a lot of confidence.
Just if you get to resolve those Mitsurugi cards and your opponent doesn't stop them yet, I feel like this is a little bit like Malice. It has to be stopped immediately with a Droll and Lockbird or with Fuolos to just keep it in check. A little bit Fuolos, not even that impactful. Once you start to resolve your cards, especially in the Raziel Mitsurugi deck, you're good to go. It's really hard to overcome that field. We haven't seen that at all in the playoffs yesterday. This is what really surprised me, because I think that this deck can put up the best field in the game right now, by far.
Definitely. At least when it comes down to what is immediately present on the field, right? The scary cards. Like, it is pulling up multiple monsters, really, that are immediately scary to you, that also are providing negation through Raziel Cross often enough. Then you have, of course, that Murakumo ready to just destroy all cards on your opponent's side of the field. I think the Malice field also is super strong. It just doesn't look as strong immediately, right? But there's so much coming throughout the turn. But when you do see this combo field from this deck here, it is very, very, very much one of the best fields you could imagine.
And you have like 20 cards in hand afterwards.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the same with the Malice deck, right? When you resolve your Chessy Cat, even though I don't think we've ever seen a Chessy Cat resolve, it's always a permanence.
And another thumbs up from Philip. Also, Ice Raziel will be bringing another monster to the field here.
We're playing a little into Nibiru, not much, to be honest, because Murakumo would still be able to summon itself.
And
Habakiri would be able to.
Both of them.
No, Murakumo was actually used to summon out the Habakiri from deck. So Murakumo summoned itself back.
Already activated the effect.
Yeah, Habakiri hasn't, so you just summon it back, add prayers, and then you still have interruptions.
And yeah,
but I believe this is the last check that you has to take in order to summon Duo Drive and see if Philip has any Nibiru.
goes for Dugaris first. Interesting. And I mean, it's overall very, very different on how people approach the extra deck of the Raziel strategy, or the Raziel Mitsurugi strategy rather, because some people opt to go for rank 8s even, to have like more linking between the two engines, for example, making sure that 2 level 8 monsters brings you into Raziel engine sometimes as well, by searching 7th Tachyon. That's very popular. It's not something that Yoho is doing. And then there's also, of course, all kind of different options in the level 4 and rank 4 rather department, and even some link monsters here in the deck from Yoho, which aren't necessarily obvious because you're very often just trying to go down the rank 4 route, as we see another rank 4 here with the Eclipse Twins, but there even is IP Masquerade and SP Little Knight in Yoho's extra deck.
Just an extra layer of power on your end field here. We're going to see a Mitsurugi.
He has been
Murnau.
locked to Exige, I believe, since he summoned next.
Yeah, that's true. So sometimes when you're starting with your ritual engine, then you can play an IP Masquerena on your field before you activate your or normal summon your Ice Raziel.
Absolutely. That does often enough come up, and I think it just into certain matchups you also just value that so hard. And there is now also the great purification. The field will look even greater than it usually would be in game number 1.
Oh, but Kiri doesn't come back.
No Raziel. Oh yeah, you're right. Now Eclipse Twins will be sent off the Node Raziel to bring back another monster from the graveyard. And of course Eclipse Twins will now also activate. And that's going to bring back the Dugaris maybe? Or the King of the Pharaoh Limbs? What are we going for? I don't think it really matters that much, right? Because you're not going to use them anyhow.
He can activate again the effect of King of the Swamp.
Oh, King of the Pharaoh Limbs, yeah, sure.
That's true. You can search for another reptile, even though I think you're basically through all of them.
Yeah, you almost don't want to search them anymore because you want to have search targets for Murakumo later on, but still, well, yeah, he may.
I mean, search targets for Murakumo is going to be Prayas or something. You can get your follow-up there. I think the only card left in the deck might be Habakiri, to be honest, because we've seen Saji, we have seen Aramasa, and we have seen Kusanagi.
Yeah, you're right.
You also make less room in the deck, so you can draw into your hand traps and side deck options.
That is true. I just like how the King of the Pharaoh Limbs is absolutely chilling on the field. With no business being there.
Detonator puts the Eclipse Twins underneath, so it's protecting itself sort of as well. 1 set card, 2 set card, 3 set cards. That is something to worry about for Philip, but I think it marks the end of Yoho's turn at least, so now we can try. What will Philip be able to do here?
Man with the marks the end of his turn. Can man with the mark on Philip's side just swing this
Going
game
second,
back to him?
I guess the full Raziel Mitsurugi field with only traps, and
yeah,
I don't know how Philip can feel right now.
Detonator is already a big problem, has always been for the Apophis deck, the deck based on Marik's performance at the Battle City tournament.
And now
it wasn't Marik.
The judge was called
Odeon.
Indeed it was, yeah. And there is the man with the mark. But it really feels like Philip just has all kind of different Apophis cards, and I don't even see any Primite cards really in his hand. And I think that's what in theory makes his deck so strong, that he wants a combination of those two things. And wait, he actually does have one of the Primite cards, but that's the one that doesn't work on its own because he did pick up the Drill Beam.
Yep. And now
and that is all it needed. And there we see the hand, puts it onto the table. That is not something you really want to see going second. Just double Swamp Deity is nothing you want to use.
Quick question.
Yes.
Favorite Super Quantum? Blue, green, red, white or black?
It's got to be the red layer.
Yeah.
The red layer was the one that saw quite a lot of play, I think, because it was a warrior that could special summon itself. It was also a level 5, so it was quite handy for decks that wanted to make rank 5s, or back in the day when you wanted to summon Isolde, the Tale of Two Noble Knights.
Fair.
But now we're just using it in the Super Quantum decks, where I think you can use so many more effects that it has. Because in my head, it's just a warrior that special summons itself, but it also starts to add back.
And it's the one
Super
for one
Quantums.
start. Both players actually using the card. Although, I gotta say, it might be slightly more powerful than Mermails.
Well, you don't know. Don't knock it till you've seen it, yeah?
Let's see it. It's still really good.
So this is one of the newer cards. Super Quantal Fairy Zitan. So you can special summon it if you control another Super Quantum, and you can use its effect to send a Super Quantum from your deck to the grave and summon another one. So it's a pretty powerful effect, I'd say, all things considered.
Yep.
So sending Alphen Strike.
And yeah, and here, as mentioned, you can tell that Max is just asking Joe the Super Quantus effect because, you know, you may not be super familiar with the deck, and we've seen in the past how, you know, powerful those strategies are.
And now we can banish it to activate the Magna Carrier, the field spell, directly from deck if he feels like it, and that pretty much gives him access to you know, his extra deck options as well. But first we are gonna see the other level 1 of the deck, which is the Fairy Alpha.
Yeah, the field spell is quite a fun one. You can discard a card and sort of XYZ summon with only one material, and you can do it with each different attribute, Super Quantum, except for Dark. They don't have a Dark XYZ. This one's quite a fun one as well. You get to show your opponent 3, and then they choose one at random for you to summon. So,
especially if you don't know how to play against the deck, it's fun because how do you choose essentially? So.
it's random.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's good. Maybe
Makes it easier to choose.
That's good.
Yeah,
yes. If you don't know it, then just take it to the fate, I guess.
Exactly.
Let's see, and we get arguably the better one, because you can just search out.
Oh, and you get to send the others to the graveyard. That's so powerful.
Yeah, it's so good.
I think the new black layer gets to search a card when it's sent to the grave. So you're getting a search and a summon.
Yeah, so good.
Yeah, black layer gets to search a spell essentially as well. So.
Oh, and the white layer also you get to discard and draw. So you get so many things.
Yeah, you have a lot going on because now you essentially also search. Here it is.
Yep, and here comes some of these spells that we have. If the deck has options, this is gonna be the Sudden Incursion.
This deck looks like it's very consistent, actually, the more that I look at it, because you know, got to get that black layer to hand, or the black Fairy Alpha to hand, but you can do that just by normal summoning blue layer, and then the black layer can special itself. But also you have 3 copies of Emergency Teleport to special summon blue layer straight from the deck.
No, but it seems super consistent, especially because, as mentioned, he also has a very small Finsmith's packet to support the Super Quantal engine. And here comes the Drawn Lock Bird being activated from Max, which, you know, may stop Joe's.
Yeah, I mean, we already set up quite a few names. Pretty much every single one in the graveyard.
Yeah, this is so much stuff already going on. Something special summoning the green layer from the grave. Not sure which effect that was. I think Sudden Incursion can summon one from the deck. And I think the
original attribute, essentially, yeah, but...
So one with a different attribute to one that you've already got, so that's good. And then I think the spell, the Alphan Strike, you can banish it to get the field spell active.
Yeah.
So I think he's got everything he needs to summon the Super Quantal Mech King. Let's see. You do have to discard a card, I think, every time you want to upgrade one of your Quantums, but he's got loads of cards, so... Oh, you know what I see in his hand that looks very cool to discard?
What is it?
It's a Fabled Lurry. He's going to discard it and then rank up one of his XYZs and then do all of his Fiendsmith stuff. That's super cool.
Yeah, the field spell is great, honestly. It's you can just discard a card and then XYZ summon. So with the Fabled Lurry being discarded as well, that would be, you know, great. It's just, you know... Also, I think he has a triple tactics talent just to complement.
This is absolutely crazy start.
Which is interesting that we are not using it.
I don't know how many cards he needs to discard.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking as well. Maybe... Okay, there it is. Alright, so at least now he knows what he's up against. And yeah, I mean... It was a promising end going first, but going second, it's gonna be an interesting question of whether the deck can even out the Magnus.
Yeah, I think he's gonna return the favor of reading some of his opponent's cards.
if you have an hunt at all. I'm trying to think if there is any big enough monster that you can summon in the extra deck.
And also, if you have the Great King Magnus on the field, it's unaffected, but it also stops your opponent from searching cards.
Yeah.
So
But even if it was, you know, a vanilla unaffected, sometimes, you know, it's enough.
Yeah.
But of course, I'm pretty sure Max does not even know that is a card. So probably, you know, he's waiting to see what's going to happen.
I think if he's read the field spell, maybe he'll get a heads up that you have to send the field spell and like.
Sure.
But yeah, I suppose you don't know what it's going to do.
Yeah.
If you think if your opponent's got to rank up 3 monsters and then, oh, what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, truth is, there are so many different decks that you can be playing against nowadays, and all able to set up completely different combos, so it's rare that you are familiar with every single strategy that you can come across, and that is always a payoff for you know, players like Joe, where they just bring their favorite deck, and most people they're playing against will have to read their cards.
So this is white layer, and I think the blue layer, when it's sent to the grave, you get to shuffle some cards back.
3 cards, up to 3 cards.
But you don't get to draw one.
No.
I feel like every time I see that now, it's
True.
like you get to draw one.
True, yeah, that was quite an old card. Yeah, I remember running it in 2015. Yeah, 10 years ago. Wow, we are old.
What, the blue layer?
Yeah, I
where
did
was
run
it?
one with teleport
Monarch?
in Monarch. I was running like 3 red and maybe 1 blue because you could shuffle with like teleport. It was a cute engine.
Oh, and the black layer, I think you don't need to. I think it XYZs by itself, so you don't need to discard a card.
Yeah.
So here we are, discarding 3. Does it trigger Lurie? It does. Oh,
Yeah,
that's so
yeah, yeah.
cool.
Yeah,
great.
wow. I mean, not sure you needed it, but
You don't, but you know, it's still.
Yeah, look at
it's
this.
Still a lot of fun.
and here comes the big boy.
It's gonna have 7 materials.
Yeah.
I mean, purely
That's
vibes.
absolutely
Look at it.
insane. I think
Look
it.
at it.
I think it only needs
And
6.
now you also go for the Finsmith package as well, which is great.
Yeah, what a unit. I mean, for anyone who is unfamiliar with the card, basically it gets upgraded based on the number of materials. And essentially, when you have the all 6 or more, it means that it's unaffected by card effects. Your opponent cannot add the cards from their deck. And also you have an additional effect during your turn where you can shuffle card from the field to the deck. It's not a quick effect, that one, but you know, still. It's quite tough to even get rid of, and I think that's what Max is also realizing, is like, how do I get rid of this?
Yeah, I think everyone was looking at Lunar Lights to put up an unbeatable monster after the most recent release, but no, this has always been there.
Yeah, you can tell Max is having a big array at this because
I don't know if there is an out.
I don't know if there's an out. Yeah, as well.
It's like most of the XYZ options are like 3000 attack, no?
Yeah, do Mermels have any way to buff their attack or anything like that? I mean, he also has to be able to play. When you can't search and you're staring down a Caesar, that's...
I mean, no dragoons, no party, so... and I mean, there is also just this Caesar on top, and that's about it. This could just be the end, a quick one of game 1, but let's see if Max just tries to fight back. It's gonna be rough, because also, you know, we know the end. We top deck into Ash Blossom, classic.
You imagine playing against this with Mitsurugi, and you're just looking at the card, and your opponent's just summoned a monster that's unaffected by card effects and stops you searching.
Yeah, that's one. And I mean, we do know the other cards. I think we are pretty much done. Yeah, and that's it. So Max picks up his cards, and it is Joe.
So here we go, Max's time to shine. And what better way to shine
Oh yeah.
than normal summon Neptibus? Probably the most intimidating start
Indeed.
in the game right now.
Thinking about it. Yeah, second guessing that Dragoons looks good to me, but yeah, we're changing target. Seems like no.
Sending Dragoons, of course,
Yeah.
is more vulnerable to Droll Lockbird than sending anything else. But it is also just an extremely powerful card, so
Absolutely. And I think there is an Ash, but I'm not sure there is anything else from Joe.
I guess it makes Aniteckzetto one of the few cards that just powers through Ash by itself.
Yeah.
I feel like it shouldn't be allowed. Just one card that beats Ash. I feel like if your opponent has one card, you should better Ash it and be okay.
Yeah, and do you ever Ash that Dragoons just because they're gonna search for the Minstrel to possibly prevent, you know, the activation? You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
they're gonna get an activation from the Minstrel of whatever card they get rid of, and maybe you just pray that they don't have another extender.
Yeah, it's so tough, isn't it? Because I think you're probably right, but like it's such a painful thing to do.
I know.
But sometimes you got to do the plays that feel bad if you think they're the ones that give you the best chance to win.
Yeah, because at least, I mean, you know about the Shadow Guard, and they just need something else. I mean, it's quite likely that they're gonna have it, but I think it's worth taking the gamble because you know that they're gonna just go for the Minstrel after siding. So
Are you finally playing Mulling Glacier? Because it's not playing it.
He's not playing it.
Nope.
I think a lot of players are instead going for the barrier statue at the moment. I guess there's a lot of different ways to play with the Mermail. Obviously the downside of Moonland Glacier is if your opponent resolves Mold Charming against you, it's pretty much useless if the plan is to like discard your opponent's hand because their hand's going to be sort of refilling as you go anyway.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Barrier Statue seems a solid choice for this tournament. I mean,
Just got to hope not to play against any Chrystrons.
so far so good, I guess.
Yeah, here comes an array of fish. It's quite fun, Coelacanth, because I think a lot of players kind of come up with new technology every time we see it. You get to see some new fish.
yeah. What's in the pond?
It's in the sea.
What's in the sea? Maybe.
He's the deep sea king. He doesn't have a pond. I think that's insane. I think you should need to apologize to him.
yeah.
He doesn't go in his pond.
You never know what you find these days, you know. Oh well. Oh well.
Yeah, you do have to be a little more creative, I think, with the Mermail Atlantean deck now that the sort of premium extra deck monsters are forbidden in the form of Dweller and Barmet Shark. Because beforehand, I think you would just say, okay, I don't need to run any extra fish that aren't necessarily so good to draw, so I'll just summon a few Abyss Pikes and then turn those into a couple of Totally Awesomes or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about it when you talk about Totally Awesome after our last game. That was a thing. Maybe we should not do it again.
No. Please don't.
I had a lot of fun.
I did. I have to say, yeah. It's like watching a movie, you know? It's like, if you want to spend an hour and a half, you know?
Yeah. Right. I don't know. From my perspective, it's like watching a movie where you keep screaming at the protagonist, not, you know, to do something, not to do that. Like, make that totally, and no. But
And also make episodes.
yeah, true. Oh well. Here come those fish back. But yeah, I'm surprised that there is no Mooling Glacier there. I thought it was pretty much stable nowadays, but
I guess you need to make choices as to how many cards you want to run that are sort of bricks that you don't necessarily want to draw.
we never draw them.
I think Mermail decks I've seen anywhere between like 40 and 50.
Yeah,
Almost
true.
people just choose a number
True.
when they build the decks. So here comes Prima Donna that lets you summon monsters from the banished, I think, or from your deck even, and you get to return one of your opponent's banished cards back to their hand.
Yep.
Which is fine once you've already banished it for them, and they're going to get it back anyway.
I mean, that's usually how we also access the statue, but let's see.
Well, I think you also milled 3 and you get to hit a search
Yeah.
off Dragoons. Off the Deep Sea Minstrel there.
Is it all the opponent cards? Infantry, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
okay. I guess it's mandatory.
It
I
is
was like, does he have to
mandatory.
pop his own? Yeah. That would have been interesting.
I think he'd have been fine though.
Yeah, of course. First world problems, I guess. But yeah, here comes a bit of recursion, if not extending, because, the other effect of Neptavis is also quite relevant in these cases. And, I mean, looks like he has access to whatever he wants to do from now on. Is Sachu in the deck? Because now I'm starting to wonder, is it?
I mean, surely you make
Statue?
the Prima Donna to summon
Yeah,
statue,
it's
right?
the deck. Yeah.
I think, is it Frilla Rabka, the fish on the right, is a sort of Necro Gardener-like effect. You can banish it from the grave to prevent an attack. So I think that pairs very well with the statue because it stops your opponent just normal summoning something and attacking it.
Yeah, just a lot of reading going on here from Joe. Returning the favor indeed.
He's holding on to so many
Wow.
cards.
Yeah.
as well.
Also a few hand traps in the. So it's very powerful now,
Yeah,
especially because he knows his opponent's hand.
Just passed?
No, it's
No, returning, okay.
yeah. You return it.
Yeah,
The
yeah, okay,
Prima
okay,
Donna
okay.
returns a card.
Yep. So now we get our Ash Blossom back, but we are locked.
Yeah, it's a little too late for that Ash Blossom, I think.
Sportsmanship, I guess.
Yeah. Super Quantals do have a water monster, as we can see there, the blue layer. So, I'm sure that's something. Maybe not quite enough. So here comes the Mermail Link 3, which prevents the cards it points to from being targeted. So, untargetable barrier statue.
Yeah.
It's going to be very, very difficult to do anything about.
And with the Rabka. So
And with the Rabka, so yeah, you can negate an
pretty
attack.
much untouchable.
I think you can also pop a card,
Yeah, we also have
although heavy infantry is in the graveyard.
Shrine. Yeah, fair.
I'm not sure if there's any way to pick it back up. I think there is, but I think you can also summon the Storming Atlantean during your opponent's turn as well to bounce a card on the field. So a myriad of disruption in addition to this floodgate-like effect. Oh, and we're negating the first spell
that's
as
great.
well. Abyss Scale of Mizuchi.
Yeah, card E sides specifically for going first, just to add another layer of interruption. I mean,
And the OG
Gaios. Does it also boost attack? Like 500? Something
I
like
think
that?
it's 800.
Because then that could be the out to the Super Quantum, no?
800, yeah.
Yeah, then that should definitely come in even for game 3, because, I mean, it becomes a 3800
Yeah.
possibly, so... If you equip it to some other monster, you know?
I'm not sure how you're going to get it on the field, but you could have a go.
Sure.
Like, you have to be able to search it.
Wanna be Smegalo in there? No?
Well, no, you can't search with the
True,
meching,
true.
yeah.
We just draw it.
You just draw it. Yeah.
I mean, might as well. And yeah, just gonna have one final read.
You have to watch out for Shrine because it's got that powerful graveyard effect.
Such a card, yeah. And I mean, as we've mentioned, we still have a full hand with interruptions. I think both an Ash and a Diddy Crow are in hand from Max, so this is gonna be extremely rough for Joe to stay. But I mean, regardless, it is throws into Purulia.
I would have drawn about 8 cards, I feel like, if you'd had it just a moment ago.
I mean, is it sales ban?
Sales ban,
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
gets
It's gonna
negated.
negate.
Yep. And I mean,
This feels very difficult.
absolutely. Our opponent knows what we are loading into.
Everything but the Purulia.
There goes Ash. Oh well. That was fun. So now we should just think about what we could even do, because yeah, we're just gonna attack. The Rapka is gonna be the play, stopping the attack, lowering the by 5. Yeah, that's it. I mean, overall, not much to say about this one. Max just goes first, uncontested, plays through the just one Ash Blossom thanks to his Minstrel, and takes the game by storm.
There you go.
Literally.
Takes the game by storming Atlanteans.
Yes. I do see a Mulcharmy, but maybe it's Purulia, not Fuvalos. Can't tell. Yeah, I think it's Purulia. Let's see. Do we just...
I think Purulia probably lives in a pond.
We passed. Really?
Oh,
Oh no.
wow. It's just a pass from Joe, and that's heartbreaking. He's holding into a Adrenaline Lock, which is at least, you know, gives you a chance to survive. No, it was the Fuvalos indeed, and wow.
And one of the premium starter cards for the Mermail Atlantean deck.
Yep.
Going back all the way to, I don't even know, in 2013. Maybe even earlier.
Yeah.
But we are going to respond with what is the black, discarding the red layer.
Yeah, when your opponent activates a monster effect, you can discard it, and then when it's summoned, it will let you summon something from the extra deck. And we're going to see a bit of a complicated chain here, I think, because that Fualos, Max has cleverly figured out he can use. Oh yeah, but it's going to be too late for the draw and lock bird, I think.
Yeah.
Or not quite the right time, even.
I mean, you can still go for it at the end, no?
Yeah, but you kind of want somehow to get it in the same chain as one of your opponent's searches, but I don't
Sure.
think it's going to be possible.
Not quite, but here now we can use it. Unless... Oh, what's going on?
I think maybe Joe is just getting a little ahead of himself. It might be 2 separate effects to do the XYZ summon and the summon, I think maybe. So
Let's take a look. So...
Yeah, it's 2 separate effects.
Yeah. Ooh, and that actually... Yeah.
that actually benefits him, I think, because now he'll be able to use his XYZ summon
Yeah,
effect
the
and
only
then chain the draw.
I hope they just Yeah, and they probably, I mean, Max didn't shuffle his hand, so they were able to, you know. Oh no, what's going on? Because if he goes for this, draw is not an option.
Well, you can still draw in the next chain because
After
your
the
opponent
full
drew a
lost,
card, but you don't really want to give your opponent an extra
exactly.
draw.
Yeah, a bit of confusion here.
So
We
now
could have prevented this draw, but I mean, now the chain is finally over, and this MACBOOK, it's the field.
Very cool card. Can detach material to destroy a monster on the field, and it's a quick effect while you have a red layer as an exposing material, which you currently do.
And there's an AIRPODS, which is very powerful in this situation as well.
Just get rid of it.
But you can't activate its effect because of draw.
Yeah. That's exactly what I think I was trying to figure out, but no, it does go for it.
I'm a little confused what it...
Yeah, what's going on?
You can't use the effect, so...
And also, was it right to detach red?
If you detach...
Just because you want to use the effect of black afterwards, I guess?
Yeah, because I think black adds a card, doesn't
Yeah.
it? So you want to use that on your own turn.
You do
if
lose the
possible.
quick effect of MACBOOK, but at least, yeah, you have a search for later, I guess. But yeah, a bit of an interesting sequence, as you've mentioned. The Neptabyss wasn't really threatening at all.
I'm not really sure why he normal summoned it. Maybe it was just a bluff
Yeah,
that worked.
Yeah, maybe he wants to get it destroyed.
for sure. So now we access Colligant.
It's a little more scary.
Definitely.
The king of the pond.
There it is.
Who doesn't have a Colligant in its pond?
I think resolving a Quellicant. It's normally pretty good.
Indeed. I mean, going second, it opens up so much, even in terms of possibly going for game, depending on, you know. Oh, but no, we're not going to go for a Link Summon. Maybe not enough targets in deck to just take full advantage of the effect. We're just going to get Chew, which is a bit surprising. But I guess we did... Oh, we... What?
He got no
because
targets.
I think he...
Did he side out?
Because I think he hard drew the...
Yeah, but he played both. Maybe he took out the
I think he
Rapka,
yeah.
but like Pike, really only one Pike in deck.
He plays... Let me tell you.
Because often
two
people
pike.
kind of trim a little bit of their engine, but he's drawn one pike, one...
Yeah, he drew one Pike and one of the other one, but like really he sided out both the Rapka and the other Pike.
Seems to be that way.
Wow, that's so unfortunate.
I think he's going to do okay.
Sure.
The
Try.
this shrine,
Right.
trite. Because he can make the
Yep. Poseidra.
Poseidra, and Poseidra, when your opponent has cards on the field, becomes all that much more powerful.
And yep, there it is. Poseidra Abyss. The Atlantean Dragon Lord is summoned.
Is it you get to send 3 and then return up to that many, or is it send some number and return the same number?
No, you just send one. And
Send
then you
one.
can return up to 3.
Oh, okay, I got it completely wrong.
I mean, sending 3 would be
Send
would
1,
be quite
return up to
insane,
3.
yeah.
Okay. And he has sent the barrier statue. So I guess we can bring it back with our Marincess Link 2, unless that negates effects.
We're gonna have a read, so also improvising a little bit.
Yeah, the draw really putting a big ceiling on the Mermail deck, because normally at this point you'd have added about 4 or 5 times.
C-Link.
A ceiling, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, here comes the good old king once more. But do we have enough? I guess in the back of our mind we just are reassured by the fact that Joe passed completely empty. Yeah. So those 2 cards are not really threatening at all. And now we are gonna be able to use the other effect of Poseidon to bring back a bunch of level 3s.
I'm loving the fact that there's a Trishula in the extra deck. Of
Yeah, right.
knights.
Yep.
I really want to see that
Could go for it.
hit the field. I mean, it's
Yeah.
not.
Here comes... How many do we have? A couple of level 3s. Yeah. And now, hit again. Statue.
A
I think we
small
can close this out.
army of water
Is
monsters.
this enough?
Doesn't look
None
like
of them
it.
are very big, yeah. The statue's only 1,000. Oh, he's just attacking with the...
Yeah.
Maybe enough.
Maybe with the... Yeah, it is enough with the synchro. And yeah, I mean, good effort. Very unfortunate opening in game 3 by Joe. But it is Max taking this match. Here they are, and yeah, I mean, talking of some amazing runs, I mean, Jack did manage to qualify once again for this year's World Championship. So we're gonna see it again this time, but now trying to, you know, get a double invite, maybe, 2 different categories.
I mean, he's really, like, carved himself out as one of the premier Master Duel players at the moment. He seems to be qualifying for the World Championships with ease. So that's a pretty impressive thing to do, 3 years running.
Indeed. And for now, though, I mean, we are gonna go second, which I think is not much of an issue. You reckon he actually would choose to go second?
I'm seeing he's got some Molcharmies and he has them in the side deck. So
But you also like die roller.
yeah, so
Yeah.
I have a feeling that he's not deliberately going second.
But I mean, regardless, it's a deck that is usually pretty happy with it. Regardless, you know, you have a lot of tools from Ayate to just, you know, activating some power spells and then, you know, filling your graveyard with different ones for the engage +1 effect. So we did see 5 spells in the end from Jack. So I mean,
That's what you want to see. But then again, there is going second, and then there is going second against Memento, especially if you don't have any Molcharmies, you're going to let them do whatever they like. And some Memento decks have been playing a little lower to the ground recently, where you don't play any extra engine, so you just say, okay, because I don't want to use these cards against the Molcharmies. But we see Shin, he is actually playing the Fiendsmith package, and I don't know if everyone at home has seen what Memento can do with the Fiendsmith package, but it is quite special when you do it. You end up with absolutely a million negates for your opponent, so we'll see if we're going to see all of that on display from Shin right now.
But I think this is something that can also happen, because from Jack's side, I think maybe there's only Ash Blossom in the main deck. Let me quickly check. Oh no, there's the Nibiru as well, but I think if we draw into all his spells, we can actually see this happening from Shin.
yeah, pretty sure there is only 5 spells in the end from Jack, so it's gonna have to try and rely on cards like Forbidden Droplet, I know, just Engine. But yeah, that's maybe not the most ideal thing to do against Memento. You know, the deck has a lot of recursion, and it's tough to completely stop. So let's see. I mean, it's gonna be an interesting approach. As already a loss, which is not ideal, obviously, in considering how long this tournament is. But you really want to try and you know, stay as consistent as possible throughout day 1, especially. Feel like when you walk into the issue is where you are mostly gonna be playing against decks that you're familiar with, but right now it's, you know, far west.
Yeah, I mean, I think Shin's deck is fairly. You've got to be prepared for it, I think, because it did win the Italian national championships, as you say. Whereas Jack is playing something that's he's the one running the less common deck in this instance, I'd say.
Indeed. But I mean, usually when you play a deck like this, especially when it's not a combo deck, I feel like combo decks are quite different. As we saw in the previous round, I feel like you don't really care about what your opponent is doing as much. But like a deck like Sky Striker usually is built specifically to fight the format, so it's get trickier. But I mean, it could be just testing for next events and possibly bringing it, in Paris. But for now, we see access to the Finsmith part of the deck. Obviously, quite synergistic.
Yeah, you can have a lot of fun with this because Sequence can make some different fusions, like Aerial Eater or Baphomet. I'm not sure what Shin is going to do with his Sequence. It might just be an old school Desiree in this case. But yeah, there's a lot of fun to be had with these two engines working together.
Yeah, especially when there's no interruptions from your opponent. I think it just, as you mentioned, Tom, you can end up having multiple negations on the field. And I also think that I've seen a lot of players relying on Memento this weekend, which I think on one hand makes sense, especially because we know how powerful the deck is and it's difficult to play against it. Yeah, I mean, Jack here is just really curious to see how we can navigate through what will be quite of a field from Shin, because of course he doesn't know that his opponent doesn't have any response, but...
So one thing about the Memento deck is it does end on a very impressive field, and you can destroy a lot of monsters, and you have a lot of recursion, and you can destroy cards, but you can't really negate that many effects.
Yeah.
That is one downside to it. So maybe if you're Jack, you're sort of happy because, there's not really any way to stop you from activating engage after engage after engage, unless Shin has got some non-engine in the form of Drawn Lockbird, which you've got to think is going to be a bit of a thorn in his side.
Look at this.
5, wow.
Wow.
I think that's a little weird to me because you do get to set one in the end phase with the field spell.
Yeah, maybe we're
But,
out.
he just didn't activate the Bone Party, actually. Okay.
No, we're completely done. And actually, this could be a deck that mains Lightning Storm if if you're Jack. So let's see whether that will be an option. And we do draw into a 6th spell card, and Desire is a great start.
Here we go. I haven't seen anyone resolve Pot of Desires in a long time.
But still a solid card, absolutely.
It's strange to think, you're right, because it is a powerful card, and I guess it really depends on the kind of deck that you're running and how much you can afford.
The thing is, many decks nowadays have, these engine requirements that are kind of like one-offs, but still are needed, so not many decks can afford it, and we draw into the first monster, I think.
I think that was an Ash.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess Sky Striker has got its own engine requirements, but it's so powerful, not only drawing 2 cards, but getting a spell in your grave.
Yeah, you don't exactly care about anything from that point of view, but yeah, here comes the Creation King back from Combined Creation. And yeah, more traditional spell, reinforcement of the army.
Jack just rocketing towards that 3 spell count. One thing he's got to worry about, I guess, is the Caesar, which could negate Raise effect to try and special summon a monster, or Hornet Drones. But there are so many ways to deal with it, aren't there?
Is it absurd?
Yeah, here we go.
You wanted to see it, Tom?
I wanted to see it.
Absolutely. We go to that magic number of 3 spells in the graveyard, which means we get some bonus effects for all of our Sky Striker spell and traps. This could be an interesting one.
Yeah, there really aren't that many decks that can pick apart the Memento field, but if there's going to be any, it's got to be this Sky Striker deck.
Do we have Lightning Storm in deck? Let's see, because we just
no, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't mean it.
Yeah.
Okay, fair.
He's got one in his side deck, so
this could just be the engage then.
yeah. Maybe if there's a new triple talents, it will let you search your side deck.
You heard it here, you know, R&D. Exactly. Free consolation. Okay. It is just the engage, which, yeah, I mean, brings us back. Yep. Resolves. That's a good start. I mean, it's gonna be rough to pick this field apart one by one, even though, you know, most of these spells will be technically a +1, but it's gonna be...
Yeah, because you can plus a lot with the Sky Striker deck, but you're right, you do kind of need to just... It is just like one card at a time,
Yeah.
and Shin has an awful lot of cards. Having a think about what's in a normal Memento deck list, though, these face-down cards, I can't really imagine they're that threatening. Like, you kind of know there's going to be a fusion, you know there's going to be a Bone Party, but other than that, what are we thinking? Cards like Droplets, maybe a Caught by the Grave.
Yeah. It's still tricky, because, I mean, you do have a lot of... I mean, I guess Widow Anchor can deal with the Caesar, but you have a lot of spells that just special summon, and we set one. Interesting.
Is that one maybe for linkage?
Yeah. And do we just chain the Widow Anchor here?
Well, there's Widow Anchor,
Yeah.
there's also Droplets, which he's running a few copies of.
So this will be the first, and then, yeah, we could expect a chain.
How do you get rid of it, though, in Memento? Is there a fusion monster you can make with Caesar? Because you can't pop it with Bone Party. I don't think you can pop it with Creation King.
Okay. So we just use Creation King, and I think that's it. Okay. So we're gonna resolve the chain. We are gonna give this Caesar, but, you know, gonna be just quickly on field, because then we're gonna resolve this linkage.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a misstep from Shin there, because maybe he thought that the linkage wouldn't be able to resolve, but I guess you get to choose what to send when the linkage resolves, and by that time he's already stolen the Caesar.
Yep.
So we get to see our new Sky Striker cards.
Yep.
One of the most popular cards, I think, from the most recent set. Because, I mean, for good reason, because when you summon it, you get to search and engage, which is a pretty good thing to do in Sky Striker. But you can also, if you don't want to use that effect, you can use the other effect and tribute it to summon 2 different Sky Striker monsters, I think from somewhere in the main deck or grave or something like that.
Yeah, deck or grave.
Yeah, so that can set you
So
up
powerful.
for a rank 4, you know, if you want to play your Sky Striker Ryziel. But probably you just use more Sky Striker cards. Well, I can't see that card that he's chained.
Activate the Caught by the Grave.
Yeah, and there one
Yeah.
was Lemnis Gate.
Oh, is that a call by? Is that some new
Yeah,
art? Or
yeah,
am I
yeah.
just...
Yeah, it's the new
oh, lovely.
version. But yeah, we do chain this Lemnis Gate, which allows to just shuffle back cards.
God, so many tricks.
Yep.
From Jack playing around Caesar, playing around Caught by the Grave, by returning the card to the deck. God, look at his deck, it's so thin already.
Yeah, it's so good.
Resolved Desires, drawn cards. Gets to return a card to the hand, and I guess this is at resolution, so...
Yeah. So
Oh no, we're destroying a card for...
We return a card, I think, yeah.
No, the Lemnis Gate returns,
Yeah,
but I think
yeah.
the 0 destroys, so maybe that's what was going on. I wonder what tricks Shin has for us at this point in time.
And here the Ash Blossom that was drawn by Jack, it's being activated, and I think makes a lot of sense on the Bone Party not to let Shin resolve. Let's see if there's anything else from Shin. Because he's running out of resources very quickly.
Yeah, but he's still got the Memento Fusion face down, most likely, I guess. And if you do that, you could resolve like a Twin Dragon, and then all of a sudden your hand is going to be full of mementos once more. I'm pretty sure he's had a card destroyed, so I think he could fuse from the grave if he wanted to, but choosing to use... okay, that makes more sense.
Yep. One of the final pushes available, and still comes the forbidden droplet from Jack. Not gonna give this one away easily. That hurts a lot.
Yeah, it's a very expensive fusion there when you're sending materials from the hand and field rather than from the graveyard. I guess it depends if Shin's last card is a droplet, which it is not, so Jack somewhat free to do what he wants. Still a somewhat stacked graveyard of mementos and Fiendsmith cards, so even though Shin running out of interruptions, he's still going to have plenty to come back with next turn.
But now we are going to be summoning a Kagari, and there goes once more the engage, but no, there is an infinite impermanence that he has been holding on to up until this point, and this has been an interesting turn nonetheless, but could Jack be finally out of options? Let's see.
So Sky Striker got a fair few tricks up its sleeve in the extra deck. Somewhat reminiscent of maybe Zodiac, where you send one link into another, which has another little effect. So Shizuku going to get a search in the end phase. Is it bigger by now? Oh yeah, there's the droplet. Yeah.
So many spells. Yeah, for sure. Plenty of.
I was wondering if there was just enough spells without the droplet, but not the case.
Quick muff. But yeah, as you've mentioned, if this is all we're gonna go for, I doubt it's gonna be enough to survive, given that we still have that combined creation plus the Fiendsmith coming back. So
yeah, I mean, at the very least, you've got like Lacrima in 2 Requiem. But yeah, I guess this is one of the things, Sky Striker, this is kind of what it's supposed to do, isn't it? You know, you destroy all your opponent's cards, take it all out. But in the modern game now, this is not enough anymore. You can't just get rid of all your opponent's cards and call it a day, because there are going to be more. You know, if you play against Mitsurugi, for example, they're going to have 4 or 5 cards in the hand. Same for Malice. And, you know, maybe you don't have 4 or 5 cards in the hand with Memento deck, but once you have all these cards in the graveyard, it's more or less same difference, because their resources are largely focused on getting cards into the grave.
And surely at the beginning of the turn, you know, there were 5 sets, 3 monsters, and Jack's managed to pretty much get rid of all of those. But yeah, resources are also in the graveyard. Are we not going to use Shizuku at all?
Oh no.
Does he have any like he's used every Sky Striker spell?
Maybe
no Shark Cannon, not even one.
He does run a shot.
No, I think he banished the. I think he banished the. Yeah.
Ooh, that's rough. Not even a target for the Shizuku. Yeah, I mean,
I think he banished both the Hornet drones, the Shark Cannon, and the
multi-roll.
Yeah,
all the one-ups. Shin just methodically counting all the spells.
Yeah, Muff is probably his worst enemy right now, so don't wanna give away any.
Well, you got to keep your eyes open with Memento, because the usual way to win or close out games is to summon Acheron and give your monsters the ability to attack directly, and the 2 level 9s you play add up to 8,000 exactly, so if their attacks are reduced, then that is no longer available to you.
True.
And Shin going to be transported back to 2020 or something, where you're staring at a Sky Striker Link thinking, how many times do I have to get rid of this before it's actually gone? Like, you get it once and Ray comes back. And then Ray turns itself into something else.
Yeah, it does really look like a clash between two generations of Yu-Gi-Oh decks, but
Yeah, here we're going to see maybe a sequence. Sequence, one of those extremely powerful cards that you kind of say to your opponent, like, you have to stop this, like, if you have anything.
that's going to be the case. I mean, we have combined creation, the very least, or no? Not enough.
No combined creation. Oh, he's going to pop something with his
Yeah.
fusion.
Oh, okay, Fuvalos.
And here we go. I mean, this is enough, right, to
Yeah.
get started again, because you can trigger the field spell now. I think the field spell doesn't matter what's been destroyed. And yeah, there's so many cards you could summon. I mean, at the very least, you could summon Mace. I don't know if there's still an Anguish in the grave, but Mace is more than enough to get started. It can destroy itself to add any Memento card. So you can add a fusion, you can add the Tatsunoto Shigo. I'm gonna go with that. How many points do I get for pronunciation?
Very high
Good.
points.
Very high?
Yeah.
High score? Okay.
Yeah, should have saved for the quiz, but
Sure. For 10 points, what is the name of the level 5 Memento Beast?
okay. Now we get the Dark Blade.
I will be honest, I'm not sure which mementos are mementos and which ones are mementotlans.
Yeah, that is.
Is everything a mementotlan?
Yeah. The only exception is the Creation King. And there is the Mick in the middle, I guess.
Yeah, and the field spell.
Yeah, all the
Memento,
big ones
Mixer.
are a big difference, I'd say. So
Ah, okay.
the Kings, the Combined Creation and the Creation King, yeah.
And what about the Bone Party?
No, it's also
Without looking.
Memento.
That's a
Same.
mementotlan.
Yeah. Cranium. The cranium. Oh yeah, here comes the key card here on for that, you know, one-turn win that you were mentioning. Hopefully, it's not gonna be the case, because you know sometimes you have this default, you know, muscle memory where you just go into your finisher. But
Yeah, it's so easy to do. Even once you see people do this all the time. You think, right, I'm going to count that grave, check how much my monster's attack is reduced by, and then you do something else for a few minutes,
Yep.
and then you forget completely
Absolutely.
what is the plan.
I mean, skeptic, it would even matter. But
Yeah,
to
at this
be
point,
honest,
he's going to have so much stuff.
yeah, could probably just still go for it, and you know.
Yeah, Memento just grinds so well because so many of the big summons that you do just require you to shuffle back cards from your grave into the deck, so you're just never going to run out of stuff. The Combined Creation is just going to come back turn after turn.
Bam. Here comes the Crush Reaper. Yep. I mean, you can tell that he's just playing it a bit conservatively. I mean, understandably so. He's probably not faced Sky Striker in a while. But time should be somewhat of a consideration, because Memento is not the greatest when it comes to, you know, playing time. And Sky Striker, on the other hand, ahead of its time when it comes, you know, ahead of the rules, I guess. And, you know, it's adapted pretty well. A lot of different ways to push, going first or second. So it's something that could be worrying.
You just got to watch out for those upstart goblins.
True.
Jin's still ahead on life points. So I've got to think, what is the sort of cleanest way to deal with this Shizuku?
Not sure, because as you mentioned, there's also the Ray coming back, and it may be a while since he last played against Sky Striker. Seems pretty confident. I mean, it's just, I mean, Jack is left with only one card in hand. Nothing else they can interrupt with.
Yeah, I think even if he did it the hard way and just attacked it, and even if Jack got back another engage, it's difficult to see.
Yeah, I mean, especially given that he couldn't even search for Shizuku, so most of his one-off options are gone. With the Pot of Desires, I think already 2 Widow Anchors are also gone.
If you're able to clear your own field, which can sometimes be a bit of a tough challenge, you can just maybe SP and hit the Ray in the grave and then just attack over 2 monsters with the Creation King, and that would probably be a lot of damage. That might be the plan for Shin. Yeah, goodbye Ray. Just got to figure out a way now to get your own monsters off the field to make sure Creation King is the only one.
Yeah, you just throw the Shark and being banished from the Zeiss.
Yeah.
Here comes almost a full repeat of the first turn. God, he gets so much stuff. But I guess you can just crash your monsters into the Shizuku.
Yeah, I wonder how many spells Jack has, but it should be, you know, around 12, maybe something like that.
Yeah, starting to have a Fiend deck as well. But can always shuffle back names, which is probably what we're gonna see. Yeah.
I guess he's probably doing the maths onto how much damage he can do. So if you have the Creation King attacking over Shizuku, I mean, it doesn't look like it would be enough damage because he can't attack directly this turn. So even Creation King attacking over both Shizuku and the sequence is never 8,000, right?
No.
So maybe he's not even going to bother with that, attacking for game, just...
Or could it? No. Yep, so we're gonna push some damage. As Alberto mentioned, probably around 10, 12 spells in the graveyard at the moment.
You don't even need to attack the sequence, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna get it back. But, okay, why not get some damage in?
Prioritize the damage, and yeah, I mean, after a long, hard-fought game 1, we are probably towards the end of it with 27 minutes spent on this game. Wow. Well, we're only 3 turns overall.
Literally.
This can be one of the difficulties of decks where you don't want to hand trap and stop your opponent, but instead want to like let them do everything and then come back. But it can take a while to do. So, and if it doesn't pan out, and you know, if game 1 you've lost and it's taken, you know, almost 30 minutes, it starts to become quite tough to see how you're going to win a match if you've taken 30 minutes and haven't won the first game.
Yeah. And we are all done, so one more draw for Jack, or we might just quickly jump into game 2, and I think it's Rose, yeah. Well, struggle to see it. We have Ray and Rose at the moment. Comes Ray. And yeah, here comes Rose.
Yeah, I mean, you can surely special summon it, but I'm not sure how we can deal with all of this.
I'm going to get the special summon back off Creation King if he wants it. Or Combined Creation even.
Yeah.
No point popping the Ray because Ray has a quick effect.
Yep, so gonna be Ray against the Word. Let's see.
Take those odds. He just gets so much stuff again and again. Back comes Acheron. Back comes another monster off the field spell. This field spell just sitting there turn after turn, generating so much value.
Yeah.
Language going to add a copy of Mace, which is probably the cleanest way of dealing with a Sky Striker Link because it doesn't trigger Ray coming back from the graveyard.
If you're Jack, can you also like consider picking up your card? Because it's like 15 minutes
it's
remaining.
rough,
It's gonna. I mean, how can you like come back and win this one? Because it's.
I don't know. But I don't think it's gonna. What I've mentioned is the closer we get to end of the round, the better his chances to win realistically. Because at this point, but I do agree with you that even if we were to get into a game 3, I don't know if he has a way to just even get to game 3. So it could be draw or loss for Jack at this point.
Jack using all those Sky Striker tricks of attacking with Ray and then tributing it in the battle phase. Here we see Rose being summoned and then tributed. Sorry,
Zero.
Zero. So I can pop a card, I guess. Is the destruction it doesn't target?
Gonna bring it up for you guys. Yep, doesn't.
Oh, that's super powerful. But still, after all is said and done, it's going to be quite tough to break apart this field. Still got a 5,000 monster staring you in the face. Goodbye, SP. But that field spell still sitting there. Just getting back even more cards, courtesy of Gatic and Chiron. And then Jack indicating that his Rose can return the Creation King back to hand. Quite an efficient way of getting rid of it.
It's getting very tough now, honestly. It's yeah, it's just resolving and 30 minutes remaining on the round. It's very difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're even going to finish game 1.
That starts to be.
That may be the
absolutely
longest
a question.
game one of the weekend so far.
So yeah, the Creation King may be coming back off the combined creation at this point. And, oh my goodness, look at all these monsters that are coming back.
Yeah.
Just you destroy one and then like 4 more reappear.
Through Hydra.
Yeah, you can bounce the Creation King, but you can very easily make more of them.
Okay. Seems like we're finally over this battle phase. Given we have already used Ray, and now we will move on to main phase 2 to make Adzalea.
Yeah.
It's going to let you send a card on the field to the grave, something like that.
No, it still
Destroy
destroys
it.
but the
Okay.
targets. And then you can send.
It's finally going to get rid of the field spell, but the field spell is never gone forever. As long as a Chiron is in the graveyard, you can just bring it back again.
Yeah. Okay, now we can finally use Kagari to bring back something. It's gonna, you know, change a lot based on what we've banished with Desires, because we could still have that third Widow Anchor. In that case, Engage is obviously better, and yeah, that's what we're gonna check. Couldn't quite see it.
It looks like you put Engage on
Yeah,
top, so maybe
it is
that's
Engage.
just targeting it. Jack gonna have
Fair.
to do something to get rid of the Bros before he can activate Engage.
And that's going to be just the SP Little Knight getting rid, possibly, of the combined creation, but yeah, it's not gonna allow Jack to get rid of it forever, at least. With his mace. What a game.
And this is the only the third turn of game one.
So I think, yeah, the combined creation is out of here for now.
Last card being activated is the Engage.
Wow. Let's see. Important draw here. We still have, you know, quite some spells to summon, but we are almost out of extra deck options as well from Jack. Been quite exhausting game in terms of resources.
I don't know what's left in the deck for
Yeah.
Jack.
Jack is playing Sky Striker, so the only card you can draw off Engage is another Engage. It's the rules.
Let's see. And
Oh,
that-
okay.
that's almost an Engage.
It's an Engage when you think about it. There you go. It's +1.
Yep.
What links does he have left? I mean, he's summoned two.
Summon a lot of them.
Yeah.
Not all of them, but you know. What's he going to go for?
Ayate, yeah. Wow. One more draw from Jack. What is he going to be? Do you even want to draw Engage at this point? Oh,
There it
it
is.
is Engage.
One for the crowd.
Yeah.
Engage into
Wow.
Engage just with a few extra steps.
Pure cinema.
Has a Widow Anchor, yeah.
And he does have the third Widow Anchor still in deck. Wow.
But is there? I mean, you can take
Can
the
he pull this
creation, but like, what is there to?
And he drew Cold by
and
the
Cold
grave.
by.
off? Oh. Can he pull this off?
Some miracle draws there.
And yeah, it's gonna be the end.
It's going to be tough though for this Called by, or sorry, the Widow Anchor.
Yeah.
So you already have the creation king. You can pretty much force out a bunch of back row at the beginning of the turn. That's exactly what Shin is doing. No messing around. So Called by there. Maybe will be chained. But there's so many premium targets. You kind of have to target the Chiron, otherwise you're going to see the Memento cards coming back still. But if you don't target Fiendsmiths, then you're still going to have to deal with those.
Let's see it. Managed to get rid of every spell Jack was holding.
Just that one interruption. But Chin's definitely holding Bone Party. Not sure if he's holding any more mementos than that.
Well, he has two cards in hand, right? So It's I think it's doable for him.
Yeah, because also true, we kind of forgot about Finsmiths as well. They are also an option there. And
I mean, at the very least, you can just attack
yeah,
the SP and then summon a monster, make sequence, and continue on. You're not too worried about the life points situation. That's if you have truly nothing else to do. But Jack has sort of surmounted the incredible grind game of the Mementos, because once you've got rid of Creation King and a Chiron, and Chiron's the only way to get cards back from the banishment.
yeah. Great attempt for sure, but what's next? The actual deck is pretty much empty for Jack. And now I think we're just gonna see this game because 6 minutes remain. So this might just be a game one match. Ooh, and we decide to actually destroy the engrave.
Well, you still have Memento Fusion, even if you cannot recycle things with the Creation King, you can still recycle things with Memento Fusion. Got more than a couple of Mementos in his grave.
Yeah, there it is. Definitely a testament to how Memento really can play the same game as a Sky Striker, just grinding it out, recycling resources, and giving its best to stay in this.
Here we go. Here comes the Twin Dragon. It's just going to keep going because the Gatic even a Chiron is gone, but Gatic can get back the field spell. And you're just never, ever, ever going to run out of cards.
And oh, I see the time.
It's a good showing of Memento, just comfortably out-grinding the grindiest deck in Yu-Gi-Oh's history.
I'm guessing there might have been maybe a one on one side, because I see the timer has slightly increased, but still not a comfortable amount, I'd say.
I still got the Sleepy to fusion summon with. And here comes Creation King for about the 10th time this game. I feel like one's been fusion summoned just every turn of the game. He's even got Mementos left in his deck to send at this point.
This is turn 5, by the way. We are 40 minutes into this. And I think we are almost done. We can recover something. Yep. Gonna recover the fusion once more, and it's Jack finding something off the top. I think he still has another Kagari available to him.
There's another one.
Are there any Sky Striker spells left in his deck at this point?
What's left?
He has got,
like he's used basically all of them, no?
Yeah.
I was going to say the Lemniscate, right? Shuffles them all back.
Indeed. Here comes Kagari. Is it Widow Anchor or as you have mentioned it is? Yeah, makes sense. Lemning. I mean, there was a time in which the best, option was just the Hercules base, and now this is quite the improvement.
Is he about to normal summon something?
Yeah, looks like he was.
But that would cut you off from
no.
Lemniscate.
Never
Okay,
mind.
he was just tricking us.
Yep.
It looked like it was going in the monster zone for sure. Oh god, you get to shuffle back everything. This is insane. Look at him go. He's gonna get to bounce like the entire field. So for every 3 cards you get to bounce one, so
Exactly, yeah.
That's actually crazy, yeah.
It's just like the recycle that was missing to the deck. You know, it's like, look at this.
Okay, it's just, I'm just going to put back like 20 cards. This is absolutely mad. Does it target the Lemon Escape, or do you just pick a resolution?
No.
Doesn't target.
Doesn't target.
You target the spells, but then it doesn't target when you bounce, you know?
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. At resolution, basically, you can return cards. This is ridiculous, honestly. Wow.
But like, he's not got any cards in his hand, does he? He's got the one he drew for turn.
One, yeah.
Yeah. Could it be an engage? He's already used Kagari for this turn.
I think he's out. Yeah, he's out of engages, but yeah.
I'm not sure what was added off the.
Yeah, everything goes back to end. What a turn of events! Incredible. What is this last card in hand for Jack? I mean, this is gonna also hurt a bit.
But he just shuffled back all his spells.
But still 10 are there. So, you know.
What did Shin add? Maybe an Anguish. That would be pretty good.
Wow.
You could summon it, add something else.
And we can still do a lot. Okay, fair. I mean,
Here comes Fuvalos.
fair enough.
And when do you see Fuvalos dropped on turn 6?
And yeah, we're just gonna give a draw. Maybe they're debating about shuffling deck. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, gonna get a draw, and I think that's it. So we're just moving to the end phase now. We can use the effect by Infinite Impermanence picked up. Wow. And that also must have been the draw of the Fuvalos, because I feel like we would have negated Kagari if it was set.
Yeah, 100%.
So that was quite, you know, the dynamic. And once more, Fizzmith now coming back. What a game it has been.
Yeah, Finsmiths are never ending.
And now we enter those 3 minutes remaining mark, which pretty much guarantees that we are not going to see a game 2, I believe. So it's going to be this game that decides who proceeds with the 3-1 record.
You've got to see it here. Like, he's got the field spell, he's got the Anguish to destroy and return something.
Yeah.
I don't even know what Jack could have at this point, but he seems to never run out of surprises, so who can say?
Then?
No.
Okay, there is an
Blossom.
answer.
Can never count him out.
Fair.
But with the non-memento
minutes.
leaving the field, that allows you to summon the horse. Is Shen out of fusion monsters? I haven't really been tracking what's in his
I'm
graveyard.
pretty sure he shuffled back like last turn with the fusion a fair amount, so he should have some.
Let's see when he goes through. Here comes Moon.
Okay. And
So you could still make sequence, right, with this?
Yeah, he's trying.
I mean,
Okay.
Here you go.
it's got to be
That it is.
close spot.
Oh, I think sequence into Desiree is almost enough damage to end the game. Because it gains so much attack. If he's running Agnum Day, right?
Yeah, we're gonna use the effect. I mean, Jack is out of cards at this point, so not much to worry about. Just gotta decide what to shuffle back in.
He's just gonna go for like maximum damage.
And regardless, there is about 1 minute remaining, and with the life advantage at the moment, here comes the Ackman Day. Yes.
Yeah. And then you just equip, and
Wow.
it gains like, I don't even know how many attacks.
Yeah, a lot.
A lot. 600 per
Yeah,
lane.
that should be it. So, what a match this has been. What a game this has been, because we are still in game 1. 45 minutes, if not even more, given that we had like 3 minutes extension. Crazy battle, and it seems like it will be the Memento deck in the end closing this one out. And yes, it is. And I believe, I don't see an handshake, but I mean, we see 10 seconds remaining, so...
Maybe the player's not looking too closely.
And here they are, interesting technique from Matis on how to draw cards. Let's see if it pays off. In terms of main differences in their deck lists, what can you guys tell us?
One card that's piqued my interest is Effect Veiler. It's not really a card I've seen very much of, but we're seeing it along with a few other tech choices. A lot of the Ghost Sisters for Matis.
Yeah, something that we don't really see quite often with Ghost Ogre and Ghost Bell being played from Mathis, and Noel's on the other side is his main deck in LARK, which is something that we discussed previously. But yeah, there's no Ghost Ogre, no Ghost Bell from his side.
Yeah, a real collection of interesting choices from different players. Everyone's kind of got their own spin on it. I think the kind of bog standard list running 3 Drolls and 6 small Charmies, people seem to have veered away from in favor of running just different hand traps. We're seeing people main decking Malice tech cards. We're seeing people main decking things like Veiler, and yeah, a little bit of everything.
But yeah, we did open up as seen with the Wire Rabbit, and then we had these 07, just push through some plays.
Yeah, Rabbit not the best starting card, and now even worse because no one is main decking the Malice Trap that summons from the deck, MTP, so you kind of have to make do with it if it is your start, but it seems to be fine. Yeah. This may be a time when the deck is actually a little weaker, when you've not started with the ideal start. Maybe something like Ghost Ogre or Ghost Belt, but no such luck. And it really feels like this is a massive point for Malice when you get to summon your first Link 3. Feels like from this point onwards, you are almost impossible to stop. Because all you need to do, you get so much advantage just from summoning it, and then in the future all you need to do is have any way to banish it, and then you get all of that advantage again and again.
Yeah, no interruption so far here from Noel, which doesn't seem like is having any sort of interruptions.
Is he on Nibiru's?
Nope, doesn't play them. Not even in the main deck.
All right. Good news for Matisse, I guess.
Not even a drawn Lockbird probably would have come down by now, so tough to say what he could be holding on to. Maybe some Bestials. Yeah, he does. We see a lovely interaction there between the Chess Cat and the March Hare, just drawing 2 cards for free. Since the March Hare comes right back. Hovering over Cyburst Wicked here, such a powerful card, especially in the Malice strategy. Makes you wonder almost like why it wasn't played before, but obviously they didn't really have a good tuner to search, but like something that searches by banishing from your grave just seems custom made for Malice, even though this existed a long time before Malice did. Yeah, you're going to get another copy of Backup to hand.
I don't want to jinx it, but I was just thinking about something. Given you know, our field of competitors, it seems like even at the playoffs, the French community was, you know, on a roll, and there is a good chance. That's why I say I don't want to jinx it. That we will have quite a few competitors going. Do you guys think it's a coincidence at all, given that the World Championship will be held in France, or you know, is it connected somehow due to their known, you know, nationalism of, you know, being extremely prideful of wanting to defend the title there, maybe?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You know, you are seeing a lot of French players making it into the top cut. I think we have 8 even in the top 16, so it's a pretty good start.
Yeah, really curious to see if Gabriel Soucy as well will have a chance to advance. But
unfortunately,
you already know.
Yeah, it's yeah, both him and the only Italian that we had, Danilo. They started off strong in round 1, but then they lost out, so they are already X2, which means we are not gonna see them at least today. I mean, both here and in the North American WCQ, we have seen players not making it in the playoff and then doing it during the weekend, so you never know.
Yeah, it was absolutely incredible at the NAWCQ. You just saw the players from the playoff like appearing all over the top card as well, which is an amazing achievement.
Yeah,
and it just goes to show, if you've made it this far already, you know, into the playoffs, it is for a reason. So makes sense to see them again.
Yeah, interesting start. We recovered the Veiler with the firewall.
He's using quite an early sort of firewall drag, not as an interruption, but as a way to get back Veiler, which I suppose will be an interruption. So maybe that means the firewall is going to get turned into something else, maybe a link of 5.
Yeah. But I mean, this is just so impressive, and I mean, we have been discussing a bit. You mentioned one of the few decks that can deal with this recursion is the Malice deck itself. So at least Noel has that on his side, but with such an opener, when they are uncontested, you know, Malice cards just do so much for you. And yeah, look at the end. It's like 7 cards in end.
It is just a strange mirror match, because all of the interruptions are banishing, but like it's not really a very good interruption against Malice banishing their cards. They just come back again. So
no, but look at this. I think it's one of the few times in which we can see the Malice deck at full power, especially because there's no interruptions, and I think it's Noel Zen is just engine pieces.
Spells I saw. Yeah. Now that he found it out. But yeah, it seems like Matisse is finally done, and let's see if we're gonna have just a quick game and we throw the full loss. Wow.
And there it comes, and I don't think Malice has any way to summon from the deck or extra.
My God, and yeah, we see some. I think we see Ghost Ogre in the hand of Matisse as well. Interesting choice in the main deck.
Yeah, I have a feeling maybe it's for precisely this situation with Malice. When you draw loads of cards, maybe you kind of want to have a spread of hand traps. If you're running multiple of the same one and you draw bonus copies, then you cannot, you can't get any use out of the extra copies. So you might as well just run a few different ones. They'll have quite similar effects. So you might as well.
And I'm pretty sure we have Impermanence, Veiler, Ash, and Ogre. So that's an interesting set of, you know, tools. Okay, we decide to interact right away with the TP07.
Yeah, it's probably one of the best cards to use the banish on.
Indeed. Okay, we have Sarcophagus at least, one of the better extenders. We have to be careful. Okay, that's all right. Yeah, I mean, Noel has seen enough, and game 1 goes to Mati. You can.
You know, the more I think about Lullaby, the cooler it becomes. The fact that it can be either a starter or Central Lancier
I love it.
Is unbelievable. So
yeah. I love it. And now let's ask the usual questions. I do see a Lancia, but do we have a way to play the game for Noel? Is it underground? Maybe. Yeah.
What is Noel gonna start with? Are you a main phase Lancia, or are you a standby phase Lancia sort of person?
I mean, ever since talent has been limited, I think main phase makes all the more sense. Overall, you can wait it out a bit.
Waiting to see.
Yeah.
There's not that many people playing Allure of Darkness still, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's the main punishment.
Indeed. Oh, here comes a friend,
Whoa,
and there is
there it
the
is.
Lancia, which we have waited on. Gonna prevent this ball drake from resolving and just take the turn off from Noel, possibly. I think he did have the Malice in underground, and this might be it if he doesn't have much else.
Yeah, it's probably better that he started like this rather than with the underground, because the underground just you lose it. Whereas this way, you've set a trap, so you can activate the trap and get another trap by summoning the White Rabbit. So you're not going to lose out too much advantage.
Indeed.
Which could come up if both players have Lancias and they're just sort of trading with starter cards.
And that is the case. We pass back, but we have our own Lancia. And this Linguribu is actually also quite interesting here.
Well, you can't use Linguribu if you use Lancia.
Yeah.
But you can't use the trap after Lancia anyway, so... I think Mattis is the spiritual winner because he has a shinier Lancia.
Fair. And yeah, I mean, this is what you should expect, you know, once you get to the side deck battle of these Lancias. Do we have the Lullaby? Lullaby of Obedience. Okay, we have chained the Ball Drake. We know that there is another Ball Drake. They have drawn almost identical hands. Yeah. Yeah.
What can you do as Mattis here? What do you reckon the targets are? Because I'm guessing Noel will want to target his Malice in the Grave. Mattis probably won't have targeted his. That's the same target as the Lancia.
Yeah. Just, I don't know if I do like that Ball Drake from Mati, I guess. There was a universe in which Noel was gonna be the one chaining it if you said I don't have any further action, and then you could chain your own, you know. But it's an interesting take.
Yeah, I don't know what it does. When I see so many Lancias flying around, it makes me wonder if anyone can make a Light Charmer, but I don't know how easy that is to do in Malice. You need to be playing the Fiendsmiths as well or something.
And here we maybe once again the Linguribu from Mathis, and yeah, I mean pretty much same hands from our players.
Bit of a slower one, and something you should expect. And obviously the question is, do we have yet another? But Noel is now gonna just have a read at his own
Yeah, I think
card.
just double checking that the Linguribu can't negate while Lancia is up, and I think it has to banish, so you cannot activate it.
Indeed. So good recognition here by Noel, who goes for his 06 and access the 07 for next turn, possibly.
Yeah, this is everything he's gonna need. So is Mattis gonna have anything to stop him?
Yeah, I mean, you just know about the Ball Drake, and outside of that, you are feeling well, good. So draw.
Oh, and here comes the Dormouse. Gets to the point where Mattis' life points might start to look a little low, even with a Lancia when you're staring down 3 monsters, but no Lancias, probably no luck.
I think it's going to be complicated here for Mathis because now Noel is basically free to combo off, and without Lancia from Mathis' side, it's pretty much, yeah, I mean, of course, I think he's left with 3 cards in hand, but I can really see Noel's on the driver's seat.
Yeah, the only card you really got to think about that could throw a spanner in the works is a Nibiru. I don't know how popular it is, but you shouldn't really write it off even if you don't think your opponent should be playing it.
Yeah, because his opponent is actually playing them, so.
Ah, there you go. You gotta watch out.
Ooh, interesting. Okay. We got rid of the underground.
You can always pick up another underground.
Yep.
With a red ransom.
And with a bit of thought, Noel does proceed to go for a link 3.
Be a little tricky to maybe put 8,000 damage through all of the things that you know Mathis has while also being careful.
Ooh, and here comes the effect Veiler.
And you can chain a trap, but that trap's probably just going to get negated.
Yeah, because also, yeah, we just used it. Ooh, and that's a big talent.
Wow.
And you get to look at the last couple of cards. Really rough for Mathis there.
Yeah, Mathis
concedes the game.
That's enough. I mean, interesting ending there. I mean. Here they are in the meantime. We haven't really discussed it yet, but our backup for this round is the match between Dinka and Tom. And I can tell you that Dinka lost game 1, so right now they are playing game 2. But yeah, it's also gonna be a match between 2 X1s, which means that Dinka is gonna need to assemble once again a comeback if he wants to have a shot making it to the top cut.
Yeah, it's very high stakes and all to play for everyone here. I suppose apart from our 3-0 duelists who are sitting happily, probably going to make it into the top cut.
Let's see. Important, and really, I mean, it changes so much if you think about it. If you lose here, I mean, you have to go through 2 entire days, I mean, tomorrow and the day after, but if you win, you have 2 chances to go to the World Championship, most likely. And we start things off with the Dormouse.
And this is amazing here. We're just seeing, I feel like we've almost gone full circle and people got rid of all these cards. No one wanted to run Effect Veiler against Malice because you would just breeze right past it. But are we going to see that from Mathis here, or have we rediscovered something?
That's when I only plays one Veiler, you know.
You just play one.
Yeah.
But yeah, it just seems, I mean, maybe it'll do the trick.
Yeah, that's the job.
It feels so difficult just negating an effect because they just link it away and then just keep playing.
Ooh, and we have a read of that Linguribo.
Yeah, it shuts down
a lot of
like
Impermanence,
Impulse.
And yeah, I think that's what he is thinking about, but it's extremely good here. Oh, I think isn't it that Lancia again? No,
there's Ash.
Okay, it's Ash Blossom.
But here we are. I mean, we can still play. This is so amazing, isn't it? Because the Malice deck, it just does not care. You just keep going. You've got 2 different options almost of what you could make. I don't know if he runs the Lizardos, but some players do still.
First comes Splash Mage.
Oh, wow.
And we do see the Impulse
as well.
3 interruptions from Noel trying to
Only 2 cards used for
win,
Matters.
and only a face down. Is that it, or do we have more?
And
there
there
it
it
comes
is.
to the lullaby. I mean, love to see it personally.
Yeah, this has caused a lot of excitement from the crowd. What are you going to call here? Because you could call Lancia, but you could also just call Marcher, right?
Yeah, I mean,
It really depends. It depends what your last card in hand is, because
I mean, given the face down, I want to say it could be Lancia, but let's see.
Yeah, why do you set one? Do you have to show your opponent your hand or something like that? Maybe
No.
I've not used this card for a long time, so I'm trying to figure out why you set a card.
Yeah, but no, it doesn't seem like it's gonna be there.
yeah.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I guess you
Gonna
just
ask.
give it to your opponent on the field, because otherwise they get to banish.
And this is gonna be an important decision because, you know, we're just gonna have to keep in mind that Maris had other options with this lullaby, but I mean, love to see the card. So versatile. And
Yeah, here we are. And again, he's got now the Link 3. Noel's down to 2 cards. He's used 3 interruptions.
Yeah.
And Matt has used 3 cards from his hand. But like, I feel like there's only one way that trade has gone, and it's gone fully to Mattis.
indeed.
I can see why he gave the March Hare to hand, but now it means to the field rather than to the hand. But now it means he can still use the effect of March Hare in his hand if he's able to search another one, which surely he will be able to.
Time is not really an issue. 20 minutes remain. Has been quite a reasonable pace from both, and I mean, we wished for this, and we got our wish granted, seeing, you know, the lullaby being the card that impacted the game. And so again, another form of inspiration for any of you guys who still have to submit your deck list for the main event.
Yeah, you can tell these players have really thought about what they're planning to face. Everyone in that sort of anti-malice technology, even if you're in the malice deck yourself, siding in those lullabies. It doesn't really feel very consistent against any other decks.
Oof. And in the meantime, guys, I can announce that Tom has won 2-0 over the Inca Bui, knocking him out of the competition. We will not be seeing the Inca in the top cut, while Tom will be, you know, advancing with a 3-1 record, hoping to sneak in 4th place.
Quite of a news, because it was 2-0, the Inca, right? So
I think so. I think so. Unfortunate, definitely for him. Yeah, I mean, it has to happen to somebody. So
Mantis just having a think about what to target.
yep.
Heads up play there. If you don't have anything else to do, you can target one of your opponent's trap cards, and then it will turn off the bonus effect of Dominus Impulse that would destroy your card if Noel had a second copy lurking in his hand.
Indeed. I mean, it's all about these apparently insignificant details that can actually matter. And we see once more this firewall.
It's just going to be so tough for Noel to come back here with just 2 cards in hand. He's going to be staring at the very least, even if Matt has just passed, he would have a firewall and an MTP. Bouncing a card is pretty useful, I'd say, against Malice. Just get away that normal summon.
Yeah, this looks absolutely incredible from Mati. Could hear a lot of support from the crowd, as usual, I gotta say, when a French player is playing, in this case Chu, so always nice to see. And I'm sure it will get even crazier as we proceed to the semi-finals. which in this case are finals in all regards, since they're just matches that will send one player to the World Championship.
Yeah, once you win one of these, you are good to go.
Yep.
And here, just passing on this, not the most full field, I guess the Malice can end on, but again, he's had to battle through three interruptions from Null, so more than happy to be ending like this.
Is there also Bestial?
Yeah.
Oh, there's a Marcher.
Just an...
Can Marcher target another one? I assume Noel knows better than me. It's just quite normal templating on cards that they can't banish extra copies of themselves.
No. No restriction.
Oh, wow. Okay. That was done during the main phase, so Matt is going to have a think about whether he needs to do anything.
And yeah, you can see Noel, bit of a interesting smile on his face. He knows, I mean, he has worked hard all year, as all of these players, to make it and have a chance, and you're just one game away. And I mean, especially because I feel like once we saw that face down next to the Splash Mage, we were almost assuming an end phase was gonna be called, and then the Lullaby come down, which must have been a roller coaster of emotions for Noel as well.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out why he said it first.
Yeah, I'm trying. Just for the show. Thank you,
For the
Matti.
show. Or is it an MTP? Maybe that's why, just in case he got like
maybe.
Yeah. Pretty sure it was.
Because I'm just trying to think now. I don't think we ever saw him pull an MTP out the deck. Because he reset the GWC.
And yeah, here is the top deck for turn, which was this Malice in Underground.
Yeah.
And yeah, there it is. MTP. We could use this. Yeah, makes sense. Time to negate. Goes through.
So it's normally very powerful to get to summon the monster, but once you have already used the banish effect of a Malice monster, I guess it becomes that much weaker in the Malice mirror match, because they have a lot of ways to just banish it again. So once you banish it twice, that will do the trick.
Let's see if that is the case here. We do wait for the activation of the effect, and we have infinite impermanence.
Well, you can tell now they're really trying, because...
yeah, of course he's going to. 2 cards remaining, and still this firewall.
Yeah, March has still one of them.
And we go for it. Yeah. Makes sense. It's just a Marcher loop at this point.
You know how much trouble just a pair of Marchers could get themselves into. It's hard to think about a Link 2 that's really scary when you have a firewall. You can kind of just wait. Because I think you're more than happy if Noel makes an SP. I don't really know what else is kind of threatening to firewall.
Some nightmares. You know, just calling to draw a card.
They're bringing me back
Indeed.
to the
Extra links,
2018 WCQ. Also took place in this venue, I think. A lot of the nightmares still finding themselves on the forbidden section of the Forbidden Unlimited list. The firewall has come back after receiving an update to its text.
No, we go right back into Linguribo, and
It looks like an SP to me if you're going to bother making Linguribo first.
yeah.
I wonder if you can just kind of firewall target the SP anyway, because I guess you're not too worried about SP banishing either of your monsters. Not really an issue, is it?
Yeah, that's going to be the case.
Firewall's going to be... Oh no.
Okay.
Matt is just trying it on the... Oh no, he did banish the
Oh,
white
okay.
binder.
That's an interesting approach, and okay, that's why we do have impulse in a new chain to stop the white binder.
But the white binder just comes
Yeah.
back. Crowd here getting more excited. The only card being March Hare. Just having a little discussion whether white binder comes back. I don't really see why it wouldn't come back. But I suppose it did try and summon itself, but yeah. It's a little bit of an interesting one as to whether it kind of remains the same card, but I suppose that's what we have our judges for. I'd be very impressed if Noel knew this in advance, like this very obscure thing that, like, if you try and summon it and then you negate that, does the does the SP still bring it back? I mean, surely it does still bring it back, but
Yeah.
they seem to be shuffling, so maybe he's just going to draw a card.
Really?
Yeah, it doesn't look like it came back. I'm kind of shocked by this. But I think they've discussed it, so maybe that was the ruling that was given by the table judge. And maybe Mathis is completely unbothered anyway. I mean, like 99% of the time you should appeal it to a head judge if you're not sure about the correct ruling, but in this instance, yeah, I suppose you know your opponent is only holding a single copy of March Hare and you know what you have. You're probably totally fine anyway. You can gain 2,300, and here we are. You're going to banish 3 cards. You're going to have a field full of Malice monsters in just a second. SP again, banishing Malice monsters, not really going to achieve much. And you can just go straight into an Axis code. You can kind of see Mattis going to move a little faster.
Yeah, I mean, and it brings them back, both the Dormos and the Red Ransom, and I think this is really it wants to shift just to try and push enough damage here, and I think he can, because I think Noel is left with 1 card in hand.
Yeah, it's just so much advantage you're going to get right now. We have a chain coming along. SP can banish the Red Ransom. But still, I mean, so much advantage you get when you get to bring a Red Ransom back from the grave. You're going to get to reset that GWC. Just infinite cards for Mattis. Oh, just got that 1 trick left.
And yeah, There goes the crowd, and rightfully so. And it is going to be Maris.
And there we go, and you see up top, in the hands of Niall, the Unchained deck. And yeah, you might be wondering, there weren't necessarily any Unchained cards in particular in Duelist Advance, but it was Buyo the Dawn's Light. And that card is a Fiend monster, which is putting in the work in this Fiend deck as well. But for the moment, another deck massively profiting off of Duelist Advance. It's going to be Vanquish Soul in the hands of Francesco leading things off here.
Yep, that is direct support there with the name of Vanquish Soul, Holly Sue, and of course Vanquish Soul start. So consistency and ceiling has been added to the deck. That is something that both of those the deck definitely needed, but now also a pot of extravagant start is always nice. For this deck, it's basically Pot of Greed, and that's perfect, huh?
How do you expect this matchup to go through? Meaning that both decks are really want to play in their opponent's turn, so I think it will be very back and forth and grindy game.
I mean, you say you like to play on your opponent's turn, but when I'm looking at the Unchained deck and the way it is played at the moment, it is a huge combo deck, which is ending on so many interruptions for the opponent. I think when you go first with that deck, you are really happy with it.
Yes. But
okay,
there is also Mutiny in the Sky, also a new card from Duelist Advance that can enhance your combos, I'm pretty sure, after you search it from Buyo. Oh, we're going to see a Fuolos here.
Wait, we're revealing the Ash Blossom though, so I mean, we're kind of telegraphing that there is an answer immediately in the hand. Are we going to use it though?
I mean, we could, right? But you kind of also often need fire attribute monsters in hand.
We do use it though. I think it is important that we shut that Fuolos down.
Francesco didn't love that.
Yeah.
But what I wanted to say is that there's also Mutiny in the Sky. This card does some fusion summons for you, and Luce, the Dusk Stark, also a new addition to basically any Fiend deck if you want to play it.
Totally.
It helps you break fields.
It does, absolutely. It's a great card. And yeah, the Fuolos now has hit the graveyard, and Francesco keeps on going. He got the Vanquish Soul monster that, since the release of Vanquish Soul, is the best card you always want to have on the field, the one that gets everything started, Vanquish Soul Raisin, and from here on out, he's free to do whatever he likes if he has more fire monsters in his hand, because he had to give up on that Ash Blossom, really. Oh, there is Holly Sue now, of course, Surge, and there is Jiaolong too. I think that is all we could imagine here.
But I mean, Jiaolong is really the one that needs multiple fire monsters, right? So you can easily get the resin back anytime by going Rock of the Vanquisher and then add back resin and then reveal that one. But you need a second one. You want a second one for Jiaolong so you can search, otherwise the effect is just changing the battle position of a monster.
That's true, but what are we revealing here? That does look like the effect of Holly Sue that we are resolving, and I mean, Holly Sue can now just technically also get us Dr. Madlove. Dr. Madlove gets us the Vanquish Soul Start field spell, and from there on out we can just get another material. Or we just keep the Jiaolong in the hand and get another one from the deck out, so we have another fire monster in the hand. There we go. Jiaolong, double Jiaolong. I think I see what Francesco is going for here. This does look like a moment that we had in yesterday's feature match already. Oh, that's 3 level 5 monsters, Is it time again? Is it time to pair a dice and make it a smasher? It is indeed the number 67 Paradise Smasher with 3 materials. Okay, Leo, is he going to be lucky here?
Try and break that field, Niall, because this is going to be really hard. Okay, can you go for a 2 here? That is a 6, and that basically makes it impossible for Niall to win that roll here. It's a 7 on Francesco's side. I think you can just modulate one of the die, and that's a fist bump already. Francesco wins this one, skipping the turn of Niall with the Paradise.
And in this one, of course, it's not going to be Francesco going first, so Paradise Smasher most likely not going to have any impact. So let's see what instead Nile is able to put up with his Unchained deck.
And I mean, Francesco doesn't know what Niles is up to because he didn't see anything of his engine.
Just saw absolutely nothing. That is a Fiendsmith tracked, and this is a double-edged sword because yes, of course, it is just a easy starter for your Fiendsmith engine. If you're playing a Fiend strategy, of course, also Aerialator is a card that can sometimes be relevant for you. But this card is not always the best starter for it. It can be ashed easily. I wanted to say it doesn't play around Troll Lockwood, but that doesn't.
That means we have Lurie in the hand already, maybe?
It sounds like...
With discarding Ash Blossom and George Spring. Okay, so I mean, in the Unchained deck, I feel like Norman Summon Lacrima might lead to more than we think. I think Norman Summon Lacrima gives us access to the Unchained engine as well, and I hope we're going to see that.
If you don't have any other good normal summon, for example, Tour Guide, it's very good to add Lacrima in order to play around hand wraps.
Yeah, that's true. You're very right, because otherwise just Ash Blossom on the Requiem could completely cut you off of your Fiendsmith engine, but now you're already kind of set on that, and Nile goes in and brings out a second Fiendsmith Engraver to the field just now.
What a card has been dominating the entire tournament scene ever since it came out. However, I want to mention that in the top 16 points playoff, only one player, funnily enough, in Unchained, has played the Fiendsmith engine.
Yeah, very true. And it gotta be said that lately those cards weren't as relevant anymore. Now we go into Sequence, and I'm wondering what kind of cards we're trying to go into here. Is this the Aerial Eater you were mentioning that could get us an Unchained card into the graveyard? Okay, we're using Engraver and the Lacrima, so that does very much so look like Aerial Eater. And there we have it.
I was just saying that I've been talking about Aerial Eater earlier to bridge into this, but you can also just always go into Yama.
Yeah, well, Yama always is an option. But I mean, you can still go into Yama afterwards, can't you?
That is true, so you actually add more and more cards. You can send Shavara, exactly, set a trap card from your deck and then go into Yama to add another card from your deck to your hand. That can possibly pop the trap card, and then you're starting to combo off good.
Yeah, perfectly executed, and nice display from Nile here on how these two engines work well together, because we have seen those Fiendsmith cards in all kind of different decks, let's face it. But here in this one, it really feels the most natural almost, because it is a real Fiend deck, so we're using the Fiendsmith cards to the full potential, and that's what Nile brought as his tournament.
I hope they play Fiend tonight.
Yeah, for real.
And I love the fact that he bridges from Fiendsmith to Unchained. It's an amazing strategy.
And not the other way around. Like usually it's every deck bridging into the Fiendsmith strategy.
Speaking of new cards.
Ooh, indeed, new cards. Booyo, the Dawn's Light. And that is just such a free extender for the deck, because you can just special summon it out by targeting one Fiend effect monster you control. You're negating the effects of it, but I think you will be done with using the effect of that monster anyhow at that point. And then additionally to that even, you can get Mutiny in the Sky from your deck to your hand when it goes to the graveyard, which we're probably about to see here. Maybe even making us able to chain block something here with the Yama.
Oh, looking good there. I'm very curious to see what he has been cooking up with Mutiny in the Sky.
There it is. And Francesco, probably not too aware of what's going on here right now. This is a brand new card, not out too long just yet, and it has not really seen any major success just yet. For example, I think at the WCQ, this card was nowhere to be seen in the top cut, but here we have it now with a decent start into the tournament so far. Of course, the tournament run is still a long one to go, but it's certainly a good start that Nile had here. And we have that Mutiny now. Are we going to just
being activated?
Yeah.
And I think that at this point we will experience Fulfilled from Unchained.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to that. I want to see what it does.
Same. Absolutely. And I mean, one part for sure has to be the Abawa Q, right? That is just in Fiend decks nowadays, just an absolute staple in the extra deck. Such a good, versatile card to end on your field when you're closing out your turn. Link 4 coming back just to round it off. Also playing around Nip kind of nicely as well. So that card eventually will definitely be on the field.
And giving so many draws in the standby phase.
Oh, yeah.
You know what else plays around Nibiru the Primal Being? It's the DDD Wave King High Wave King Caesar.
Yeah, and the cool thing is, normally in those hybrid decks where Fiendsmith is just supplemented into the deck, when you go for sequence, you can't really go for the Caesar anymore. But here, you have so many Fiend monsters that are level 6 naturally, so you went for sequence to bridge into your Unchained cards, and now with those Unchained cards, you will very, very easily go into the DDD Wave High King Caesar indeed.
Even though if you start with Engraver in hand, you have enough Light Fiends to actually go for Caesar plus Desiree in the graveyard with an Agnum Day setup.
Sure. All of that possible, and we now bring back the sequence with the graveyard effect of Yama.
Of course, it cannot activate again the effect.
This was a very, very popular deck just 2 years ago, I want to say. Also because of the artworks. Just look at how cool these hounds are. Look at Shavara.
Of course. I mean, we all remember Jesse Cotton winning a YCS with it. We remember Lorenzo Muselli getting top 4 with it at YCS Dortmund as well. It definitely was super, super popular and was considered to be one of the most skillful decks in the format, honestly. And I think that certainly has not changed. The skill level of this deck is very high. And now we finally see the Mutinity in the sky resolving. And not only Francesco is excited to see what's coming out now, because he probably doesn't know, but also the viewers at home are expecting big here. And this should very well be Luce the Dusk Dark. And yeah, Francesco immediately grabbing the card, needing to read it, of course. And it is worth reading, as it is as Buyo kind of protecting your monsters in the main monster zones that are in the most left or rightmost zone.
And we have Caesar there, which doesn't want to be destroyed.
Indeed, so that is very, very handy. And also, once per turn, you can target one card your opponent controls, send one Fiend monster or a Fairy monster from a deck to the graveyard, and if you destroy that card, the problem with that card, though, is, Leo, it's not a quick effect, so it is not that great to be ending on. So
that's what I meant earlier when I said I'm curious what Niall has cooked up, because this card helps you break fields, but I don't see, unless you need a level 8 monster perhaps, how this enhances your
So you consider it more as a going second strategy, right?
It seems like that, for sure.
But apparently it's not.
I mean, to be fair, we got it for free, right? The Mutinity in the Sky, we could search for free. Now we get another monster we can possibly link off just like that. So that may just be good enough, honestly, in terms of value you get out of the card.
And I know that you most of the time want to have your cards in the graveyard to be very accessible, but sometimes you also want cards.
But hold on.
Deck that does not look like too much. I mean, we have the chamber that is set. We can summon back the Unchained Soul of Shavara. We have a Baoaku, and we have the High King Caesar. So there is plenty of interruptions already, but we know that Vanquish Soul, it's a deck that finds its way. You know, you can oftentimes just find out a niche win condition at some point.
Okay, but it is the turn of Francesco now. That's all we got. So we indeed ended on the Luce, but the Luce is protecting the Caesar, and it's also protecting itself, funnily enough, as it's also, of course, in the far right zone from Niall.
So we just summon Luce as protection of the High King Caesar, which is also kind of useful, actually. You know that the Vanquish Soul of all decks is a deck that likes to protect its own interactions.
Totally.
The Snow Devil that just makes your monsters
and also their own
destroy.
effect. For example, Raisin can also protect himself.
Yeah. And now I'm wondering how well can Vanquish Soul play into that Caesar, because all the deck does really is special summoning from the hand. So I'm wondering how well it can play through 2 of those negations from the Caesar.
Does that a lot, though.
Yeah, that's true. Usually it summons more than it. Oh! Goodbye, Caesar, though. Not getting destroyed, but getting tributed for Dogo Ran. That is a fire monster that Vanquish Soul decks now like to use. That's huge.
I really like Dogo Ran as a deck, since obviously it's a fire, and also can be added through Hita in order to address the problem you have with Luna Light, for example.
Totally.
Shavara, of course, triggering immediately gets us a prison, I think. But the problem with that is this card has just been set. You can't just banish a Malice monster from your side of the field to activate it this turn. No, it is going to stay set there. Now, Francesco,
speaking of Raisin,
just getting it back immediately here.
or a Ray, as we saw before.
Or Kashtira Riceheart.
No, it is Verazen, in fact. And Niall, does he maybe have Drone Lockbird? That could hurt here, but it doesn't seem like it.
I mean, how much it does? It's problematic for you, yes, definitely. I mean, there's still a field to be broken, right? You still have the Unchained Soul of Rage. You still have a Baoaku. A Baoaku could summon back the DDD Caesar, but I don't think that does a lot.
Not a whole lot indeed, but Francesco is considering now And I'm wondering, he summoned the Mad Flame Kaiju, but maybe Niall the one being mad here right now. Trying to figure out the Raisin into the column where now 2 monsters are located in, because the Dogoran, cleverly enough, was also summoned into that column. So, Raisin effect. And you Ash the Raisin now. That's huge. But still, of course, we can activate the other effect possibly if we have the right attributes. It's always about the right attributes with this deck.
I mean, we have Jowling and Dr. Madlove, so I think Dark and Fire, that works.
Vanquish requires so many skill cap in order to play through opponent's field and obviously have the right attributes in order to keep resources and still able to break in fields.
You know what? I like that Kaiju's break fields again. Yeah, that's a good thing. I like that a Kaiju does so much work here and of course can be destroyed by the Resin immediately as well. It's really cool. I mean, Abawaku can be chained to this, but still, I mean, it's forcing out the interactions here. But it's interesting. What do we have?
He's very careful about it.
Do we have Stake Your Soul?
It is Stake Your Soul, and we're staking a Madlove. What are we going to get out of it?
Question is, are we going to use the effect of Jiaolong immediately after that? Because that would be quite odd to me. You ideally want to use the Reveal Fire and Dark effect of Resin. Special summoning out the Heavy Borger from the deck can net us another draw as well. Or you can burn your opponent for 1,500 damage. That's something that you would, scoff at, but has ended so many games so far already.
And once more, Francesco, now with already 2 monsters on the field, reveals the Borger. We want to keep on going. We draw a free card here. And the card he picked up there is certainly a nice one.
Nah, I don't think it is. I think it's
a double-edged sword, huh?
And I think we were speaking for that card before in round 2, if I recall, with you and his backup story.
Yeah. Just ending games, but in this case it would give your opponent 2 special summons from the deck, and of course when it's chained, gets the Unchained Soul of Rage back. And so I don't even think
I see your point. I'm not gonna lie, maybe it's more harm than actual good that gets out of activating the Harpiest Feather Duster here, but we shall find out what Francesco thinks about that. I mean, it's not a monster that he can reveal, so it could actually be that was a bad draw, honestly, drawing a spell card there.
And I mean, he sided it blindly. We'll have to say that as well. Didn't know he was playing versus Unchained. Perhaps that's also, I wanted to say, a drawback of those kind of strategies like Paradise, but I mean, you could just take winning the first game for free, right?
I guess you will be okay with it, honestly. And now there is the Borger being linked off. Oh no. Yeah, I think we wanted to go into the Rock. Yes, that's what we will do here.
That seems odd to link off such a powerful monster for Rock of the Vanquisher.
To be fair, Rock is also powerful.
That is indeed true. But it has 0 attack points, Mike. What are you talking about?
Its effect, which is extremely powerful.
Yeah, okay.
Special summon from hand, or adding a monster from the graveyard giving resources, or obviously playing into your opponent's turn. For example, special summon Raisin into a column.
Ooh, is that the... okay, we're taking the risk.
Actually?
Harpiest Feather Duster.
He's just nodding. He's like, okay. I'm yes, let's do this.
I'm down. Chains the Chamber. Chamber brings back the Rage.
Is he playing Abominable Unchained Soul? Because that is another interruption if it is being a special summon out from the deck. Just it actually gets to pop the Rock of the Vanquisher or Resin then.
No, he's not playing that. Of course, it's, the deck space is kind of tight with all those different things you now run in, and therefore there's no space for that. But still now, with the Rage on the field, we have the option to go into
Luce activates.
Luce does activate?
No. You can only use each.
Okay, Leo having a quick read
If
on
another
Luce.
card you control is destroyed by card effect, you can target one card on the field, destroy it.
That makes sense why he's on the field, right?
Now we figure that out. And I mean, we have the ability. In that case, it was Francesco getting that activation off, but Niall, of course, with this deck, with the Unchained strategy, is very much able to do it himself with the ABAWQ, especially on the field.
I really don't think you should have activated that Harpy's Feather Duster.
I now see your point even more. Gotta say it. Oh, okay. The Mutinity in the Sky is being discarded for ABAWQ.
This card just recycles itself from the graveyard, right?
Yep.
I mean, how many targets do you really still have to summon it? But
And we're going through the graveyard, trying to figure out how much follow-up there is also still with the Fiendsmith cards, maybe. Oh, it seems like a tough task to still overcome this, but on the other end, Francesco still has 3 cards in hand. He hasn't even activated the rock yet, so if one deck can do it, maybe it is Vanquish Soul?
I mean, you don't really have too many bounce cards in hand as well. You have the Jiaolong. Resin can protect itself because you have the Jiaolong. But then the Jiaolong in hand really does not do anything right here. You don't have the necessary attributes for it.
Okay, Abawa Q, and it looks like we are special summoning from the graveyard and not destroying. Gets the Sarama out.
Okay, and yeah, Sarama destroys the Dogoran now. I mean, we're starting to activate this now, I think. Maybe we're a little bit ahead of ourselves with resolving the card.
Well, did we change this to the effect of Raisin, maybe? Seems like it, right?
Might be.
Yeah, must be. We activated the effect of Raisin, so we changed the Abawa Q to make sure it's not getting destroyed by Raisin.
No.
That's why the Dogoran went into the graveyard with all of that in between. What is Visarama doing now, I'm wondering? Because we could have also just activated the Abawa Q for its other effect. You don't need to special summon, but you can instead just destroy 1 card on the field, which seems way more valuable right now.
Yeah, but then it doesn't banish itself.
Oh.
Then it just pops the opposing monster, and then it gets destroyed by the resin effect. So I kind of agree. You want to have this banished for follow-up as well, because even if this field might be broken, I don't think that Francesco is going to go for game this turn. He's going to be able to do that at least. So Abawaku would return afterwards, and then you have Fiendsmith Engine and Abawaku.
Of course, for the effect of Raisin, something was revealed, so Jiaolong is ready to come out as well.
Will be able, though, to outgrind his opponent. And you think so?
I think he would very well be able to outgrind his opponent there. He always has so much setup, and if Francesco wants to break this field there, I think he's gonna need a lot more resources, to be honest.
That's true, and we are immediately to the effect of Jiaolong. We'll chain the Rage, and that's probably going to result in SP Little Knight, I would imagine, and that would leave Francesco without Vanquish Soul monsters on the field eventually.
And I think if you wanted to play a Time Wizard tournament, I think Unchained versus Vanquish Soul was a popular matchup, right? For quite some time.
Yeah. At the very same YCS where Lorenzo Muselli was in top 4, we had Vanquish Soul in the finals. I think it wasn't as popular. Like Unchained back in the day was way more popular than Vanquish Soul, but definitely both were very, very viable decks at that point.
Back then,
right now, maybe they are slightly better, I believe.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, back then, Vanquish Soul players used to believe there can only be one win condition in the deck, and that is a continuous trap card, at least against Unchained. Which was a really good answer to Unchained when you played there can be only one.
Yeah, they couldn't get rid of that thinking just yet, though, because we see in the side deck of Francesco that is still a staple to bring.
Ah, nice.
Of course, some things never change.
Some things never chain, that is true as well. For example, Breaker, the magical warrior, can't chain anything.
And remain unchained.
That's good.
And now we're trying to figure out how this chain is going to resolve. It seems sort of obvious. I don't really know what the confusion is all about, but we are hopefully
having this sorted
So
out.
the problem is rock cannot be used as a link material.
Oh,
that's
of course.
The Unchained cannot be activated.
Okay, so I just got the message that we are having a judge call about this, and we should probably bring it over to us for a little moment, and then we can discuss the situation a little further. So let's bring it over here to the caster desk, and we shall talk about that. Because clearly you can't activate the effect of the Unchained Soul of Rage.
I also don't think know what the big confusion is then, especially because I think that makes this whole situation much easier. Of course, you're going to have to check if a potential warning is
This is, I think, what is being figured out right now.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't activate the effect. You can't activate the effect, huh?
Yeah, it was an illegal activation, I believe, and that's why the game state should proceed. And then, if Niall wants to activate again the effect, it can be activated on the effect of Jiaolong.
Yeah, or on the summon of Jiaolong, because on the effect of Jiaolong, it's not on the field at all.
When he summoned.
Exactly. Which I think makes a lot of sense. But what are the possible targets that you can go into? You can go into SP Little Knight, I remember that. You summon a dark monster, right? What else are you into? It's not Fiend.
What do you mean, Fiend?
Unchained Soul of Rage. What can you summon? You can summon
There's
Dark
technically
Monsters, right?
Anguish as well.
Yeah.
Unchained Soul of Anguish, which would be... I think it is Dark Monsters, actually.
Yeah, but
Gotta be Dark Monsters, right?
Yeah, I think it's Dark. Yeah.
ones,
Yeah, it is Dark Monsters.
So you can
for sure.
just summon SP Little Knight as well as another
Yeah,
nice little resource that you can have there.
you can totally do that. And we are just to the table again. And there we have it.
All right, I think we're just getting the okay here that we can continue playing. Now what? Jiaolong has hit the field. Rock of the Vanquisher is still chilling there. Do you use the Unchained Soul of Rage here? Because
do.
why would you?
Nile has activated it.
Okay.
We have decided to do so. I mean, probably to prevent the Jiaolong from activating, right?
Yeah, but there's like a... I mean, isn't it a quick effect even?
yeah, I believe it is.
Okay, that might be a problem then.
Also, there's a bunch of cards that just bounce cards from your side of the field back to the hand, like Heavy Borga or
Caesar.
Caesar Valius.
It's only 2 cards remaining in Francesco's hand, though.
And you're not playing too many of those. Actually, this was basically the main mechanic of the deck back then, and that is not really the case anymore, right? You're not bouncing all of this stuff anymore. You just use sometimes. You have an occasional bounce in the deck, but you're not constantly bouncing back and forth like a frog.
Oh, or maybe the Rage? I'm pretty sure Nile pointed at the Rage, but maybe that was just an explaining move saying that card could now link someone, but no, that clearly to me looks like we're trying to resolve the effect, but that card does target, so those bouncing effects that you were mentioning, those would come in super clutch here. And I think one card in hand is Mad Love, but the other one may be ready to be chained, and it is the Borger! And this is good in multiple ways, because not only do you get that Borger onto the field, but also the Rage cannot resolve anymore, getting you to the SP Little Knight.
But this card has been used already this turn, so this is basically a vanilla. Yes, you can take your Jiaolong back. It won't be able to special summon itself back out.
But Rock has not activated the effect.
That's what
that
I
is
was
true,
thinking,
yeah.
right?
Your special summon.
And we
out
have not
Mad
even
Love,
normal summon yet, so it's getting mad in here first.
No, we have.
And
We have
all.
That was
Regen.
Rock Effect.
This is a Rock effect to special summon from the hand.
Even better, okay. It's still getting mad in here with Dr. Madlove. We started with the Mad Kaiju. I think Francesco is having a theme here for his Vanquish Soul deck.
Everyone's super mad at the table.
Yeah.
This Nihil is full of rage as well.
Exactly, yeah. Now activates Vanquish Soul start. And I'm really curious because that to me was just an obvious one-off when I saw it in the very beginning. But yesterday in the playoff, and now also here with Francesco, I see people playing 2 copies of this card actually. And it's just, it helps the consistency issues with the deck, right? Because I've talked to a couple of people and they said, yeah, I was trying out Vanquish Soul quite hardly, but I just had some issues with not having the best hands some of the time. So seems only logical to include a card that is getting you more consistency.
Yep. Holly Sue is being added now. And when I saw Vanquish Soul start, I didn't even see Holly Sue. I was like, this card is insane. So, well, I thought it was an immediate 3-off, to be honest. Then figured you can only activate 1.
Yeah.
But still, consistency issues. It doesn't play on its own. That's, I think, a little bit of a problem for the card. That's why it's not being played 10 times in a deck. I thought it was going to be 3-off with Terraforming as well. I'm not going to lie. The Vanquish Soul Holly Sue is a very interesting pickup here because it really doesn't do anything right now.
In the battle phase even, okay.
You can special summon it out, sure, because you can reveal the Jiaolong, but then you only have a fire and nothing else. You have to use next turn, you have to use the Rock of the Vanquisher to add something back, and then you're going to be able to special summon out Holly Sue and activate basically both of the effects, because you can just add back... Ah no, you only have a fire in hand, so you can only activate the special summon effect, right? Yes. And then you also have a dark because you added it back. Yeah, you can just use every single effect.
That's true, but
That's
now
good.
What can be cool maybe possibly in main phase 2. I was saying earlier Vanquish Soul rocks, but there is now also a monster that is called exactly like that, and the best monster to use for that is clearly Rock of the Vanquisher, because that is the Earth attribute monster of the deck, or the extra deck, and that gives you the additional effect to destroy 1 card on the field as far as I remember.
This is how Girsu and Galatea have evolved.
Yeah. Destroying 1 card your opponent controls.
Oh, we're just linking this off now because, of course, Rock of the Vanquisher cannot be used as link material, but if you want to go into SP Little Knight, you can just go into Vanquish Soul Rocks and then link off.
Ooh, and now Hollysu also to the field. I mean, the thing about Vanquish Soul Rocks here is you can't destroy the Rage because it is still protected from the Lucci, and also the Lucci is protecting itself. And then on the other end, destroying the Unchained monster doesn't seem very valuable either. So the effect of Vanquish Soul Rocks there probably was just not worth activating at all.
Yep, that's true. I'm quite curious what is going to happen here, because you've locked yourself out of the extra monster zone successfully, unless you're going into a Typhon here. That's very nice. So Typhon is a good removal for that field here. Now you can go into Rock of the Vanquisher with Dr. Madlove, unless you can only summon one.
I love the fact that Francesco at this point has only summoned to using as material links monsters. Clearly a new mechanic.
Yeah, absolutely. And Francesco now in the end phase, using the second effect of Vanquish Soul Start and setting Vanquish Soul Snow Devil.
But what is that Hollysu doing now on the field?
Very little, not gonna lie.
It's just chilling.
Very, very, very little. I mean, yeah, no, you're right. It doesn't do a whole lot.
I'm not seeing any restriction that you can't... Oh, you use Typhon, of course. Yeah, summoning the SP Little Zone in the extra monster zone was really, really tough. Should have maybe linked off the Dr. Madlove after going into Vanquish Soul Rocks.
Yeah.
So you can add back another attribute from the graveyard and activate all of those Hollysu effects.
No, totally, you're right. It was a misstep to not use the Dr. Madlove, for sure. And now we find ourselves in a position where we just basically only have the Typhon on the field as a real interruption. Yes, there is Vanquish Soul Snow Devil, but there's only one attribute we can reveal for it. So that card is absolutely not as powerful as it could be, possibly.
Yep. And yeah, the Snow Devil doesn't do anything as well. It's just sitting there with one card that you can reveal.
And also above will have an amazing effect during the standby phase.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're... Oh yeah, true. We're even in the end of main phase, I think.
Yes, on Francesco's turn.
Yeah, going through all of those Fiendsmith motions. So Francesco has decently broken the field. Has set up...
We're not sure, because I think we already also resolved the effect of Abao Q in the standby phase.
So it was a normal summon of...
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it was. Now Mutiny in the Sky.
Oh my goodness, you can recycle your entire extra deck. That's crazy.
Oh my. And what are we going into here? Again, of course, and we're taking another close read of that card. We go into Lucci.
Can't really be activated here because Typhon is still on the field, but I think that's fine, huh? Mutiny in the Sky just recycles your entire extra deck. That's completely insane. That's super big grind game.
Yeah, I mean, I was liking the inclusion of the Bui in the beginning, or the Buyo, the Dinka Bui, but the Buyo, the Dawn's Light. But I wasn't sure whether you would also additionally play the Mutinity in the Sky with the extra deck monster, but it seems like it is really, really, really worth playing and really good in this, actually.
As we can experience, it gives so much grind to the deck. And obviously a very good interruption.
Nihil is just now going to Requiem. Requiem is going to special summon out probably another Engraver from the deck, or something else that was shuffled back. But nope, Engraver, you want the Requiem in the graveyard to attach there, or to equip rather, and send something else off to the graveyard. The Typhon, so Lucci can be activated as well. It's free to go now, and I think we're just trying to go for game at this point.
Certainly, okay, trying to destroy Vanquish Soul Start, which is clever because that also has, of course, that little backup protection effect for the Vanquish Soul monsters, but no longer any need to worry about that anymore.
It's also crazy that you get to destroy something and then send a card from the deck to the graveyard.
Yeah.
Just send a Shavara or a Buyo. All right, we don't want to draw this one, maybe.
Buyo. Sent to the graveyard. I mean, it's getting close now. This is so many big monsters. You just probably almost are at the point where this is borderline game, really.
Yeah. I mean...
Resource-wise, it's also Nile ahead.
Yeah.
Shayama. Oh, Shayama is going to destroy Rage, and then Rage will be able to add another Fiend back from the graveyard to the hand here. Maybe this is why we wanted Buyo in the graveyard.
Can't. Oh, and that was... I don't think that was a legal activation. That was a completely legal activation, but you just can't destroy your own monster at this point because it's in the rightmost zone, which is hilarious if you're asking me.
Anguish now, though.
Yeah, that one fixes quite some problems if you want to go into access code talker. I'm gonna be honest with you there.
I must agree. Do we activate the Anguish? Surely we do. Which monster do we want to use?
You take the Holly Sue, of course, because you want to avoid your opponent
Just be
maybe
safe.
drawing 20 cards.
Look at this, though. This is a very small version of the access code
he's
talker.
activating it.
Yep. Niall is playing the long game here, not going to go for game here this turn. And I mean, Francesco is on so little resources, so maybe this is just fine.
I mean, you know that the last card in hand is Jiaolong. You know that there is a Snow Devil set. None of these cards really do anything.
And I mean, the extra deck space in this Fiend pile, which we call Unchained here, it's very, 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 very tight for 15 cards to fit. So Access Code Talker, actually the cards he couldn't even
How many
put
Yama?
into that. 2 Yamas indeed. So that was something he was valuing. I think he could get away with only playing 1, but in that deck that is really leaning into the Unchained cards, I do feel like you want to go for the second Yama most of the time.
Because I missed some Unchained action in the last turn.
Yeah, exactly.
It was too generic Fiend stuff that was happening. I wanted some more Unchained cards.
Oh, Holly Sue activating, revealing Jiaolong. Okay.
Does nothing again. Rock of the Vanquisher, of course, can be summoned now.
Oh, but hold on, though. That can do some things.
That might...
A Bower Q discards triple tactic Frost.
You just pop it here. And maybe we have something crazy like the Unchained Soul of Rage, which also works, but you can't use the Unchained Soul of Rage if you summon it back now, because your SP Little Knight is...
Okay, Jiaolong is revealed for the Snow Devil. Is that going to bring Francesco anywhere close to getting out of this situation? Because, I mean, technically you can just special summon 1 Jiaolong from the hand here. That cannot use its effect, but of course it can attack over the SP Little Knight at least.
Yeah, I mean, the cool thing is Vanquish Soul Snow Devil has Jiaolong on the artwork.
Yeah,
they
work fairly well together.
That is not going to necessarily help
He did it for the lore. He did it for the lore, just this single thing there.
Even though I mean, I must say there is no interruption on the side of Niall here, so you can go for Rock of the Vanquisher and then perhaps get a Razin back or something. But, I mean, Niall just has infinite resources at this point. A Bower Q can't be destroyed.
And I mean, the problem with Vanquish, as we said before, is that if he hasn't attributes in his hands to reveal, pretty much the monsters cannot do much.
The deck is generating almost an infinite amount of value. That's what it's always done. But if you at some point get outgrinded or are denied your resources...
Hold back though, we have not even normal summoned yet. How about just add back Raisin and start a party maybe?
Yeah.
Like, it's not out of the realm of possibilities here, is it?
Yeah, I can see that. I can see a party.
I think he was pointing towards rocks though. Recycling rocks here doesn't seem like the most valuable, but there's a Raisin. Yup. Look at this. No normal summon yet. I see some stuff coming here from Francesco.
Okay, but what can you add after this?
Wait, is this another Typhon coming down now?
Oh my goodness.
Nah, you must be kidding. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Typhon number 2. And we do detach the rock of the
Have we
Vanquisher.
even summoned from the extra deck multiple times?
We have summoned SP Little Knight and the Luce. Yep, that was at least
the Luce,
2.
right. And now we're passing, so Raisin was not normal summoned as well. Is kept as follow-up. Niall not keen to use a Lacrima effect at the end of the main phase. I think that could have been possible resources there, or is Lacrima not in the graveyard?
Maybe we have shuffled it back. There's a world where we did.
I think it's in the graveyard, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah, because we summoned out the Engraver in the last turn. There's no reason not to do that.
Okay, but now that's an easy answer. Now the Requiem in the graveyard puts in the work, sends the Typhon. That's many attack points already.
I think at this point you can, if you want, you can go for a Shayama and destroy the Luce. And then you at least have Caesar.
And Niall, at this point, he has full knowledge.
Mutinity in the Sky is activated once more. Which one are we even going to summon now? Is that just...
Aerial Eater?
Aerial Eater again? Yeah, true. We recycled it, so we may as well again.
Shuffle the Aerial Eater back. At this point, how much attack does Aerial Eater have? Probably like something like 2,100.
That ain't bad, really.
Yep.
That's very close to already being enough with just these 3 monsters. But no, we keep on running. We keep on going. Go for the sequence.
Do we have a line for Agnum Day? Because that will surely be enough at this point together with the Luce.
Totally.
And Francesco is checking his extra deck now. Maybe there's a secret treasure he can find there that is going to help them avoid the damage that Niall is about to do. Desiree, yes, this looks like an Agnum Day line.
Keep them coming. There is the Agnum Day, and that now, of course, means a lot of attack points on the Desiree, as it is boosted, and it is boosted enough to seal the deal here. 1-1 score is evened out, and Niall takes the second game with the Unchained. And there we have them. Francesco will be going first. Less than 6 minutes remaining. And a clear game plan here for Francesco. Okay, let's see. Ooh, good start for Niall, not
really
gonna
good
lie. That deck wants to summon from the hand a lot.
So first step of the plan was do not break.
Yeah.
And I think you also asked me about Niall's plan. I think that is according to plan.
Yeah.
Dropping that Mulchami Purulia then the standby phase, and immediately with the first card that Francesco plays, getting value out of it is nice.
Yep, and this card is, of course, going to be able to search Heavy Borger immediately. You need the Earth and the Fire monster to deal some damage. You have Holisu and you have the Resin that you could bounce back, so I think that one is already given there. Holisu, of course, can also special summon out the Heavy Borger, so all of the roads lead to winning a feature match in Berlin if you can summon out the Heavy Borger there.
Yeah, and I think for Francesco, main priority must be that we activate the Heavy Borger while still having a possibility to just somehow maybe get it off the field as well. So let's say we have Heavy Borger with a Caesar Valius in hand, making it able to also possibly play around and affect Valor and Infinite Impermanence. On the other hand though, we still have 4 minutes, so even if we get Valor or Imperm on it, we can still do it again in the draw phase possibly. So it's like there is probably a couple of opportunities, a couple of different ways for Francesco to do this here.
Plenty of ways to get the Borgering going. Rock of the Vanquisher has now added back the Resin, so we have multiple attributes to reveal for Holisu. Holisu might be able to special summon out the Dr. Madlove just to get Vanquish Soul start going, add more value, get more cards, and maybe, perhaps just add a Caesar Valius to dodge a possible impermanence.
Yup, Francesco is taking his time here to think about it, and I think this is Dr. Madlove then in the end.
And it is in the rightmost zone, so if he is going to use a brain control doesn't work anymore, mind control on Luce, this card is protected. I'm just saying.
I see your plan, Leo.
Visionary. Vanquish Soul start here is going to look at Dr. Madlove, so you can add a Vanquish Soul monster with a different attribute, and that is Jiaolong. Jiaolong is also a card that can add more.
And I mean, also, if we get to Niall's turn, there's not only the Borger, but then also the Snow Devil, which is able to deal damage. So it's multiple cards that do have that ability to bring him in had life points. There now is the Borger. Okay. Special summons it from the hand. Another draw for Niall. He gets a good chunk of cards here.
At this point, you just play into Purulia and you just make your combo in order to set up your field and do some damage.
He just has Borger and the Caesar Valius hard draw. It's just the taunting here. It doesn't even need to set up some good effects to dodge something. Everything is just in hand already.
Ooh,
we're going to the end phase.
Okay. Nail will have to put the turbo in now. 2 minutes and a clear mission of somehow getting those life points difference into his favor again.
I mean, doing some damage and in the time is a classic strategy for Vanquish.
Oh, look, all those 4 cards unknown, 4 Vanquish Soul monsters in the hand of Francesco, and therefore all the different attributes needed to activate both Holisu and Heavy Borger.
And the other cards are also not really useless, because I have seen DD Crow there, which is pretty strong against Fiendsmith strategies.
Not only one.
Oh, tour guide from the underworld. Is it going to lead Niall to a tour he enjoys?
We're gonna respond with 1,500 damage.
Forbidden Droplet though. Okay. Sending, of course, a monster. Problem being here though, they can technically chain the trap card here if they really want to.
Does that do too much here for them?
I mean, that would make the bar
He can actually do a very cool play. He
Yeah.
can chain the trap and activate Caesar to bounce one
Yeah.
monster back.
Yeah, he could just
Yeah,
activate the trap and
exactly.
pop the own rock, the Vanquisher, then Droplet doesn't resolve.
Yeah,
that too.
exactly.
That as well. Oh, that's huge. You're so right. You don't even need to chain any of the monster effects now anymore, because just destroying your own rock is massive.
Yeah, just don't make the mistake of chaining Holly Sue here and getting a third monster on the field.
He just chained Holly Sue, I think.
Oh, that is...
I
wow.
think he just chained
No
Holly
way.
Sue. But Neil, you're so right. That would have been so smart. Forbidden Droplet only negates if it actually has enough monsters as cards you send to the graveyard. But yeah, we're giving Niall enough monsters again now by special summoning out that Raisin.
Yep, we're also summoning for the Snow Devil, so I think we're just going to summon all of the monsters that we own.
Yeah.
Just everything here. There's actually too many cards that you want to negate at this point already. Also, funnily enough, we did not even send the tour guide from the Underworld. So
And
that's
we're not there yet, I think. Oh yeah, true, from the field.
Yeah.
You're right, you're right.
would have already been sent with Shavara, but we also only have 9 seconds to go in this turn unless there was a time extension.
Ooh, we did not even negate the Borger there anymore now, so that's another 1500. And also, of course, the Snow Devil put in some more damage. So Niall, that's a huge difference of life points, and I don't know how he wants to overcome that in the main phase. And indeed, there is no way. And
So let's take a look at these opening ends. I mean, the recap land deck did win back-to-back European Championships, so who knows if Tempai can just replicate the same thing.
Yeah, there's fewer cards to know what they do, though. That was obviously the joke about the Ricker deck, is you could keep winning and no one would ever know what it did. But Tempai, I think everybody knows what they do. You watch them as they deal like 20,000 damage to you, which you're unable to stop.
Yeah, the difference is even though you know what they do, what can you do about it? So, let's see. I mean, this is the ideal opener, of course. And yeah, we access our new favorite tool of the deck.
Yeah, here comes Holly Sue. It just opens up absolutely everything the deck wants to do, but Droll Lockbird is still going to be a bit of a trick for the deck to deal with. Unable to add cards from the deck to the hands. That's going to shut off cards like Mad Love, Start, Borger. Just an awful lot.
Yeah. But you can add it from the graveyard, so that doesn't stop the rock from doing its thing. And yeah, we might just have pass.
Which I think is not the end of the world, because we have seen Vanquish Soul playing a lot during your opponent's turn, and with the Olisu itself, you're just able to do so much.
Oh, and we do see a preventive Fuvalos, obviously just trying to play into that Olisu later on, and it's followed by an Engraver.
Yeah, it makes sense to use the Fulos, because I think it's a little hopeful to think you'd get a turn after to use it anyway, so might as well use it now in case.
Sure. I guess I would have just waited for the Engraver, because then if if they draw you there.
Yes, that makes sense.
Just tiny difference, I guess, but whatever. Now we continue, and for now, obviously, Giuseppe has no idea that there are even Tempai cards in the deck.
Yeah, Fiendsmith could be anything at this point. I feel like there's almost no decks where people haven't experimented with Fiendsmith in the deck with it.
And yeah, here comes again Raisin, obviously on the same column.
Yeah, always advisable if you can to put your monsters in the same column as monsters already on the field of the Vanquish Soul player. So in this case, maybe you could put it under the rock.
Ooh, and here it's good. Yeah. I mean, he already knows about the Olisu, and now Dr. Medlove, everything is set up. How can we continue?
Is that a Vanquish Soul joke? I don't think he runs it anymore.
Fair.
Yeah, it used to be a real struggle for Vanquish Soul to keep monsters on the field.
Yeah.
So that was why you needed to run the Monster Reborn-like effect of Continue, but now they have so many more ways to summon monsters.
Oh, and there's the Gospel, which Giuseppe is main decking 2 copies, and pretty good one. Because let's see here, Hannes is left with 3 cards in hand, one of which is an Ash Blossom.
Yeah, Ghost Bell was something that I kind of heard being quite popular for a time. Everyone was kind of touting all the different ways you could use it. Maybe you could use it against the Mitsurugi cards, maybe you can use it against Whitebinder, but I guess probably not impactful enough to make its way into a lot of players' main decks. But you're more than happy to run it in the Vanquish Soul deck because it is an Earth attribute, so you can make use of it that way as well as make use of its hand trap effect.
Yeah, this prompted out this precious code by the Grave to just try and continue. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he has even that much left. And just like other decks that we have seen in action this weekend, I mean, Vanquish Soul is definitely not an all-in kind of strategy. You keep some resources and you can just grind. So
yeah, it was such a short first turn for Giuseppe. He just used the one search and then made a rock, but it already does just so much that you don't mind passing your turn when you've already got a pile of Vanquish Souls in hand.
And here comes the Snow Devil to clear Hannes' field. And also see the Olisu in hand being kept by Giuseppe.
And he's also going to get to summon 1, 2. Yeah. So it looks like he's hovering over a Mad Love. Going to be able to bounce a card for good measure. Struggling to see what the single card in Hannes' hand could be that will get him out of this. It's certainly not
an Ash.
An Ash Blossom.
Not quite.
Just thrown all 6 of his cards against Giuseppe, who seems to still have like a good pile left.
Yeah.
2 monsters, a rock can add back more Vanquish Souls.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely not the type of deck that you want to try and 1-for-1 for, because they are so good at just turning one card into, you know, an area of plays. And yeah, I think Hannes is just not picking up his cards, I guess, to enjoy his time on stream as much as possible, you know.
One advantage, I guess, of the Vanquish Soul deck, after we see a card like Fuelos, is just how little it is bothered by Fuelos, because against almost every other deck in the room, Fuelos is going to slow you down somewhat. But Vanquish Soul, you know, could summon a couple of times from the extra deck at most if you draw like Stake Your Soul and you really want to use Holisu, but if you're just, you can just chill. Like we saw there, he was just very chill. He just normal summoned a Razin and summoned a rock, and that was it. That was all he needed to do, and it was still very powerful.
Yep. Do you reckon is one of the also friendliest deck for whoever wants to get into competitive Yu-Gi-Oh for now as a entrance, I think?
It certainly is a lot of fun. You know, you don't have to do too many things. You can just use your interaction, so that does kind of make sense. You don't have to learn any long combos. It really depends on the kind of way you like to play, because I think some people would rather just learn their own combos and do those, because if you're instead planning to interrupt your opponent, then you kind of have to know what your opponent's up to, which might be tougher in a sense, even though you're not doing as much yourself. But yeah, showing off a heavy Borga here. You don't need to attack for 8,000 in one turn when you can do 3,000 extra with the heavy Borga over the course of 2.
Also here, I think Hannes just maybe wants to see how the Vanquish deck plays, if he hasn't faced any so far. But yeah, I mean, I think Giuseppe may be able to seal this one now.
Yeah, he's got so much going on.
Yeah, I mean, at least if there is a positive thing about this match for Hannes is that his opponent doesn't really have all that much info about his deck. Like, he has only seen some Entrops and then Fiendsmith cards, and that could be, you know, pretty much...
Could be anything, yeah.
I mean, a couple events ago, it literally would have been any deck of the format. Now, you know, not as popular, but...
It's probably not Vanquish Soul, but other than that... regardless of what deck it is, Magnuma is still going to cause some trouble.
Indeed, but forces out this Lacrima.
And they're still holding on till the last here. Just making sure we're not going to mess up at all. I guess just revealing a Raz, and so Geolong can summon itself from the hand. And I have a feeling this is more than enough damage at this point if you were just to go to the battle phase.
I think we are just gonna try to wall up, but that's not really gonna work.
Yeah. Just making some calculations here, but yeah. Should be enough. Yeah, game 1 goes to Giuseppe pretty smoothly, especially because I didn't really get to see Hannes deck much. As mentioned, just saw a few hand traps and bestials and the Fiendsmiths.
So, are you a fan, Alberto, of the revamped Tempai, where you chuck in a couple of other engines and you kind of use Tempai as a side engine, or were you more of a traditional Tempai enjoyer, where you were going second, you know, having all the Mulch armies in the universe and all of these powerful go second lightning storms and things?
Usually from traditions, I have to say, yeah. Like certain things need to be as they've always been, but but I like the way Hannes is playing the deck, you know, with the different you know, additions and. Yeah, I mean, as mentioned, Tom, you were right. I mean, Hannes is going first. I don't really see why not, especially with this type of build. And then, of course, he has like Tempais for going second, if that's the case. But yeah.
Here come the first Tempai. Giuseppe, yeah, you can look at his face, just, you know, not really sure what's going on and why, you know, Hannes is going first. But yeah, this works out pretty well. You can always set up, you know, your erratic seal going first, so.
As of course the old joke, seals pass.
But not quite, only that.
Yeah, interesting. I guess there's probably some sequencing here that needs to be figured out as to whether it's what's the correct one to start with. I elected to start with the Tempai, but that doesn't play into John Lockbird at all, I guess, because it just sets the card directly.
Definitely, I do agree it's an interesting sequence, but it also plays a bit more into bestials, I feel like, not, you know.
That's true, yeah. Normally you don't see, just generally you don't like play a card until you're going to use the card, so you don't need to normal summon, show your opponent what's up.
But here we get that Fuvalos, and this hurts quite a bit, possibly. Okay, we do have the Rebellion. Well,
it's got all the starters that he could ask for of his different engines, but got to figure out how best to use them, right?
No, it's definitely, you know, all of the three better openers, but Fuvalos, it's there, so it's tough to beat it just with engine. Ooh, and we decide to just get rid of our engraver.
It's a crime against Fiendsmiths doing that, isn't it? But here we are. A very nice interaction that feels so good with Lubellion is to use it when you've already summoned a Necro-equipped princess, because then you also get to draw a card. But in this case, I guess you don't really want to give your opponent so many cards just to get one yourself. But yeah, this regain will offer so much advantage if it goes unopposed, because you're going to get to start drawing cards every turn. You can also bring back Magnum when your opponent summons a monster, so that's going to get you even more Bestials. You're just going to have Bestials and cards for days, as long as you can keep it going longer into the duel. How many cards do you give someone when they Fuvalos you? How many cards are you happy or are you unhappy about giving your opponent?
I think when you go above 2, I'm not that happy, I guess. Yeah, 2 I'm fine with. 3, yeah, we start bothering me a bit, but it also depends a lot on what you're up against. In this case also, obviously, there is a downside of the Holly so you gotta be careful about that.
Yeah, Vanquish Soul, I guess, a deck that can happily use more cards that you give it, because one of the downsides, I guess, to the deck is that it needs a lot of cards.
Yep.
But on the flip side, it means if you give them lots of cards, they're going to do all of those powerful things that people are really scared of, like summon Holy Sue on the first turn.
But yeah, that was it. I think we saw an end phase, and then what happened is, in his own turn, Giuseppe activated another Fuvalos, to which we are chaining now.
That's interesting. So Giuseppe waiting to the main phase to use his Fuvalos, which he didn't need to do. So do you think he's trying to bait Hannes there? Yeah, 'cause he's got a talent. I think he's laughing. I think he didn't realize that
he probably just, instinctively said, "Send my main," those kind of situations, and then realized it. I mean,
it's definitely a good habit to get into, saying stand by main, just in case your opponent tries to do anything. But in this case, it's backfired somewhat.
I mean, now we know about the Bold Drake, which is also gonna draw us a card.
It's also very weird seeing this Tempai just on the field. He didn't even activate the field spell. It's just kind of sat there. I don't really think there's any good way for Vanquish to interact with it, but still, it just seems a little funny, doesn't it?
Yeah, indeed. And okay, we're gonna normal summon Raisin. Regained. It's gonna trigger. As you've mentioned, giving access to quite some resources to Hannes and getting into interesting grind game.
Yeah, it feels so good when you resolve the Regained to get back Magnamut. So you're going to have even more Bestials, or I suppose you can also add a Tenpai in the end phase as well. You've got to make sure not to use Genroku to summon from the deck and give your opponent an extra draw, though, if you don't need to. Here comes the army of Vanquish Souls. Bestials in Hannes' deck, I suppose he needs to run them because they're part of his engine, but they don't really seem like they do anything to Vanquish. They have a couple of Darks, but none that really end up in the grave all that quickly.
Interesting. So we're going to use the Paradise here.
This might be a little heads-up play, because it might be that Giuseppe not got 2 fires in hand yet and needs to add back the Raisin to be able to use the Geolong search.
But I think we went for the Link.
Oh, we targeted the rock anyway, okay.
So,
yeah, ignore me.
fair. Okay, we decide to follow through immediately. This is gonna give us a draw again, thanks to the Regained, and set up another interruption. So our resources have been once again taken aback. They're probably discussing about, shuffling deck or what's gonna happen. Yep, definitely should be.
Yeah, it's nice to shortcut not shuffling every time you put something into the deck, but you always need to make sure you do it before you draw a card.
Precious draw. Okay, followed up by a reinforcement of the army.
He's going to have however many Raisins he's got now. At least 2.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to activate Geolong's effect as well.
Here we go. We've got all these monsters on the field. I don't really feel like they're doing all that much.
Yeah.
So they're just going to be sort of food to be steadily picked apart. Oh, is that a Ghost Ogre?
Ooh, okay. Nice.
That's an interesting one, yeah. I do agree with you, Tom, that maybe the Desiree was, could have targeted something else, but...
Yeah, because the rock's not going to do anything for a while. I mean, it's good to get it off the field eventually.
It seems like, you know, that way you're asking your opponent to just have something else, some other way to push. Let's see whether Giuseppe can figure this puzzle out. And oh, we do have stake here, so
So here comes Take a Soul. Gonna get a heavy Borger, and that will let you draw a card. So much fun playing Vanquish Soul. You just keep drawing cards, adding cards.
Playing with attributes as well. No, I really like it. Yeah. And again, as you mentioned, Tom, I think he plays around Mole Charmers very well.
I think Perulia is more of a problem, I guess, than Fuelos.
And here Giuseppe enters battle phase just dealing with Colhannes monsters. I feel like it's not done yet though.
I guess Vanquish Soul must be strange because you have all these resources, but you can't necessarily always convert them. You kind of need them, but you can't always convert them into interruption. You just need them to activate some of your other effects. So it can feel a little weird sometimes when you have all these cards but can't necessarily do everything that you want to do.
Yeah.
Giuseppe just looking at his hand over and over, but I'm not sure what it's so strange to just have this 5-card hand that you just can't can't necessarily summon any more monsters to the field.
Roll. I'm trying to take a look at what we don't know. Yeah, it's a draw and lock and a pot of extravagance. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, pot maybe was drawn off of the heavy Borger. Which is a bit of a downside to it, that it doesn't work so well with the heavy Borger. But the pots, I think you have to run, even if heavy Borger conflicts with them a little bit. And that looks like it might be the end of the turn for Giuseppe. So Hannes more than happy to pass back and search one more dragon, Genroku, which can just summon itself straight away. So I feel like he's kind of in the driver's seat somewhat here. Here's a question though: will the players remember that Fuelos was activated? Because it was activated so long ago.
Yeah.
And Hannes did just summon from the deck, so Giuseppe should draw a card. I mean, not that he needs any more cards at this point. He's already got hundreds. I think maybe the judge is just pointing out that he forgot to draw a card in his end phase. And now it's gone back over to Hannes, and then Geelong activated and immediately hit with an Ash Blossom.
Yeah, here comes the Lacrima. I think Hannes navigated through this very well. Now it's up to Giuseppe, which is left with few monsters, and I think we may be seeing soon interruptions from his side.
One of the things about the Tempai deck is it can sometimes be very difficult to interact with, because it does everything it wants to do in the battle phase, and there's so many cards nowadays which only allow you to use them in the main phase.
Yeah, and I mean, although we mentioned that it was not used in turn 1, that Singing Summoning is still there, you know, hiding on the field, but we should not forget about it because it's going to be quite relevant coming up.
Yeah, it's just been face down this whole time. But yeah, it makes sense at some point to flip it up to protect your Tenpais, if nothing else, even if you're not going to use it, because I don't really see any benefit to having it face down. Here comes Caesar Valius, able to destroy a card, but there's, it feels like just too many cards for one Caesar Valius to take on by itself at this point.
Oh, but the good thing is,
Ooh, and there
as
it is.
mentioned, yeah, I mean, as mentioned, I mean, with the Vanquish Soul, it's just with one card, then you keep getting advantage and advantage, and then search, and then destroy, and then, you know, summon the Holy Swords, they control, the Raisin Pops. It's, yeah, so many interruptions that it can get early out of hands easily.
There's just a limited number of interruptions, though, at some point. And so when you're staring down a bunch of resources from your opponent, are you going to have enough ways to stop them? So here comes some Fiendsmiths. And Giuseppe maybe got the Holy Suit and maybe got the Vanquish Soul Trap, although I think we know it is a Pot of Desires, but Hannes doesn't necessarily know that that's the case.
See Tom, who said Tenpai's matches are quick nowadays. Can still be quite grindy.
Yeah, this is kind of a new school Tenpai where it's it's not the whole engine, it's just something you can use and has a little bit of synergy with the Bestials because you can search them together.
Yeah.
I feel like Hannes probably is sussed out that it might not actually be a Snow Devil face down, because it probably would have been activated by now.
About to find out, maybe. But okay, time for the Su.
And are we going to get regained again if we've not already used it this turn? So here comes, I guess, Razan has to be. I'm just wondering if he's got all of them in his in his hand at this point. Oh no, it's Borga. Okay. Interesting choice there, not to use it as an interruption, but just to summon a heavy Borga. Maybe he's searching for a particular draw off the top of his deck, but it's going to be quite tough to find it because you only get one draw. Yeah, it seems strange. He just used the Holy Suit. Just, I guess he needed to use it at some point.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But
So now comes the Desiree being on the field, and no, Giuseppe still not impressed with it.
now, will he go after the Agnum Day? Will he go after the set with the Desiree, you think? Or do you think he's sussed out? I think it's probably something you need some experience with against the Vanquish Soul to just disrespect the face downs, because I think Dust Devil is the only card.
Yep. But I agree with you that maybe, you know, the read could have been there, that would have been activated before, so...
Because it's just never a deck people are going to put Infinite Impermanence in, because he feels like you really want to play hand traps.
Oh, Scoops.
Yeah, just the trust into talent is enough. And Giuseppe...
So here we go. Vanquish Soul, definitely a deck that excels at going first. And I'm seeing a couple of hand traps. A Talons, does he have a card to start the turn with, though? That is the question.
Passed.
And he does not.
Wow.
Oh, and passing against Tenpai.
Oof, that's brutal.
Just a
there's-
single Tenpai monster, you know, Will.
I think he has Ash, Droll, Talent.
Maybe Talent.
Wow. And,
I mean...
Is there another story with Tenpai? Tale as old as time. Your opponent bricks, you just normal summon Tenpai and say thank you very much.
Oh, but that is set is not added. Yeah. Oof.
oh, yeah. And now he reveals
revealing
also to his
some
opponent, yeah,
information,
that there's
yeah.
the draw lock, so it's...
Yeah,
That's unfortunate.
Got to keep your eyes on those interactions.
I mean, obviously you can add it, but I mean, it doesn't not make sense to do so. So yeah, that's a precious information, though, as you can see. I'm not sure if I agree with that, but sure.
I'm looking at that thinking, you've seen the draw. Surely you just activate the field spell
For sure.
first.
Okay, there's the talent as well.
But he knows he's got the talent.
Yeah.
Okay, and maybe, I mean, but maybe he already has the Chandra. I don't
Wow,
know.
what a hand from Giuseppe.
Oof, that's
that was
rough.
very unfortunate.
I mean, wow.
Not taking the Ash. So what are the other cards in his hand?
It's just gonna pass back, like, and take it easy, you know? Because surely, I mean, as you have mentioned, you see that the draw, unless you're like Sportman Yu-Gi-Oh! Player of the Year, like, you surely... Yeah, maybe that's it. Wow.
Like you can even just add the quick play in that plays around
yeah.
draw as
I'll
well,
play it.
because you just, you just
Yeah,
chain
exactly.
it. But wow, I mean, I guess with Vanquish, there's very few cards that do all that
And
much by
that's
themselves.
it. Wow, yeah. I guess... Oh, truly it's sportsmanship. I can't find any other way to describe it. So pass back to Giuseppe, who is in need of a good top deck for sure.
I think it was Holly
Holly
Sue,
Sue,
which
yeah.
I don't think is going to do anything.
I mean, that pays off for, you know, sending back that card with talent from Hannes. Just checking his options, but I mean, the end then is Sue, talent, draw, and Ash, right?
Yeah.
yeah, if you do enough things, your opponent might use a monster effect, and then you can use your talent.
Pass it back.
Yeah, that's a pass back, and this game could have already been over having searched the Chandra, but we have a second chance.
Yeah, it's tough to see what Giuseppe's going to do here, because there are two cards that he desperately needs to negate, both the Tract and the Sangan Summoning.
And this does not help all that much, because now Pydra can be activated again also. Like we possibly have access to another one. We can just use Distract. Obviously we know about the draw, but it's not gonna do all that much. So it's a very rough spot, obviously, for Giuseppe. You gotta feel bad for him.
Yeah, there really isn't much to do in this
Yep.
situation. Ash been used, just a talent. This is one of the downsides of it. It's obviously such an incredibly powerful card if it complements the rest of your hand, but
Yep.
I don't know, I think it's a universal Yu-Gi-Oh! Player experience at this point, where you have the talents but no way to force your opponent to do anything, or maybe they just have an infinite impermanence only.
Indeed.
And yeah, I think here Giuseppe knows that you know, this may be enough, because there's nothing else left in his hand to basically stop Hannes. And yeah, I think he will also enter battle phase.
Well, yeah, it's the classic line of the Fiendsmith deck. Oh, maybe he's got something else up his sleeve. But yeah, normally you just sequence
Oh,
into
there you go.
Item Day, but
Okay.
yeah, just a simple.
I mean,
normal
that's just
summon
good
again,
enough.
very good.
And here comes the handshake. Giuseppe, yeah, couldn't find.
And Sebastian will be the one leading this feature match off here for round number 7, going first. And you may remember his face, as also in this season he made top 4 at the Dutch National Championship.
Yeah.
But he is this time not on the Malice deck anymore that he used from there, but instead on the super newly supported Luna Light strategy.
I was also going to mention the Blast from the Past here, because he has been successful in the Zodiac format with Chainburn back in the day.
That is a real
Top
blast from the
device
past.
there, yeah. So he's been around for quite some time. But now we normal summon Yellow Martin.
I really love how Luna Light has been involved during the years, starting with a going second strategy, then adding dangers and Orcast to make a very strong field that could actually search Imperial Order back in the day.
Oh yeah, that is true. And I mean, when we talk about recent accomplishments, of course, we got to mention that Luna Light in the past did have 2 YCS wins already. One, of course, with Rafael Neven playing more of a pure approach to the deck, a pure Luna Light deck. But then also, of course, Johannes Obicht in YCS Ghent.
Who is from Berlin?
Who is from Berlin, and he was using the Danger August Luna Light deck. There were a couple of Dangers definitely still in there.
Basti, who did Johannes Obicht beat in one of the remote YCS top 32s?
Don't tell me about that. It was top 16 even.
Oh, top 16.
Yeah.
He beat Basti.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Not with the Luna Light deck anymore, but we are now into the Moonlight Perfume.
This does not look like the combo you necessarily want to play as Sebastian. I can't imagine that this is the 2-card combo you want to pop off with. Activates the Perfume from the...
And discards Nemesis Corridor. That's really also not a card you necessarily want to discard. Or are we using the effect, or what's happening here right now? What are we discarding the Corridor for? We were discarding it for the Perfume, so we're not using its effect, and we are searching for the Silver Hound.
Perfume is still one of the best cards of Luna Light, which can actually reborn a monster from the graveyard and also banish it from the grave in order to discard 1 card and add 1 Luna Light from the deck to your hand.
Indeed. Okay, and there is Droll and Lockbird now. We haven't seen this card that much this weekend, but it is a card that is problematic for the Luna Light strategy, but it is also enabling the triple tactic talents in the hand of Sebastian, and he's having a little look there. Ooh.
Oh, yeah, that's
Isn't it a no-brainer? Isn't it just Mitsurugi prayers every day? On the other hand, a Sword Raziel with another Sword Raziel on the field can still do quite a lot of things. So.
I mean, Sword Raziel alone does the same thing, basically, right?
Yeah, true. You're right, for sure.
So I mean, in any case, you have to cut off one of the engines. As we have seen in the past, when 2 engines combine together, they're very dangerous. So.
Ooh, but he's not cutting off anything. He says Infinite Impermanence shall not cut off my own plays anymore for the rest of the turn. Feeling confident enough to still put something up, even though there is some good cards waiting in the hand of Matthew.
That is so cool that we're about to see a cut deck polymerization. The OG one is being activated here. That's very, very nice.
But hold on, we're going to 0 cards in our hand. We have used every single card here. And as we saw, Matthew has some good cards waiting for Sebastian. But as long as Sebastian possibly can still make his way to the Luna Light Liger Dancer, this might all be enough. But for the moment, this is of course the Luna Light Perfume Dancer. Equally new though. Newly released, new fusion monster. Those new cards from Duelist Advance really helped out the Luna deck massively.
The first effect doesn't help massively right now because you can actually add 1 Luna Light Perfume from your deck to your hand, which is of course under Droll and Lockbird prohibited.
That is indeed the case, but still we will be able now, of course, to... are we going to find it? That does look like Kaleido Chick that we're going to get now.
Kaleido Chick was the best starter for the deck back in the day. Normal summon, it can't even be reacted to with cards like Impermanence or Effect Veiler because it sends a card from the deck for a cost.
I mean, you can actually use Impermanence on it, but...
you can.
Oh wait, I think everyone had that experience, right? Yeah. When the Yellow Martin was activated and an opponent activates the Infinite Impermanence on him preemptively, and you're like, yeah,
gotcha.
I'm still kind of doing this now.
But hey, thank you.
Yeah, indeed. Thanks for the information. Thanks for 1 card less in your hand. And that Kaleido Chick is now exactly doing what you were saying. It is 4 costs, sending 1 Luna Light from the deck to the graveyard. And what even is the actual effect that is resolving then?
Oh, that is something funny. But it also has another effect because I got destroyed by a Kaleido Chick in Tenpai. Because if you activate Gold Sarcophagus and you banish Kaleido Chick, I can't respond to anything in the battle phase anymore. I can't use effects then.
True.
So this card is multi-purpose.
Yeah. So it then becomes the name of this. So that's the cost, and now the actual effect, as it is now not negated, is that we now have double Perfume Dancer technically on the field because the Kaleido Chick just is named as Perfume Dancer right now.
Alright, but we also have Yellow Martin in the graveyard that can still be used. I think we haven't used the effect to summon itself back and bounce a card. Usually, back in the day, used in combination with Luna Light Tiger, which is, I still think, oftentimes the case if you can access it.
Now Perfume Dancer just moving around the Kaleido Chick essentially. but it is summoned now into the far right zone. And we special summoned that Kaleido Chick once more, and we can use the effect of it again, of course, to send then afterwards another Lunalight to the graveyard, and that is the Emerald Bird.
It's also one of the older cards, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Also a card that used to play when Lunalight was mixed with Danger and Orcus.
But that's it. SP Little Knight and a Perfume Dancer against a Prayers and double Ryziel Sword. Is that going to be enough?
Yeah, I'm just gonna guess that it might not be enough. This does not look like a field that can't be broken. You have no cards in hand as well. That was heavy commitment. Drone Lockbird really doing the job here, essentially hand looping your opponent and stopping them from doing a real field. When was the last time you saw someone start and then actually go -2 on the first turn?
Has been a while. I mean, almost uninterrupted, right, as well, because there was just the Drone Lockbird.
I mean,
Just
that's arguably one of the best cards you can have to stop combos like this.
Fair.
But just taking one card from your opponent's hand and just losing 5 cards in hand, convey it to 2 monsters that are not really interruptions. I mean, SP Little Knight is a bit of an interruption.
To be fair, though, the draw for turn was another Prayer, so he may have done a good call returning the impermanence.
Yeah, that's true.
But all right. Quickly reading over the Perfume Dancer again. And, I mean, it's not a quick effect, is it? I don't think... Like, it's literally just the SP Little Knight right there.
Yeah.
And I think Sebastian also just took... Oh, hold on. Oh, that's the Silverhound negate in the graveyard, of course. Let's never forget about the graveyard effect of Silverhound. That's, I think, why we ended on the Perfume Dancer, because we, of course, need... Do we need just any Lunalight monster, or do we need a few? Yeah, we need a Lunalight fusion monster.
Is Prayers activate not use? Oh wow, you can only activate one Prayers per turn. That is the point where Sebastian packs up his cards, knows what this is not going like I wanted. Well, second try here to full combo. It really looked odd that the combo just ended on 0 cards in hand, but also normal summoning Yellow Martin and then activating Perfume can't be the way to go. This can't be the combo that you want. We see 1 trap card in hand, which is also not always ideal. I could assume that the deck still runs the Foolish Burial Good package.
Yes,
and this is...
Ooh, but that is as good as a start as you could imagine. Starting off here with Fire Formation, tanky, grabbing.
Is it as good? Because I think you would rather want to hard draw your cards.
Okay.
That you could add there.
I mean, that Droll Lockbird would be in the graveyard already by now, right? If it would be there.
You can just read the card before you do something. I mean,
that would be a suspense, really. I would feel bad if that happens to Sebastian now. Like waiting, and then the Droll Lockbird. Oh, he's picking up his hand. There is Droll Lockbird again. You gotta be kidding me. Back-to-back games of Droll Lockbird.
But I mean, Fractal sounds like you're trying to play around it, right?
So there is 2 options with Fractal in the Lunalight's deck. One, of course, is access Tribal Brigades and go to Link Live, and the other is you can also send any Beast Warrior into the graveyard, like Hound.
There we have another negate already set up, but is this the end of the turn already? Or does the deck have more? Do you have more to play with here? Can you extend through a Droll and Lockbird? Gold Leo is being special summoned from the deck. I assume that is also part of the Silverhound effect.
And now the normal summon of the Kaleido Chick. And I think I spotted the oldest of bricks in the opening hand of Matthew. I think I spotted the Psyframe Driver in there. And I don't think he likes that card in his hand.
I want to mention that there is not a lot of people playing Psyframe Driver at the moment, and we have both players who've played it so far on stream have had it in hand.
Absolutely, that is true.
I mean, it's the curse of the Driver, I guess.
Yeah, cursed.
Now we get Lunalight Wolf into the hand, explaining it. Matthew not super familiar with the Lunalight deck. And that is one of those decks that can really catch you off guard, to be fair. When you're not prepared for Lunalight and all of a sudden you're faced with all of that, then it might turn out to be a problem. But to be fair, Matthew came prepared just alone by the fact that he has Drolan Lockbird in his main deck, to be honest.
And the rest of the hand, if you take away the driver, of course, still also does not look that bad because there is X and more engines. So if there is a field that leaves something to be desired, I think Matthew might be able to break it.
And now we use the pendulum scale effect of Lunalight Wolf to perform a fusion summon into the Perfume Dancer again. Will it make the Kaleido Check dance again? It danced last game there from zone to zone, but are we inviting it to a formal dance once more?
How much did that do, though?
Not particularly much, but look at it. I think it's time to dance once more.
Also, I can tell you that in this game, we're not going to see an SP Little Knight on the
to the
field.
hand. Oh, this time it danced right into the same zone again. That wasn't as exciting as the last one, to be honest.
Yeah, but with a different pose.
Yeah.
But
Indeed.
the thing is, you're now locked into Lunalight extra deck monsters because of the Silverhound effect. Special summoning the Gold Leo there. I like the name of Lunalight Gold Leo, I gotta be frank with you.
Absolutely not biased, yeah.
Why, Leo?
Okay, we put the Wolf back into the hand. We bring back the Martin. Oh, but Leo, as you said, the fact that we are only able to special summon Lunalight monsters now is not something Sebastian will be particularly excited about. I think the plan really has to be to get to... Oh, hold on though, Leo. We are going for Dugaris here, so...
Okay.
Maybe...
That is, maybe I misread something.
I mean, the Silverhound was only used for the fusion summon, wasn't it? Did it even use its own effect?
I mean, it says if this card is sent to the GUI by a card effect, you can special summon one Lunalight monster from your deck. But you cannot special summon from the extra deck except Lunalight monsters while you control that face-up monster. Reading the card explains the card.
As per usual. So Dugaris now. You would think usually that Dugaris is used for its effect to draw 2 cards and then discard a card afterwards. Here, of course, that's not possible with the Drolan Lockbird resolved, and therefore we're trying to probably just summon back from the graveyard. Now we're sending Leo Dancer to the graveyard. Okay, a party of Leos. I see how it is.
Yeah, why am I not playing this deck?
And now the fusion summon, though. Going back in. Oh, wait, no, it's not a fusion summon. We go for SP Little Knight instead.
Which we are actually seeing on the end field, probably, of this deck. It's been a staple ever since it came out in Argov.
Okay, Wolf again.
For another fusion summon.
Okay, that looks like a lot of monsters we're using. So is this finally time for why this deck is so strong for the big new boss monster? Indeed it is. Lunalight Liger Dancer. Dancing onto the field. It's really all about dancing with this deck, right?
Yeah.
Coming to this event, would you consider yourself being prepared against Lunalight? Bringing in, for example, Kaijus?
We saw Kaijus early on. We saw the Vanquish Soul players came prepared with having Dogorans in their main deck, at least a decent amount of them. Overall, though, I feel like people might be a little under-prepared for this matchup.
If they have it, they have it. That's one of my lazy deck building approaches that I love to do. That way I don't want to think about problematic cards for me anymore.
Yeah.
I think we picked up another Drolan Lockbird on the side of Matthew. That's perhaps not the greatest top deck you could have. But now we're going to start things off. This looks like an X motion, exactly.
Of course it is. X-Ryziel not really able to deal with the Liger Dancer, though. Because the Liger Dancer, we were saying it is the new boss monster, but let's explain why it is, because that card is just completely unaffected by card effects except for Lunalight cards.
And now the Valen was activated to destroy the Black Goat Laos. Black Goat Laos is laughing at that attempt and is negating X in the process immediately. But 1 X on the field is enough to get access to your Ryziel Sword special summon. Gets to search for another light Pyro.
And that should probably be the best normal summon that this Ryziel deck has to offer, which obviously is the Ice Ryziel. So I think dealing with the SP Little Knight now seems to be somewhat easy, but how do we deal with the Liger Dancer? How does the Ryziel Mitsurugi deck do it even? Because I think there is not that many ways to overcome a 3,800 attack point monster that is completely unaffected.
Some people have been playing Underworld Goddess.
Okay.
Not really an option after you summoned X or Sword.
Indeed.
So
what is even left then? I'm struggling to find anything, to be honest.
A very cool play that Sev could do is chain SP2 with the X and then chain Goat in order to also remove X from the field, and so Sword could not special summon himself from the hand.
Oh yeah, that's true, but I think you don't even care necessarily, right? King of the Feral Imps is here. This might be the first bait for the Liger Dancer. But I mean, if you have this powerful monster on the field, do you even care if your opponent starts comboing?
I think you just wait for an actual threat.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just not really that scary. And still, like, in the action, like, I'm trying to still find out a solution on how to deal with that Liger Dancer, because it's just sitting there so pretty in the middle of Sebastian's field, and I think he's kind of just chilling on it, and he's kind of thinking, find a solution yourself. It's not that easy.
The thing is that you might be afraid of your opponent getting access to Wuzu.
Ooh, Wuzu is more common, though, in those pure Mitsurugi decks. Yeah. Let's actually see. Matthew was not able to find space for that card in his deck overall. But now, of course, Habakiri is there, bringing out the Saji. And Saji now, in the process, will also search for another Mitsurugi spell card, which should turn out to be Mitsurugi Ritual. Yes, the Ritual, of course.
I love that Habakiri is not only a starter that gets you access to your Mitsurugi Ritual, but also sometimes works as an extender if you have an Exceeds monster that you have used and that doesn't really do anything on the field anymore. You can just send it away for a free level 4 body like the Saji here. And now, I mean, Matthew at the moment looks good. You can start comboing off, but can you beat the Lunalight Liger Dancer with this? I mean, you just need to overpower 3,800 attack points, basically.
Yeah, tell me how, though. I'm still in the process. I'm sitting here, sweating, trying to figure out how this deck deals with the Liger Dancer, and I just can't find an answer.
To the deck list.
Yes, I mean, for sure, but there's no real level or rank 4 monster that I can find.
Desiree with
there
Agnum
is
Day.
Desiree and Agnum Day, but that is not an option here in this turn, so I just don't really think there's any way to get this done this turn. And therefore, hear me out, one thing I can see, maybe we don't use the SP Little Knight on an opponent's card, but rather just use the SP Little Knight on itself and the Dugaris, just trying to protect our own monsters, because we just bank on the fact that we're going to get another turn. Oh, and maybe Matthew picks up on that and just goes battle phase here? Indeed! That's very smart by Matthew. That is very, very smart. And look at how he's like showing his entire hand there. A total of 7 cards, but or is it 6? Yeah, it's 6 cards, but none of them can really do anything about the Liger Dancer.
That was the first maybe bait attempt at the Liger Dancer effect.
Yeah.
Even though apparently the only out, which would be Agnum Day Desiree, is not accessible in this turn anymore. But what he can do, of course, is just try to build up as impressive of a field as he can for next turn. You know, have some follow-up there, and then maybe get some other ways to access Agnum Day.
Okay, Mitsurugi Ritual. We have summoned from the hand already, so it's time to summon from the deck now, tributing the Habakiri. So it is time for Ame no Murakumo.
No Mitsurugi.
Indeed. And using the effect of it, of course, as well, and even chain blocking it with the Habakiri, which are also, like, that's so many cards. The card advantage just rapidly starts to get out of control here. Even Matthew is so much ahead in terms of cards. If you still can't deal with the Liger Dancer, what does it help you even in the end?
I mean, it helps you to set up for multiple turns of playing. That could force your opponent to activate maybe a bad Liger Dancer, and then you're going into the Fiendsmith engine that you maybe haven't even seen so far.
True.
So maybe doesn't know that there is an out there. And I mean, with the cards that Sebastian has in hand or in the graveyard, do you think you can break the full Mitsurugi Ryziel Fiendsmith combo field?
Tough task, honestly, for any kind of deck.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, minus the Fiendsmith engine for this one.
Yeah, true. Now the Mitsurugi Prayers. What is it even going to summon out here?
I mean, you still can destroy the field once in turn.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, true. You can just
multiple
on your own turn. That might probably works. That
you know what, Mike? Smart.
That is certainly something that can help. And I mean, usually the Habakiri helps you to overcome big monsters with its effect to just lower all of the opponent's monsters by 800. But Liger Dancer, still unaffected by opponent's card effect, so also unaffected by that. And now Matthew helping Sebastian out a little bit by lowering his own life points with resolving that Mitsurugi Prayers there. so even less to overcome for Sebastian in the process. And it feels a little bit like Pearly, right? That's what a Pearly player just always used to do. Just sit on ex-Pearly Noir for multiple turns saying, bro, you can't do anything about it, so I'm just going to chill here, and then with time just work with that E-Pearly or ex-Pearly Noir, and that is probably the plan that Sebastian has here as well. And he looks calm and collected while doing so because he sees no need to rush his Liger Dancer effect here.
From what I've heard, I think that Pearly is even in our backup feature match, so we might have two similar games going on right now.
I think we are a little biased with Pearly, to be honest.
I love Pearly.
Everybody knows. Okay, now, Jordan, that seems like an appropriate moment maybe to use the Liger Dancer now again. It could also be a very good bait, though, on the other hand.
Yeah, everything seems like an appropriate moment to activate the Liger Dancer, to be honest. I think the patience is a virtue, you know? Patience is the key here. You just don't activate it at all, and then maybe end phase you go, hey.
Probably, right? Okay. Put another material onto it.
Fine.
That is absolutely no problem. Sebastian says, all right, keep on going, keep on going. As long as you do not have an answer to my Liger Dancer, I'll keep on sitting here. It doesn't seem like that much dancing anymore at the moment. He's rather standing still right now, or at least dancing a very slow dance at the moment.
Yeah, but, or is such a fast dance that it looks like it's standing still.
He's dancing at lightning speed, really.
Yeah, that's why it's Liger.
Aha! You're so right.
Lightning speeder, Liger.
Okay, searches for no dry zeal. And I think you kind of stated that out as well. Matthew should probably just try to focus on preserving as many resources as possible for the next turn, where then he may have access to the Fiendsmith engine again. And just try to not put too many monsters onto the field here right now, because most of those monsters, let's face it, are just not going to survive for too long.
No, they're not going to survive the end phase.
Exactly, yeah.
It's just going to be Liger dancing all over them. And I think that Sebastian might actually be able to close this out in the next turn.
I really love the mini mind games between Seb and Matthew right now. Seb is just staying still, being prepared to activate the right time, the dancer effect, while Matthew is trying so hard to find the right spot in order to bait the effect.
I like this. I like this.
I don't think that Sebastian has any thought going on right now. I think he's just waiting there until his opponent has end phase, so he can just go Liger Dancer effect.
And no,
he doesn't even do that.
He doesn't even do it, indeed.
Wow.
It is Sebastian's turn. And wow, that's so many. Is that 7? No, it's 6 cards in hand still from Matthew. 2 set cards. But I think Matthew did really well. He didn't commit too many more monsters onto the field. Just kept it rather simple. And Sebastian, is he going to keep it simple now as well? Just go into the battle phase? He is, right?
You have 2 attacks
He is just going to the battle phase. Attacks the Habakiri.
Is there a chance that there are very few Luna Light monsters on the extra deck of Seb right now?
Yeah, that's also what I thought right now, because you have to send a Luna Light monster from the extra deck to the graveyard, and maybe you need to preserve some of them for actually important field wipes. But I mean, if you're wiping the field, okay, there is prayers again, and that's a sizable defense.
And I mean, of course, he didn't just forget that he has a Reggae on legs right now.
I don't think so either. Sebastian is a very high caliber player, so he certainly was aware.
You know, Luna Light Liger Dancer attacks twice with 3,800. Matthew is at 4,400. You don't need to commit anything else. You go end phase board wipe, and then you try to attack, and when they summon Murakumo, you go board wipe again.
He's now 5,400.
Oh, true, but I mean, he just paid for prayers in the beginning, so 7,200 is also fine for you. You deal 7/6 damage.
That's true, and I mean, that was a massive pickup for turn there for Sebastian. That is the card he just drew. Luna Light Masquerade, one of the new cards as well from Duelist Advance, and arguably, of course, the Liger Dancer is crazy because it is the reason why we're only still in this game still, but Masquerade's such a crazily good starter to the deck now as well. And it doesn't look like there's a response to it right now.
Yeah, but you can just send a card from the deck to the graveyard, and then when you fusion summon, you can add the OG polymerization, and you can use materials from the graveyard when you're fusion summoning, so this card really does it all.
It really, really does.
Especially compared with Wolf.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wolf was way more costly. It did the trick in the end. We got the Liger Dancer, and that is certainly sufficient, but of course...
Under draw also, which is very important.
That's true. It's a pretty good field under draw.
Okay, the Emerald Bird once more.
Bird is sitting in the graveyard. I feel like everything from Sebastian is right now waiting. Like his monsters as well. They're all just chilling. It's like, yo, boss, when's our time to shine? When can we attack?
And I mean, also
yet.
waiting in the graveyard is the Black Gold Love still, right?
Yeah.
That can help for sure as well. For example, when Matthew tries to summon back Murakumo, you just go, yeah, Black Gold Loves on Murakumo, so at least they can't destroy your entire field anymore. So, oh, look, he's considering it. This is coming down now. The prayers will happen now, that's for sure.
Are we going to tribute the Habakiri from hand as well? Does not look like we want to pay 800 life points necessarily.
And I think Sebastian also is just currently checking his extra deck, making sure how many Lunalite monsters are left in there. And as far as I can see here on his deck list, there should only be the Leo Dancer left.
Oh, wow.
Because he's running double Perfume Dancer, and he went through both of these, I'm pretty sure. And then also the one Leo Dancer and the one Liger Dancer.
But he went through the Leo Dancer as well.
Oh wait, then maybe there's a Perfume Dancer left. Yeah, true. In game 1 he went through double Perfume Dancer, and in the second game he went through Leo Dancer and Perfume Dancer. You're totally right. Okay, Murakumo.
I think he might have gone through double Perfume Dancer as well. Maybe there's nothing left.
Ooh. We discarded for... Yeah, we want to make sure that this resolves, so we discard the Foolish Burial from our hand so that Murakumo will not negate what we're trying to do here.
Burial, otherwise a really good starter, but you have access to everything basically, even though your entire main deck seems to be banished right now. Doesn't look like that fat of a stack of cards over there, but when we saw him go through this,
the Serenade Dance is going to be added here.
So basically you can banish this trap from your graveyard in order to special summon one Lunalite from a deck and then discard a card from your hand as a card effect.
How many different engine cards is Sebastian playing? I mean, we have decks like Malice, where you can play like 14 Malice cards, and then the rest is just non-engine, and then you have Lunalite, where you're playing everything as a 3-off basically, but it's 20 different cards.
Now Gold Leo effect. We just have to be wondering what the plan is now for Sebastian. Oh, another Draw and Lock, but of course he drew so many cards. There's so many in total. There gotta be another Draw and Lock bird. But is Sebastian now just trying to maybe go for Baguska to just keep him off another turn and then try to go from there? I can see it.
Could be true, unless if he has... I think there is another Lunalite card in his extra deck.
It's either the Leo Dancer or the Perfume Dancer.
Yeah, you have another turn with the Liger anyways.
Oh look, we're just passing like this. And now Matthew just takes his time reading over the Liger Dancer again, probably asking himself, why is he never using that effect?
Maybe he doesn't have another Lunalite card.
To be honest, if I was Matthew, I would just assume that there's another copy of Lunalite Fusion Monster on the extra deck.
No.
Probably, yeah. That would seem odd though, right? Like making this big boss monster and then not having any more monsters to send. That would just, if I would be the opponent, if I would be Matthew, I wouldn't believe that. I would think probably he's holding back on it.
Now the next question is, what are you going to do? I think Ice Ryziel is the first usual or smart conclusion here, because the effect when normal summoned is not locking you into rank 4 season, then you can start attempting to go for a Fiendsmith line here. Basti, enlighten us. Is that like a Desiree sequence deck, or are we just running Caesar package?
We do have the Caesar in this for sure, but we also have the Desiree Agmonday sequence in there, so there's multiple ways we can go. The main way, of course, we discussed though, trying to deal with the Liger Dancer would be to get out the Desiree and equip it with an Agmonday, and then hopefully somehow get over the Liger Dancer.
So I think the way you want to go here on the side of Matthew is to just start Fiendsmith comboing here. You have your Murakumo for any possible interaction that is not Liger Dancer. And then, I mean, at some point your opponent is going to have to...
I mean, the problem with that, though, is... how about Dual Drive, though? Dual Drive is boosting your monsters for all the Exceed materials on the field, or is it only on itself? Because that could be something, you're not modifying the attack points of the Liger Dancer, but you are certainly modifying your very own attack points. So if you just get out multiple rank 4s, Dugaris is a great way as well, actually, because that can double one of our monsters. So this is certainly eventually going to force out the Liger Dancer, because now we do have a monster big enough to attack over Liger Dancer in theory. That was such an obvious answer as well. How did I not figure out the Dugaris? That was there the entire time, of course. Even last turn we could have done that.
Very good point. Last turn we didn't. It's very interesting. But yeah, we're going into the battle phase. We're trying to attack all this, and there is Liger Dancer effect. We're going to blow up the whole field, and now still Matthew is in a decent spot. Of course, everything gets destroyed here, but he hasn't really committed anything so far.
Yep, and also...
I mean, he also doesn't really have anything in hand.
And we did really waste our battle phase too. Like, the Desiree only would be an answer to it in the battle phase, so it's not that easy. It's still not looking amazing for Matthew. We have at least forced out that one effect from the Liger Dancer, but how do we follow it up? Looking into his hand, there really isn't that much beauty anymore besides VI's Dryseal. There is no Dryseal though.
The thing is, now you can't set up your Fiendsmith engine anymore because you special summoned the no Dryseal.
True.
And therefore, it's gonna be hard to build up your resources again. I would have loved to see a Desiree Agnum Day attempt for this one. Then you can also take care of some cards that Sebastian has on the field there with the Desiree effect. You can just send it away, like the Lunar Light Masquerade.
Just go Detonator here,
that one
though.
protects itself, which is nice.
Fair.
Has to protect itself twice, actually.
And we're just passing it over exactly like that. Not even using the effect of Detonator to get another material onto it, which is truly surprising.
That is wild.
But Sebastian will maybe be happy about it. I mean, how much defense does Detonator even have? If we get like
5. It's Blue Eyes White Dragon, basically.
Okay, so if we get another decently sized monster onto the field, this... Oh, it is over! Sebastian is sitting on Liger Dancer, actually ends up taking the second game here with the Lunar Light strategy.
All right, game 3. Does Sebastian have something like a Droll and Lockbird, or does he not? Does Matthew even have something to really play with? Perulia is being activated in the draw phase. Seems like no response from Matthew, and this is massive for him.
That can definitely sometimes even be better than Droll and Lockbird, really.
Oh, that's a hand on Sebastian as well. I want to say there is a lot coming Matthew's way, but now the big question is, does Matthew even decide to play here? He has something to start with, but starting just with Ryseals versus Perulia, it just
I think we pass.
not feel good.
Sebastian with a big smile. 0 cards on the field of Matthew. And the ability to summon big monsters like Liger Dancer, of course, trying to make this quick, but this looks all blue, right?
Yeah, but there are some blue starters in the deck, like Foolish Burial or Foolish Burial better goods. But now you can just start with sending the Silver Wolf Hound to the graveyard.
It is Silver Hound indeed.
Then special summon out the Gold Leo, and then you are locked into Lunar Lights from the extra deck, as long as the Gold Leo is on the field, as we have just learned in the last game.
And feels like Matthew may have an answer to this. Nope. Gold Leo. The smaller brother of Leonard Koenig is on the field now.
Walk on. It's incredibly
Activates
strong.
the effect.
But against the Lunar Light deck, these lower impact hand traps, they are really, really strong. If you just negate that Gold Leo, that's fine. But
So Sebastian right now was thinking if he wanted to activate Book of Eclipse chain to impermanence in order to protect his monster, but I think that it's a better call to just wait to extend in order to see if Matthew has another impermanence.
Because he has the other Holy Foolish spell in there as well. He does have not only Foolish Burial, but he's doing it even better by also having the Foolish Burial goods. So we shall see whether he's following it up with that.
Also, if you Book of Eclipse your own Gold Leo, is it still just a one-card combo? Because you are basically missing that body from the Gold Leo then.
It definitely is something
to consider.
Worth considering. I think, by the way, Leo, I think Sebastian is playing, this is a whole homage to us, because he's playing the Leo cards, and he's of course named as I am, so that is...
And I mean, we know each other so well, we can just basically finish each other's
sentences.
Ah, there we go. All right.
Foolish burial goods, there it is.
Oh, Matthew's immediately picking up the cards and then just like, oh, maybe you don't want to respond to this, but apparently no.
If you do have Ash Blossom, I feel like you want to do it.
I think that's
You
the
can
point.
wait for the perfume, to be honest.
Perfume now.
I think I would have ashed the Hound.
Yeah.
Luna Light Perfume effect. Matthew, no response. Discards the Lightning Storm as he doesn't need it, clearly.
And he can't activate it anymore as well, so that's a wasted card in hand. Good to replace it with another Luna Light card. But what are we going to see here? Because there is more interactions in Matthew's hand. And if Matthew is actually able to stop this turn from Sebastian, that could be huge for him, because he just deliberately decided not to play into the Purulia, saying, hey, I have quite some interactions in the hand. I can just pass this without giving you 20 draws here.
What up? It's Kaleido Chick that is now normal summoned here.
Don't impermanence that.
Please no, please
That
no.
is a
He's
chance.
sending
Okay.
for cost. I mean, to be fair, the name copying last time felt like it was doing something, but clearly we just want the black sheep in the graveyard here.
And now Gold Leo is activating, but Gold Leo is negated by infinite impermanence.
Sebastian's still trying to bait something out here possibly. It's always worth
you
trying,
can activate
right?
the
Why
cards,
not?
yeah. But I mean, if your opponent tries to activate impermanence, that's a no-no. Oh, you can activate the Kaleido Chick afterwards. Oh, that would be a mess.
For sure. So Sebastian keeps on explaining now that we have the name change in place of the Kaleido Chick as it did fully resolve. And that is now 2 level 4 monsters. Of
It's
course,
called Steven now.
Ooh, hold on, Leo. There is another infinite impermanence
Wait a second.
on the Kaleido Chick.
Oh, and Matthew was staring at Sebastian, and now he is going to Book of Eclipse this, which is...
Okay, so we get the black sheep back into the hand.
Of course, if we have Black Sheep back in the hand, that is super fine with him, because you can polymerization away, face down monsters.
Totally. Black sheep now activated. Oh, is there a response to that? That could be hard. Well, I think Matthew has finally, by the way, drawn the first Fiendsmith card out of his deck. I think he opened Fiendsmith in Paradise, but one you obviously want.
Fiendsmith, or rather Paradise.
Polymerization. I also love that I think this is one of the original prints of polymerization there. Using it with both set monsters. That is a thing you learn very early on in the game, that fusion summons can be performed with set monsters. Contrary to, for example, Link summons.
Yeah.
So we can just use them here.
And
For
now
the Perfume Dancer.
Perfume Dancer is able to activate its effect to search for a Luna Light Perfume from deck to hand.
This is the first game where Sebastian on his first turn is not influenced by Troll and Darkbird, actually. He can finally do what he wants to do. And that is searching with the Perfume Dancer. And the Perfume, rightfully so, searches for another Perfume.
Another thing to consider is that perfume is not once per turn.
And there we have it. Using the on-field effect to bring back Kaleido Chick. And the clock is ticking down as well, looking good for Sebastian. He may not be ahead in life points just yet, but he's working on that project. Going for the graveyard here once more. Oh, it is continuing to be
Considering what
intense here.
to discard, probably.
Oh, the polymerization, maybe?
So he's thinking about a potential beastal, I believe that's why he's considered to keep the droplet.
I'm just trying to puzzle out what happened with the second impermanence versus Book of Eclipse, because which effect would you want to negate there? Gold Leo was activated to target the card to add back to the graveyard, and then the Black Sheep was added later on, but the Gold Leo was negated, right?
Yeah.
So I think that might have been something. I mean, just sending the judges a message right now and asking, because I don't want to interrupt the match for something that I have made up in my head.
But there is Nibiru, the primal being. And that actually can be a problem. We could have just went into the battle phase way earlier, trying to make sure that we're ahead in life points, because that clock is ticking down. It's approaching 1 minute here, and therefore we need to now hurry up if we want to make any kind of damage. Nibiru, token and monster in defense position. Sebastian looking in his graveyard. There should be more options though, because there is Silverhound still.
But dealing damage. This is something that I didn't even consider at the beginning of this turn, that this could be a time sink. And oh, Lunar Light Wolf is here.
Okay, 30 seconds, though. We need to be hurrying up here.
Fun fact, Wolf and Tiger are the only light Lunar Line rosters. It was a question in the quiz before.
Oh,
Nice.
did you know it there?
No, I lost.
But now you know. Okay. Sebastian, the clock is ticking. This is going to be awfully close. He is bringing out another Perfume Dancer, but still he doesn't even seem like he's stressed about it at all. 10 seconds, 5 seconds even now. Is there a way for us to do burn damage? I don't think so. Battle phase, attacks with the Perfume Dancer.
Only Biru is, and this now we're considering if this is a draw, and that is what it looks like. Time out, and this is a draw. No player was able to.
Here they are. I mean, going first, as you've mentioned yesterday, I don't think we have ever seen the deck lose once when it did. So let's see if this trend will finally change.
Yeah, I mean, Malice is a deck where it kind of excels in banishing cards, obviously, but it's a deck where you go first, and the field is not like you can't play at all. The field is more like you have to win on that turn, because otherwise there's going to be so much coming back at you. But maybe Telements is the deck that can just kind of go over the top. True. It can let Malice combo off and then say, okay, I'm just going to come back at you even harder, and I'm going to activate that Grasslook screener, I believe. 60 cards, I hope.
It will be very nice to see it, yeah, because I also see it in the deck list, and will be really nice to see it in action. It's been a while, honestly. Yeah.
But yeah, here we see a strong opener. Of course, Terraforming, quite a controversial card for some due to the popularity of Droll and Lockbird, but worked out perfectly here. And I mean, let's see what Paul will go for. We don't expect many interruptions usually, especially in 60 card. I mean, it's basically all gas in the deck, right?
Yep, all gas, no breaks. Terraforming kind of makes a little bit of sense in Malice, I guess, because you're not so worried about Droll and Lockbird. You can still achieve a fair amount, even if you happen to get drolled.
But yeah, when you play uncontested, I mean, there are a couple of decisions to be made. I guess from the card count, he can have somewhat of a read. There are not that many 60 card decks going around. Because when we, spoke, for example, to our duelist qualifying yesterday, we have discussed about the Code Torque line, whether you want to protect your field, or there are a lot of different directions that you can take, or whether it's firewall, what you want to go for. So interesting to see what Paul will go for in this case.
Yeah, there's an awful lot of different extra deck options you can choose to end on. I don't think you can really choose within a game that often, because I think the extra deck is tight enough that you can't really afford to just have everything. So you probably are just stuck. If you, I have a feeling like if you have a Topologic Bomber Dragon and you see your opponent on 60 cards, I'd probably be a little nervous about it, that it's not going to provide enough interruptions. I'd probably rather have the Allied Code Talker.
Yeah, a card that yesterday in the playoffs, not every our duelist was playing it, honestly. I think it's a nice addition to the deck. Of course, the extra deck space is very tight, but I really feel like overall that the 15th card can be for sure the light card, that gives you like another layer of disruption.
Yeah, it's amazing to read that card and think how people are just like, oh, this isn't good enough. It's just like, very easy to make. Negate anything you like and banish it, and as well as like repopulate your field with any Malice Link monsters that happen to have made it into the grave by now. It's clearly an incredible card, but it's amazing. I guess just a testament to how powerful the extra deck is, that you're not even fussed, some players, by not playing this card.
Yeah, but indeed it makes a whole lot of difference, because it can negate any card, and that means that grass as well is under its radar, so,
Yeah, grass is there's not that many cards to contest it in the Malice deck other than Allied Code and, of course, the natural enemy of that Grasslook screener, which is the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, which presumably 3 copies are in most people's main decks this weekend. Except maybe Priyan. Maybe Priyan's one of the few people not running it.
Fair enough.
But I guess we will find out.
But yeah, this could take a while, as mentioned, when, I mean, you're gonna go through all of your link freeze naturally at some point, so...
Yeah, do you start to get suspicious when your opponent, like, just doesn't interrupt you? But it's not like they're not looking, oh, I've drawn a terrible hand, I'm just gonna concede. They're just like, yeah, you do what you want, like, that's fine.
I mean, surely at some point, but when you're playing against 60, I think not so much. You can, you know, expect them not to be using that many entraps, so...
Yeah, but it just makes you worried.
Yeah, kind of.
You think, what's about to happen to me?
I mean, sounds like a problem I would like to experience often while playing, you know, and going first with Malice, but yeah, I don't think there is much to do from Priyan's side. Okay, who's gonna get rid of Purulia? I mean, it's not discussed all that much, but yeah, Grass coming back and then Abyss Dweller, you know, exchanging places and going into the Forbidden List has actually, you know, gave Tier Element a huge boost. But
yeah, no Dweller to speak of, and Shifter also at 1 copy, and to be honest, I've not really seen it in that many people's side decks. If you're playing Malice, it seems odd because it feels like a card that is pretty good. And maybe not so strong against Ryzeal, Mitsurugi, and Malice, so maybe that's why, if those are the most popular decks, you're just not going to bother to include it.
I do agree that, I mean, they also have been playing as, for example, Paul, 3 copies of Allure of Darkness, so there are also, you know, additional ways that you can make use of the card later on, so yeah, I think it's definitely worth considering.
Yeah, I think in the side deck at the very least.
Oh yeah, look at this.
Yep, that is the full set of Malice links and all their glory. I guess we're going to have to see where the finishing touches will be.
I think this is the ideal opener from Malice, because without being stopped once, of course, also I think Paul realized, you know, the number of cards Priyan is playing, and here, yeah, it's just basically free to extend this to the Allied Code, which we finally see on stream as well.
Yeah, here we're going to see pretty premium.
There it is for you guys as well on screen.
Got a 3 bounce firewall going on here.
Wow. Very well executed here from Paul.
Yeah, indeed. This is not going to be easy, even if you are playing Tier Element, as mentioned. Wow, what an opener. And you need a way to force out the Code Talker, because Grass alone does not do it, and I think we throw into... Is it Kingsmith in Paradise as the 6th card? That's quite unfortunate. Ooh, but...
Yeah, I see what you see. That's a very exciting one. That super polymerization gonna
hold up. Yeah.
Slice through this field. If he's got targets for him, which I assume he does, because these monsters all seem to share types and attributes.
And I mean, okay, we're gonna take it a bit slower, starting things off with that Reinhardt.
Now, one of the fun things about super polymerization against Malice is it can interact quite profitably into MTP, because if they activate it and then you chain it to remove all of their Malice links, then they cannot respond to put another one on the field. But in this instance, it's probably good to see if you can use it to get rid of some negates. Well, Paul's going to have like 10 cards in his deck as well, so if we ever manage to get to grass.
And yeah, basically we allowed it, and then we are gonna chain this super polymerization, getting rid of the Malice Link.
Sort of an interesting choice, because you get rid of them. Maybe those were just the only targets, but I'm a bit worried now that you know, you can just bring one of them back and put the allied code back online.
Yeah, we just gotta resolve Rhino Art. In the meantime, we discarded also quite the annoying card.
Although maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. That is a shuffler in the grave.
Yeah.
This is insane. You can shuffle back those 2 Malice Links.
Yep.
The allied code, does it have to tribute something that's 23?
No, I think it's just a link. Yeah, the points it to, so no.
Oh, okay, so you can still tribute the firewall.
Yeah, I do agree with you, baby. I don't know.
This is kind of interesting, though.
Yeah.
If we manage to resolve it, I guess you have to try now.
But I think it... Oh, okay, it only also negates effects, yeah.
So it doesn't target, but if you shuffle away those Malice Links in response, then it's not going to be very scary either.
Yeah, we're gonna use that Mudora, and is that going to be negated, is the question.
Look at this. Oh my goodness, all 3.
Wow.
This is crazy. We found some new technology as to how you break the Malice field. It's clearly activate Super Poly, discard Mudora.
That does it.
If he has to tribute to negate.
Yeah. He loses the firewall, but it makes sense. I mean, that was way too much value lost, and yep.
I'd say Super Poly did a fair job. Well, the Super Poly Mudora combo took away effectively the firewall and the allied code in a roundabout sort of way.
Yep. Ooh, and I mean, better than nothing, that engraver, I guess, but not quite what we were looking for, and we still have 3 cards in hand.
I'm wondering why not just remove the allied code rather than one of the link 3s that don't really do very much. Maybe he wanted the allied code to activate, because if there's no thrust, then sorry, if there's no Ash, then this thrust is going to be quite the card.
Yep. And that's what we are all here to witness, I think. Seeing that grass resolve. So
it's going to be like 30 cards or something insane.
No. Honestly, finger crossed. And yeah, I think it's double. Is it double?
Double. Yeah. This thrust really has to resolve when your other 2 cards are another copy.
Yep. Let's see. Yeah.
What are you checking?
No, I was just checking if it was use or activate, because then you could have actually used the second copy if the code would have negated one.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So that was the case, but we're gonna have a draw first, which, I mean, if we are gonna access the Finsmith engine fair, it does lower the count of cards that we are going to send off the top, but baits out maybe some negations.
Yeah, you might as well see if you can get something out. Ideally, you just want something that would check a potential Ash.
We need to draw, right?
Yeah.
Another Rhino.
Yeah, it might be just another Rhino. So, toll downs to this. Do we have a solution for this possible grass?
You wouldn't Ash thrust ever, would you? So I guess we still don't know. Here we go. I don't think Paul has it.
Let's count up.
Here we go. Crowd watching with bated breath. I'm definitely watching with bated breath.
Same.
Let's go. That's mil 30.
There it is. Is it going to resolve? Seems like it.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
This is so many cards.
I mean, yeah, you can just count. Probably easier.
It's quicker to count the deck. Yeah. $25? $28? I'm not very good at counting.
Yeah.
Nice stack of
This
cards.
one I didn't try to count, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why he's counting it. He could just count the cards that are not in his deck. That's probably quicker.
Yeah. I mean, could also just, count up to 28 from the bottom and then send the rest, but sure.
That would be more fun.
Yeah.
Just put it in a big,
Exactly.
a big pile.
Okay. Let's take a look at it.
Oh, one at a time. What a hero.
One at a time. Oof. And there's one, two. And there goes the crowd with him. Three,
Yeah, that counts.
4,
5.
5,
Oh.
6. No, that's the
can't
same. A
use it.
double count. It's like 5 hits. 6.
7. Yeah,
Oof. All right. A fair bit. Gonna have to check. I mean, a lot of what's going on, and I mean, what a hero. Regardless, you can hear the support from people gathering to watch this duo.
all right. Yeah, this is fantastic, isn't it? Just blowing through a
We asked for it.
Malice
and,
field. Yeah.
So we still have Rhino Heart and Paradise in hand, and then we eat a couple of names plus Saliek, some Finsmith cards, and then the Rainbow Bridge, I think.
Yeah, Rainbow Bridge, pretty handy. Saliek can also trigger.
Yeah.
Not so many hits, to be honest, given he milled like 30.
Yeah.
Maybe it wasn't 30, maybe I'm exaggerating.
Yeah, looks like it's around 21, 22 cards, yeah. Then only this? I guess so.
Still got some more light fiends in the grave as well.
Life Fiends and the bridge, which, I mean, we have to check targets because...
I don't think I saw a tortoise go.
No. La tartaruga. And yeah, it's getting chained, apparently.
This would be like the best Vanity's Calling of all time. You know that card?
Yeah, I do. And yeah, gonna resolve. Where is that turtle? There it is. Wow.
I think there's a new version of it in Tachyon. They have an effect that shuffles everything on the chain back into the deck and negates it all.
Okay.
Quite a good
Yeah.
trap.
Okay, first fusion.
First fusion. Is the Garura in the grave? Can we use that to make a Dragos Topelio or something like that?
Yep, plays it. And then go into it again, possibly.
First fusion looks like
no, we
a
okay.
biggest first.
Yep. Fair.
Here comes Kaleido Heart.
What a turn. So there goes Kaleido. We probably go grab Kashtira, or we actually have Shirin still, right? That the other card possibly, but yeah, we do get the cash. And now we can go Reinhardt and either discard the other one or that Kashtira, probably the other Reinhardt, I guess. Doesn't really do much. Yeah. And finally, one more fusion. Can EB, the chosen one, who defeats Malice going first for the first time.
He's already the chosen one.
Absolutely,
in our hearts,
yes.
You know.
And I mean, yeah, there goes Dragos Tapelia, and now we are finally again on an open
And now
game
we've
state.
got a lot more chains.
Yep.
1,
No. Yeah.
2, 3,
No,
4,
we already
5.
used it.
Yeah. All right, just 1.
Okay. Is there anything else? No, apparently we're all done from Paul's side. Yep. So Kaleido Heart resolves. We have Planet. Yep.
And then I guess how much of a Fiendsmith package is in the extra deck? Because the extra deck can be a little bit tight. That's a big Fiendsmith package, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a Requiem sequence. There's, you know,
Okay, let's go.
all of them.
Okay, so now this is Shirin. My beloved.
So what are we like thinking is still left on Paul's side? MTP? Maybe an impermanence or something?
Salve. Let's see, 3 more. Ooh, we do it. If there is another trap though, I'm not too sure about that. I think at least double Salik was sent to the graveyard.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any more traps in the deck list.
Too bad. So we still have 1 fusion summon available. Should we just go for it? I guess so.
With the
Just trying to go for game and just, you know.
I wonder if the MTP will be a
Black
problem.
Gold Laughs is
Ooh,
actually a
that's
pretty
good.
nice hit. Yeah.
That's good.
Shut off Whitebinder for next turn.
So, okay, he's reading his own. Okay. Probably a question on some sort of additional effect. Yeah, nothing really relevant anymore.
There's still so much to get through for Brian.
Yeah. It's impressive how the grass looks greener is just, you know, doing all of this by itself.
Like he's still got the MTP, it's gonna add a March here, there's still gonna be a few more Malice Links coming back.
Should get banished, the Rhino, right?
Yeah, it was summoned of its own effect.
Yeah.
Like, we can bring back the Fiendsmith, but maybe the Fiendsmith will just get MTP'd away. But if Fiendsmith Engraver is getting MTP'd, it means another card is not. Suffering maybe from having too many monsters. It's got a way to shuffle back a Tearlament. Oh yeah, they just got it now. Banish the Rhino.
Yeah. Fixed it.
Yeah, what is the plan here now? This looks like a battle phase.
Okay.
I guess it's worth noting that Paul has lost a good chunk of life points already, so maybe it's easier to close out the game than it might otherwise look.
Yeah. There it is.
I wonder if you could use SP there and just banish the link. Protect your field.
Dude,
I could have. Yeah.
maybe a bit of nerves.
I'm concerned about time as well, because, you know.
Yeah, this is starting to look a bit rough. Because also now we can crush, I guess. So otherwise we don't really have a way to clear everything, no? We need to crush. Oh, no. I think if we had to crush Shirin into the white binder.
Allied code is 23 as well.
Huh?
Allied code is also 23.
Yeah.
So you can just crush Sharon into that. It's themed. It's a code talker, so they're all 23. Although it is secretly a Malice.
Exactly. And yeah, we're thinking about doing it.
There is some time you get Malice like low enough on life points that it starts to become a little uncomfortable. I feel like you have to attack here. No?
Oh, we do not attack.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Yeah, it seems like Priyan is really thinking a lot about this. Needs to pick up the pace.
It's tough as well because that SP is annoying in that link zone. You don't see it much anymore, really, do you? The link zone being clogged in this way.
And that's a pass.
Passed it.
Wow.
Really?
Well, looked incredible for a few minutes, but then it all seemed to have crumbled for Priyan, and Paul will get an extremely good chance to fight back and take this game with only 16 minutes remaining.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough now that all of those Malice links can use all of their effects again this turn. White Binder is going to come back, it's going to wreak some havoc on Priyan's graveyard as well. guess you can negate one effect, but the allied code is back as well. I think you can use this negate every turn, so...
Yeah, I mean, definitely at least the crush was necessary. We're gonna use that black goat to try and stay in this.
Still get to do this, but no banishing or setting trap cards. Such a cool trap the black goat loves.
Yeah.
Having those two modes. I heard that this is AIRPODS mask, apparently.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Before he goes on stage.
Which also makes me wonder whether it wasn't just better to call the talker and then negate it with your other cards. Like Stapelia.
Yeah.
Call with the talker with the black goat, maybe.
So Stapelia can now negate Axis code.
But not really.
What do you mean?
Because you still have access to... Like...
You can still banish the cards, is that what you mean?
Yeah, I mean... Doesn't fully get rid of it, yeah.
Yeah. You still get the
So-
chance to banish links
Yeah,
from your grave.
so it's
That's
like-
right.
Sure. And you lost your negation, you know. It's it's a bit of a weird spot at this point. We also have to figure out what to do with this SP at all. Which I do agree with you. Probably was also an important turning point in the previous turn, where there you would have chained it on the white binder, or also possibly on your own Rhino Heart, I guess. There were a couple of, you know, interesting scenarios there, but not gonna be the case. And yeah, this seems like we can just put up so much advantage again.
I mean, now Axis code is gone and black goat is gone. You know, you can't use white binder to get back any traps. Maybe Malice will struggle. Maybe it won't.
Yeah, maybe it won't. Yeah.
We still have a big monster in the Draco Stapelia. Gotta remember that it's 32 because of the field spell.
Something that sometimes players forget of the field spell boost as well.
Yeah.
Not every day you see someone lose after they grasp for
Yeah.
the 30. But the strength of Malice going first, it seems, is too strong to overcome.
Yeah, bit of emotions as well, as understandable as it is. It's been a long day. We are, you know, been witnessing or playing Yu-Gi-Oh for quite a few hours, and only one more round remains, and it's a crucial one because, you know, losing here means you go 6-2. Well, if you win, even if you lose the next round, you're still going to day 2 with a comfortable record. So.
Piloting the Tillerman stack for 9 rounds or what on day 1 has got to be a tough ask.
Oof, and we picked up talent.
Wow. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, handshake, even though this is still game 1. Nice sportsmanship, but yeah. Paul is able to just, you know, control. here they are. And the first card is a talent, which could be very strong.
Oh,
Looks good.
Sharon as well.
Looks good. I see Lacrima, and we do see Purulia, which is gonna hurt. It's not that bad, I guess, but in this specific instance, it's gonna be annoying.
Yeah, there are a couple of cards that summon from the hand. I mean, again, if you're running a 60-card deck, you're probably going to be summoning from everywhere by the end of it.
Yeah.
You can't be too sort of streamlined in the card choices.
Ooh, and I see an Ash Blossom in the end from Paul as well. So let's see, because by the moment in which he's gonna use it, he's gonna expose himself to that talent from Priyan.
Talent to draw too, right? So you can draw.
Of course.
We always draw grass. It's just like thrust. It searches grass.
All right, let's see if there is a Fuvalos coming up. No, it's just the Ash, which means talent is gonna come out. Do we take a look at the end, or do we go for it? We go for it. Okay, I mean,
He
at
is
least
drawing too. I mean, he might be doing the Sharon next.
fair.
So you're going to give your opponent an extra card when you use Sharon, so you might as well hold the talents until
Never
then. But
mind.
no, what's he doing?
Oh, yeah, he does go for a reveal, but then I do agree with you, because the rest of the end is what? Droplet, and is it Avnis or is it Rhino? Avnis, I think. Yeah, Avnis, Sharon Droplet, I'm pretty sure. Which is rough. I mean, double Malice in Underground, it's rough. I was honestly thinking even about that cold buy, if we could ever be enough, but fair. Just send the other monster.
There's a little odd here now because you're probably just about to give your opponent a card, so...
No, I think it was quite an heads-up play from you, saying that you should have held up. No, truly. Yeah. It's something that, you know, you might not think about, even though it could be
he's
obvious.
just not going to do it.
Wow.
I mean, this also makes sense.
I mean, yeah.
Because he's seen the hand.
And, you know, Droplet can technically, you know, slow it down if they have anything else, but...
It seems very risky, though, because there's
Super risky.
so many draws here that would let you carry on. Like, if Paul's running Almirage in the extract, then any draw would let you push through this one Droplet.
Yeah, it's literally any draw. So, because now with the Dormas being on the field, let's see what also Paul pick up. But
do we not use Avnis first?
I think it's a Rhino Heart. I think.
Okay.
Otherwise, yeah,
You
surely.
think so? Okay. Oh, wow.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, and there goes the handshake. Wow. It is a brutal ending for Priyan, but here they are, and yeah, it is an extremely important match nonetheless, as they are on an X1 score, and it is so different to open up and, you know, just go to sleep with only one loss under your belt. And, well, we have seen what the Raziel Mitsurugi deck can do going first, so it's not going to be easy for Sebastian to fight back.
Yeah, this is the absolute premium start for the Mitsurugi deck. Not really because of how powerful it is on its own, but just because of how powerful it is into, in particular, Drone Lockbird, because we've seen players coming up with this technology to play around Drone Lockbird by activating this quick play spell in the draw phase. So you already have searched quite a few cards by the time you've got to your main phase 1, so it makes Droll just that much less scary, because once you've already activated a ritual spell and your first time searching, you've got a ritual on the field, you're already searching. It's just so much less impactful in this situation than it would be in others.
And yeah, and Mustafa is also maximizing on the prayers and ritual, so he's playing 3 of them both, which I think makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I mean, to give consistency to the deck, and as you mentioned, Tom, I think it's the premium start, but here comes the Dominus Impulse being activated from Sebastian.
Yeah, a very reasonable target for the Impulse. It's, yeah, always worth wondering about the Mitsurugi Ryziel deck. There was sort of the initial version of the deck where it was kind of a Ryziel deck with a little bit of a Mitsurugi engine. But this deck that Mustafa's playing is more of a Mitsurugi deck with a very small Ryziel engine. So just playing the 5 Ryziels, which is really not very much. So it's kind of an interesting take on the deck.
As soon as you say that, there comes the Ryziel.
There comes one, but there's only going to be 5 this game.
Exactly. Fair enough.
No cross to put them back. So just a very small package. I think really the idea is just to have use of Ext, which is just such an unbelievably powerful card. You just think, right, I just want to include that. And then after that, I want to run as few as possible. So 5, or maybe it's even 6, is the number. 2 ice, 2 Ext, a node, and a sword.
But yeah, it's an interesting line of plays for sure. We do see, you know, some players, including this Purification in the main deck, not super popular. You know, it's been debated a bit, but we did have it. So it's gonna be obviously great going first in this game for Mustafa.
Yeah, a nice clean piece of synergy as well. When you can use Habakiri and you've already got a rank 4, you can trade your rank 4 for another level 4, which can be used to rank up into another rank 4. So all just goes around in circles. Yeah, one ritual is negated and another one will be activated shortly.
You may also consider, I think, that you may be up against Malice because of the Dominus Impulse, right? Because Malice basically is mainly the only deck playing it this weekend.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense actually now that you mention it, because Malice is definitely the premium deck running Dominus Impulse for sure. Maybe Mermail.
Yeah, I was thinking Mermail. Am I biased?
But yeah, you're a Mermail enjoyer.
Absolutely.
Everything's Mermail to you. Here we go. 1 Dominus Impulse, really just not going to be enough against an opener this strong when you have both Ext and Prayers to start your turn. Really going to end with so much stuff on the field and in the hand. I think Purification in hand already. And now presumably we're going to see a couple of Ryziels hit the field once again. So we can make up to 2 more rank 4s. I'm not sure what the most powerful rank 4 that is not Detonator is in Mustafa's extra deck that he's going to use to try and interrupt his opponent. And here comes Dugares. Skipping our next draw phase, a small price to pay. The 2 cards now. One of them, it looks like, is that draw on Lockbird, so going to have a draw for his opponent's turn, which is probably actually knows that draw not so helpful against Malice in particular, and if he's thinking Malice, then probably not so fussed about picking it up, but it can't hurt. I suppose it can hurt.
I mean,
if you're playing Mitsurugi, isn't it? It does actually shut down some of what you can do on your opponent's turn. Not sure how useful it is against Fire King. They search a couple of times, but nothing on quite the same scale as the Mitsurugi deck.
And yeah, definitely.
Oh, well, I think maybe, yeah, we are gonna have to pause the game for a moment while we go back to us.
Here we are. There was just a check from our judges, and the game can resume as with the Ice Ryziel
Yeah, always good to just make sure everything is being played absolutely correctly, and indeed it is. So Ice Ryziel going to summon a node, and I suppose we can see some nice play here. A few tricks with the Eclipse Twins, which can then get sent away for the node. So many tricks up the sleeve of the Ryziel deck, and we have 2 rank 4s. King of the Feralims. One more search, why not? With King of the Feralims. I'm not really sure what useful reptiles are left in the deck at this point, considering how many have been searched already, but it cannot hurt. I think King of the Feralims is an old enough card that I would expect it to not have a once per turn on it. So if you summon a new copy, you probably just get a new search.
Quite of an over from Mustafa here, which was not done yet, because, I mean, it was, yeah, basically only the impulse, but King of the Feralims once again shares the Abakiri. Yeah, I mean, this is impressive, to be fair. It's a lot of things going on, also with 2 set cards, and I think I also saw the Drawn and Lock Bird in hand, just in case.
Sort of interesting, he's not put the detonator in the extra monster zone, because when you've got the Futso on field, you can kind of fill up your field with reptiles. Is that your favorite card there, Marcello?
It is the Futsu, but yeah, this is an impressive opener, as you were mentioning, and well, that is a card to face off such a field, if there is one.
It is the smallest of the chickens. It's just a regular, is it a legendary Fire King Garunix? Okay. Yeah. There's a lot of Garunixes these days now, and there's a sort of high King Avatar. And what's the? I don't even know all of the different ones. This one's a legendary Fire King Ponix. I suppose not even a Garunix. Mustafa just forcing out a discard if Sebastian wants to continue. And more than happy to discard a Garunix. Not really one you want in your hand. You want it in the deck, so it can be summoned with Volcanics. It's going to be a bit tough for this Sanctuary, because Sanctuary can be met immediately by a Detonator and a Drawn Lockbird. Don't even need to use Detonator on Sanctuary when the island that it's going to fetch is going to be completely useless.
Well, there's the talent here, but I mean, Mustafa can also use the Murakumo.
Yes.
Feels like
so many different options. And of course, we just negate it with our Mitsurugi Trap.
Fair. And what is next is the question. Couple of cards still in the end from Sebastian. We can have access to Fire King Island, possibly, and I think Garunix is in the end.
Yeah, he's in a very tough spot for sure, given you can't use Island. Although, having said that, this Detonator maybe not as scary as it would otherwise look to other decks when you're not super fussed about your cards being destroyed. Ah, this is the ancient Fire King technology, crashing a monster.
If not broken, we fix it.
Exactly. I wish there was some way to like have a read. You know, this is where you want Mind Crush to be good. I mean, it's never going to be good, but you know, you say, oh, okay, I know what you got in your hand now. Let me activate Mind Crush, but it's it wouldn't even matter because it can activate perfectly well from the grave. But
yeah.
One day, Mind Crush will be relevant again. One of my favorite cards, I think.
yeah.
It's just so much fun.
When you discard.
It's fun to beat.
Well, I think ever since the change in the rules of the game, so that Mind Crush no longer lets you see your opponent's hand after you resolve it, it's probably a bit too weak, but maybe one day. Maybe some reason.
American Dream.
So that Volcanic's being destroyed there is usually to fetch a Garunix.
Yeah, but
we saw Garunix already discarded. I can't imagine anybody running 2. Has to come from the deck, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, we are just gonna proceed to attack.
Yeah, you get half the attack of the monster you destroy, I think. So
Yeah,
400.
I mean,
Enough to get over the detonator, not enough to get over the Futsu. Futsu is massive, isn't it? 34.
yeah, 34.
I mean, it's no Memento combined creation, but it's pretty much up there. There's not really many other cards in the game at the moment where...
Is there no Super Quant?
There is a Super Con.
But that is enough indeed, and Mustafa just opens up.
So here we go. Sebastian presumably going to take the opportunity to go first this time. Let's see what the Fire King deck is up to. Fire King to me, one of those decks where it's not super obvious how to end compared to other decks. You kind of like how you organize your end field is actually very important.
Is that? Okay, no, we do have the island because I think we have both Garunix, if I'm not mistaken. He drew again into the other Garunix. Not sure, but what I can tell you for sure is that we did open a couple of those trap cards.
Yep, I think I saw 2 Solemn Warnings, so
Indeed.
it's going to be quite hard to resolve a ritual.
Yep. Is it double Garunix? Let's see. Yeah, it is. It is again the OG Garunix and the newer version, which is the choice here. That's unfortunate. Just opening once more the one you really don't want to draw. Maybe the only card in deck you don't want to draw. Oof! And we are met with a Droll and Luck Bird. I mean, at least when you open Solemns, you're fine, I guess. It's not, you know.
I think that is the plan, but can 2 Solemns take on the world?
I mean,
Let's find out.
That's fine.
Thanks.
And yeah, I mean, Solemns can also negate Ryzial summons. Oh, yeah, the set Volcanic.
Fair enough. I was also thinking about that, whether, I mean, you probably don't want to have this game stolen away from you. There is a universe in which you just use double warning and they can just get you. Even though they wouldn't win the game, you know, they can deal those 4,000 life points remaining. So, oof, once more, we do open X.
Oh no, this is devastating because you're going to lose both warnings to this one X, or you have to let it through. Because if you're warning one, then you can just target the other. He's just going to choose it. Wow, we're just seeing the power here. I mean, are you just supposed to warning it? I feel like maybe you are.
You are.
And just give up both?
Yeah.
I mean, as bad as it feels, because now you're just going to have to warning this sword, maybe.
Yeah, but if you didn't warning the first one, why would you? You know what I mean? I think you're too committed now. Because like either you're warning the first one, or you just wait for the exquisite summon, I guess. Because I feel like you always like warning the first one.
Yeah, it's just such a horrible feeling because, yeah, 1x, yeah, if you were to activate one, then you'd have to have the other be targeted.
Yeah.
Just showing the power of this new XYZ that was released.
Yeah, Valone is very, very powerful. Just in this situation alone, it's, you know, like double warning. If there would have been an X, we would have seen both of them being activated.
Yeah, I think maybe just showing how how incredibly powerful X Ryzial is, to be honest. Like, every time a new XYZ comes out, it just gets that little bit better. The fact that it can send anything you like. I mean, he's got one warning to use, Sebastian. He's got to hope it's somehow enough.
Do you think here Mustafa knows that there may be another warning being said? It's just, you know.
I guess he knows it's something live. I don't know if you specifically know warning, but because if you use the X'd, I suppose he knows the interaction that, like, if that warning had been flipped, then the other card would have been destroyed. So, yeah, this just goes to show how crazy powerful X'd Ryziel is at going second into fields.
It's not really a breaking news, I'd say.
It's not breaking news, no, but you just see it again. It just, like, one card trading with 2 solemn warnings just should not be allowed. Like, unless it's Harvey's Feather Duster, I guess. But
which we just saw. It's in the deck.
It is in the deck. I was thinking about whether those were going to be sided in, and he did choose to.
Makes sense, and I mean, this just looks super rough at this point. I mean, whoa, what do you even do? Where do you plan on activating the other one?
I don't know. He's just holding on to it for dear life at this point. But yeah, I feel like you were just supposed to flip it and hope, because at this point, I don't think it's going to be enough now with just what he has. He's already got an X Ryziel and a Ritual set up. I suppose even worse news when they're not even searching the Ritual, because it means they already have it.
Here comes, nope, the thinking, not at all. We're just gonna resolve and push.
I guess here is the time it starts to become more interesting, because Mustafa's got the decision to make of whether he's going to destroy his opponent's monster.
Does. Or he doesn't. Wait.
I don't even know. It does destroy face downs. Okay.
Wow.
Look at all those pluses. Yeah, it's getting out of control.
So, well, here comes back Garunix.
But we have Called by the Grave,
Yeah.
I think.
That's devastating.
That's so bad. Wow. Whew. And yeah, here comes Called by the Grave to stop even that Garunix from Mustafa.
And that is just the wrong solemn to have in this situation.
I mean, you solemn judgment there, you're pretty much done anyways. But yeah,
Oh, no.
Well, I mean, look at the other Garunix, not that it was any relevance.
Probably a bonus for Sebastian that it goes back, but I think it's a very small consolation.
Yeah,
at this point.
Seems like
what a hand from Mustafa, honestly.
yeah, I mean, although the effort was valid, I mean, Sebastian really couldn't do much this old match.
Yeah, the really thing, the solemn warnings here. Either, I mean, doesn't really matter where you activate it. I guess it's too far ahead.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's one of those things. I think the Fire King engine sort of excels at not being affected by cards like the Molcharmies. So you're playing a deck which is, I think you kind of know has a weaker engine, but then in decks where, you know, in matchups where you don't have those powerful non-engine, you're just facing off, and I feel like there's only going to be one winner in the Mitsurugi Ryziel against Fire Kings without Molcharmies and other cards involved.
Seems like this is almost the same as just admitting that we have lost the game. We do use this second solemn warning.
And yeah, just a 2 Garas, I guess, and it's
That's over. Yeah. And that is the handshake. Mustafa takes it with a 2-0.